All right, we're back over here on A Stream now. We got another one coming up for you.
Today we've got, is it UNCW?
Let me check real quick.
Check real quick.
I'll make
While
sure.
you're doing that, we're going to start with some introductions. I'm Splice here, casting the Valorant. This is Green Lobster. We've got UNCA versus High Point University here today. Best of one. Looking to get this one started. And the match after this, I believe, on the other stream, if you want to catch that, is UNCW.
Yeah, it's UNCW versus Duke over there.
Yep, on the B stream.
Before we get started, we need to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. You got Visit Raleigh. They're doing great stuff. And we also have C3 Esports with their upcoming event in Wilmington on the 6th. That's going to be a lot of fun. So the best Rocket League teams in this state and South Carolina will all be there competing.
Thank you as well to our other sponsors, Rally Cry and Courtyard by Marriott, for their support of NC State Esports. We're going to be loading into here to Lotus with High Point on the attack first. High Point are notoriously attacker-sided favored map, I believe. That being, they're going to be starting with the double initiator comp. Trip, wait, are they locked in on those rules? They locked in on those? Call them what?
Gaga. This is Lady Gaga.
Gaga? Okay.
Against his will, but the rest of the team asked us to.
Okay.
All right, looks like maybe a little bit of technical difficulties going on right now. One of the teams maybe not ready after all.
Yeah, I believe they've got 10 seconds to lock in these characters, but the game might not be too happy with them if they don't lock them in time.
So we'll see what happens.
We're going to restart. I mean, they got 1 second, and I don't see any teams selected on the side of...
Random assignment. Let's go. That'd be funny.
Will it random assign? No, it'll dodge the game. It'll dodge the game as if
Dodging in a LAN event.
It'll
I can't believe it.
It will dodge the game. Yeah, and then I did not know that. Valorant actually goes ahead and snitches on them.
All right, so it looks like we're going to give it a little bit of time to figure out what's going on over there.
Yeah, might be a technical issue. Unfortunately, we do have some of those, and we can't not avoid them at all. But we did see High Point ready and locked, and I believe that was going to be a triple initiator comp. So if we do see that, it should be really interesting. Lot of flashes, lot of stuns. Just looking to make the life miserable on the other side.
There was one time I played to get into a team where they were specifically designed to just make your life miserable. It was like all of them had flashes on deck.
That sounds like a flash comp. Flash comp.
It actually made me want to cry.
Starting back again. We do see not the same swaps. Going over to Tejo and No Sky this time. We're gonna be substituting that for a Raze. And then on our defense, I think we're seeing a similar comp. I'm not sure if this might be the meta. This might be the meta on this map.
Tejo's been very good. I believe this is what we've been seeing in the other matches today.
I know Raze has been a staple on Lotus. Paint Shell's able to lock down the choke on A site. Or actually, yeah, it is A site. The sites on this map are a little flipped. They're a little not where you're used to.
So I saw a little bit of repetition in High Point earlier. Repetition was very good, very prolific throughout that match.
What was?
Repetition. The Tejo on the side of High Point was very good.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about Repetition.
I do not remember what his final KD was, but I remember it was spectacular.
Okay, we'll be sure to keep an eye on Repetition there, as well as the duelists on this side. We've got a double duelist comp here from the side of UNCA, so that should be interesting, to say the least.
So instead of the breach, they went with the
awkward
neon.
In these loading screens, isn't it? Oh, and here we are. We're in.
It's nice to have such great PCs that everybody's all playing on. That way loading screens just don't last that long.
I mean, we are all on great PCs, but...
Yeah, when I'm back in my dorm room with my 1660 Super that's asking and begging to take its last breath.
Oh, I'm sure that won't be an issue now. We see the Vice solo holding the C site. This is typical. We see I see a lot of pro teams, they do this thing. They only have 1 or 2 people on the B site, and then they full send it down A. I mean, we've got 2 duelists and a Paranoia probably ready to go straight down A, and I'd love to go see. Yep, love to go see what the A hit's going to be like, but We obviously see High Point stacked on B, and they're probably going to run it down here.
I believe our observer for this match is Jack. Love that guy. Helps set everything up that's going on here.
Oh, Taeho going to be spotted quickly, but a lot of utility going out. Ray's taking a lot of space near Rubble here as he finds two. High Point's going to be happy with their early trades here. Paint shells to hold back while that's done. And Kuzo, you're going to need to run. You're going to need to run. Half his health, oh, more than half his health, but already chunked by those paint shells as we're now Asheville in a man-down disadvantage on this retake. Gonna be swinging close. Oh, breach out with the util. High Point's gonna find another, leaving them in a 2v4. Can he see while this flash is going through? Oh, and the breach explosion's not gonna let him see somebody waiting for it to go away, just to swing him. And High Point's gonna be taking a quick pistol round.
It's a bad time to look away there.
Exactly, yeah, and that's gonna be an early econ advantage for them. And now they can start to, you know, buy some of these bonus weapons, maybe take other parts of the map that don't involve them rushing down a tight lane in B. We don't see any changes from Asheville regarding the fact they just lost B site to a 5-man rush, but I think it's pretty normal. I think most teams usually are going to want to go to this A site here and just force out all the utility the defenders have to expend to hold this space, because it's such a tight choke, right?
Mm-hmm. No, we don't have any overlay over here right now, so you know we can't see the kind of weapons and everything
the
they
utility
have.
use, but we can already see Kuzo either had no utility or already used it. Likely only had the paint shells. He's gonna hold close. Gonna try to find his. Does not find his, but all good. High Point's gonna find two. Taeho rockets out. It's gonna be about 45 seconds before we see those again. Boombot now gonna clear the close corner. Definitely High Point worried there could be somebody with a right shotgun right click, and oh, Griptic is going to decide it's his time to strike, and he was unfortunately incorrect.
I believe we have seen 2Ks on both rounds now to Sour.
Yeah, I believe it might have even been a 3K from the Rays on the side of High Point on the first round. This round, obviously, we could applaud the 3Ks all we want, but we can simply just shrug them off as eco frags.
Yeah. Gaga here doing a great job. Kind of holding down this angle.
Taeho rockets on their way to them. This Taeho's just going to try and find one. I believe he's done some damage to the shields of the Omen, but not much was able to be done by him. A little bit of BM here. I believe they might have stole somebody's kill. Oh, I think he might have been going for a knife kill. We missed that off screen.
Yeah, that might be what happened.
Now we win.
Maybe took the 3K away or something like that.
Yeah, probably something like that. Though in the pistol round, I'm sure it doesn't matter too much.
I mean, I don't know. I think taking away an ace might be a bannable offense. Really,
might be a bannable offense. You're right. I mean, we're gonna see High Point do a 4-man push towards this C site. Sorry. And they're only going to leave this Vice holding the two other lanes, but High Point isn't even thinking about this flank. They know it's better if they just play off this retake or try to rotate early. They're honestly really hoping High Point does take this site and doesn't fake off of it. Trying to bait out the Vise Wall. Tries once, doesn't quite get it. Vise Wall goes up now. And now, I mean, High Point's got side. No resistance much from Asheville other than a frag from Yeet. Going to find repetition before that smoke goes down. And now it's just going to be trades coming through. Kuzo going to find his. He's on his site. He knows he needs to check all these corners. He doesn't have any information right now. But flash out. Oh, it's going to be missed. It's going to be missed and traded off by Goat. And that is going to be just the Vice left on the side of High Point.
What can Gaga do?
Oh,
Not
and
much.
bad crosshair placement does not expect Kuzo to be there. And that is going to be the first round on the board for Asheville. So what do you think this first round means for Asheville? I mean, they can full buy now. I don't think there's going to be much econ damage done to the side of High Point. I mean, they won pistol, and that was their bonus round. So, I mean, we're expecting them to lose this.
I mean, we'll see. It's kind of rough to keep track of econ and all that right now without the overlay we had earlier. That was really nice. You can see the weapons that everybody had at all times.
That is true as well, but we can just go ahead and assume there's probably going to be... see Vipers here. High Point's ready. They're waiting. I think they're hoping that Asheville over rotates, but here's all the utility going out. I mean, we just saw Paranoia, both Taeho rockets. There's just so much utility just to get outside of here. when Asheville wasn't even nearby. And Kuzo on the box, gonna find one, gonna find two, gonna find a third before getting traded out by Repetition. Very good start off to this round for the side of Asheville.
Repetition on this Odin.
Now we're
He's
left
just
in a
doing something.
2 versus 3 from High Point. They're gonna have to attack. They do have spike control, but Asheville's got one on each site here. They know they can just play their time. They've got 50 seconds before this round is theirs. And I think the biggest thing we saw there was we saw High Point use all this utility, but Asheville wasn't actually pushed up that much, so it didn't matter quite as much that they were pushed up like that.
Let's go Banana Man.
Clearing Repetition. Goatman's gonna find it, and that's gonna be a trade. 3 versus 1 now for Guga.
Now he's probably gonna get collapsed on here.
Oh my god, he hears this Neon running. Doesn't gonna find the kill. Isn't gonna find the kill again, and Neon Wall is gonna go out. He's gonna be paranoid, but no push from the side of Asheville. They're taking their time here.
And it looks like he's gonna save.
It's just gonna be a save now from Guga. Gonna maybe see if somebody is gonna push them so they can get a free kill, but it looks like it's gonna be a save.
Yeah, probably good save there.
Yeah, that's a good save. I think they knew there was no chance they were gonna win that round. They maybe in the 2 versus 3 had a chance, but with no information, very low utility, they were probably just better off saving that gun.
It was well known where they were in a 1v3 where you have to push them. No time to move anywhere else. Yeah, your chances are very slim.
Yeah, exactly. We might have seen more success if they had rotated a little earlier. But by the time they lost their teammate, they probably only had about 20 seconds left. So
Yeah, but it was.
we're going to be seeing
Sub
High
20.
Point go for this B rush again. They're mainly just hoping they don't get a lot of resistance, as we don't see the Raze on the A site. They're actually on the C site this time. But we already have the Omen pushed up. It's going to find one, then get traded immediately. That's not the best of... Oh my god, the Raze rocket. Oh no, no reaction from High Point as they hear Kuzo with the rocket. Maybe didn't expect them to be on the C site that time.
Rocket takes out Gaga.
But now they're gonna have to
Repetition
think
holding the angle.
about this. They're gonna have to think whether they go in Repetition with a nice tight angle is gonna find Kuzo, trade it over, gonna
angle,
equalize this.
good
And
crosshair
now the
placement.
drone's going out. Drone's not gonna find much. Drone finds one, scans them, suppresses them. And it looks like they're just gonna go over to the C site. They kill the lone defender here, and the spike's ready to go down.
You'll have to watch out for this neon out of
Exactly.
grip tick coming.
I want to see High Point take a little bit more space here, but not over aggressive. Yeah, exactly. They're taking a lot of the space in CT. Breach charge comes out to defend them on the other side, or maybe that was a friendly breach charge actually.
A lot of util being used.
Yeah, they want to hold them back a lot. If they can know where they are early. I mean, look on the side of Asheville. They don't have much space here. High Point's choking them out, but Cal swinging through the smoke and finding two. How are we allowing that? And now he's got a drone to resite to clear the site. They know where he is. 2 versus 1. Swing him together. High, low. But Repetition. They don't swing them together. They weren't sure. A quick reposition from Repetition. That's going to be enough to make a clutch out for High Point.
We have seen him do a lot of crazy things today. Obviously a very good player. Might be one of the better ones that is present today.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely making an impact for his team here. The nice clutch. I mean, Asheville thought they had that round in locks. I mean, Cal trades 2 through the smoke, then drones out, finds his position, but a quick reposition they were not expecting from the side of Asheville.
Looks like it's going to be a C push here.
Yeah, exactly. Early C push, gonna clear behind the mound and gonna clear the C side just to make sure nobody can help them. Drone coming out now, and it's shot. No information goes out, but the Armageddon's gonna come through. Probably gonna clear out Waterfall, gonna force the defenders onto the site. They're waiting for this vice wall. They don't want to go too early, but they don't have any information on where they're actually gonna place this Armageddon. I think they might just be hoping that there's somebody there, and it looks like now they might just look for a rotate. I mean, the Vice of Guga here has managed to lurk all the way up through A. Ooh, Armageddon's gonna go through, and it's gonna clear all of Waterfall. Gonna be a great way to get onto site. Oh, Yi swinging through onto the crosshairs of Sawawa, we think.
Sawa?
Sawa. We're gonna go Sawa here, and it seems like they might know there's an A rotate here.
Gaga gets
Kuzo
go Banana Man.
Break through this barricade, but yeah, making a lot of noise trying to go through that wall, and unfortunately is gonna be found here. And now in a 2 versus 5 retake, it's not looking good for Asheville. Gonna try and find repetition, but he's got the moves. And repetition trades both. Flawless round here from High Point. Very well done. I only had to invest that raised rocket in the Armageddon, and they were able to get that round secured. I think it mainly went off the fact that they took so much space on the C side and forced all the rotates off of site.
Economy here is not looking good.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough here. Going to be having a bit of a half buy from the defenders, but I mean, if you have a side you want to be on a save, it's definitely the defense side where you can find tight angles and corners to play with their shotguns and SMGs.
I'll see if Asheville can do anything on this little econ round.
Yeah, and we don't see High Point making we don't see Asheville making an early take towards this rumble, since they know they are on worse guns. They know if they take rubble here, it's not going to do very much for them. As the Tejo drone's going to go out, it's going to find that there's an A defender, but do they know that there are 2 defenders holding down this B cross with sheriffs and shotguns? They have no idea, but no one from High Point's going to go in, and they're not making any noise as they walk. So neither team knows this is happening, and oh, you see Griptic is not going to find the kill, and the 2 defenders not looking at him. Do they know Cal is here? Cal might just be happy picking up the sheriff. Flash comes through from the Vice, but Tilly turns away just in time. And now, again, another flawless round incoming, it seems, with a 3 versus 5 with half buy. Coming in here, 4 on the side. We've got the Vise with the lurk again. They're going to be coming through this CT, and they're likely, if they can hurry up a little bit, they're probably going to find 2 free kills before they even start the retake. Oh, but does he hear him? Does the Raze hear him? And no, Guga finds Kuzo, and that is not going to be looking good for them. A flawless round coming in a 1v5 with the Bucky. Can he find one? He does not find it, and Tilly gets the kill. Another flawless round from High Point here.
Momentum right now really feels like it's in the favor of High Point. If we don't see something change out of Asheville, it could start snowballing. Might start thinking about a timeout. Might be a little bit early to actually pull the trigger on one, but you do have 2. So you don't want to use them too sparingly.
Yeah, I believe it's 1 timeout per side here, and I think they might be...
No, actually, you can use 2 timeouts whenever you want. Each team can.
2 timeouts? Oh, I'm sorry. Must be a little different than what I'm used to.
They can be in the same half as well.
Oh, okay. So it's just 2 it. Okay. Interesting. As we see High Point just taking this A side again. Should be better weapons here from the defenders. They did force up lightly, but they should have at least 1 or 2 rifles. As we only see the Vise holding down the A side, so a bit of a swap up from Asheville. But this breach hold's going to come out, and oh, Tilly opening the door and immediately finding Yi. Do they know that's the only defender on this A side before they keep dumping more utility in? Likely not, as we do see almost a 3-man CT take. 1 person going to be trying to take in through a man. Just waiting. High wall come through. Likely means soon. They know 1's rubble, and this is going to be the sole Raze's job to retake this side, as we lose just yet again another one in a 3v5 now. Kuzo knows the defender over by rubble, but he knows he needs to just go to site. Kuzo going to find his first, and his team just gets the trades immediately. Amazing job from Asheville, but still Vipers with this breach hold. Armageddon coming through on both sides, but he needs to run before this Armageddon gets him. And oh, the Armageddon trades him and Cal, but it's going to allow Go-Man. Wait, Go-Man, he's dead. Go-Man.
I don't think he has
Go-Man lost the round. No. Oh my god.
Point 12.
Oh my god. Jesus. That scared me. 120 milliseconds left, but Asheville wins the round. I think he wasn't sure that his teammate got the kill with the Armageddon.
I think he was stunned. He was stunned from the rolling thunder from the breach.
Yeah.
I think that maybe he got disorientated a little bit.
Yeah,
Didn't
little bit.
quite know where the spike was.
Yeah. But you can still defuse while being disoriented. So I think his team might have been hard yelling at him to just press 4.
It looked to me like he was a little bit too far away from it, I think.
I'm sure he...
Because the rolling thunder knocks you back.
Yeah, it knocked him back, but I'm pretty sure he tapped and was holding to see if somebody was swinging through the smoke, but there was no attacker alive. So.
Maybe I didn't see that.
Either way, it looks like the neon ult's going to be the only source of weapon, I guess, for the side of Griptic here. The rest of his team should be on guns there. They just won this round. As we see, this should be a full-on clash on the C side. 3 versus 3 here. Do they know there's 2 defenders staring at them? Finds the first, and unfortunately with the plastics, not going to be able to find a trade. But Griptic now going to be using the neon. I don't even know what this ultimate's called, I'll be honest. But Soa finds 3 regardless. Does not care and just dismantles the defenders on this side.
Cal gets Vipers, but traded by Tilly.
And just like that, Tilly's going to find Cal, and there's only going to be a 1 versus 5.
He, with the classic, gets Gaga.
It's overdrive. Oh my god, and the shorty's going to find Yeet. That's going to be a 3-man alive win for High Point.
You got there eventually.
We got there eventually, yep. We got there eventually. And that the ultimate's actually called overdrive. Quick Google search. Overdrive. Lets her move while she's fully accurate, as long as she's not jumping, of course. It's a very fun ultimate to use.
And depending on who it's in the hands of, it can also be very broken.
Yeah, very deadly. I believe you need very little time on a head to actually get the kill. I remember a lot of people were very scared of it, and I think Valorant players might have a little bit of a tendency to not be able to hit moving targets, but what do I know? Anyways, we see the Vise lurking on the B side, and it looks like nobody's going to be pushing out here. Omen's going to be holding this space, but it seems to be mostly what it's going to be, and it's going to be another one of these big... Oh my god, I've never seen the drone's legs like that. What the heck? I think he popped it inside the smoke, so he's not going to find anything from the scan. He's going to take a little bit of damage from the wall bang. Going to be freaking repetition out a little bit. As Goatman's going to find a kill with a stinger. Oh my god, on the Vise. Holding mid, gonna find the kill, and now Tilly High Points knows there's a defender in B main, paranoias him, but he makes it through the door in time, and Tilly's just gonna be able to find the kill through a smoke. I believe that might have been through a smoke.
There was a lot going on right there. I'm not entirely sure what all utility was used and what wasn't.
Yeah, it was a lot. Oh, nice shot from repetition. Gonna find one, gonna find a second with this Phantom. Taking a little bit of damage from the paint shells, but he's gonna put his team once again in an advantage. He takes 2 out. So we're gonna find one, and oh my, he sends Teo Rocket to the perfect spot, and Viper's gonna be able to find another one. We're coming up on a very advantageous half for High Point here. I think we might need to be able to call a timeout on the side of Asheville. I don't know if they've got a coach present with them today, but it would definitely benefit them greatly if they could call a timeout now or soon before it's too late, as again the econ's a little broken. We're seeing from the defense here, Marshals, SMGs, and my Observer going crazy. I think my Observer just found the all-spec button. Regardless, we see a 5-man push through the C site. Could spell danger for High Point with all these SMGs and shotguns, and oh my. Kuzo just in desperation trying to find a Marshal shot, but immediately Sowa says, no, my gun can do that too. As 5 against this Vise. It's not looking good. Flashed. Oh. Flashed. Arc Roses are through, but this Boombot's gonna... Oh, the Boombot's get destroyed as he runs through his very own Vise, and Sowa says no thank you, and decides that this big rocket is good enough to take out his opponent here.
I mean,
and
it
now,
was.
Oh, okay. I thought repetition was on the blue side there. I was a little worried, but yeah. A great defensive position here for High Point. They've got 4 defenders on the side against 3 different positions that Asheville's going to try to take to retake this. 2 in this smoke. No chance he gets 1. Yeah, immediately Sowa is going to find the trade. Is now we've taken from CT. Griptic finds a trade. Not going to do much damage. Cal finding 1. Can he clutch this out for his team? The raise is very low, but they know they can just leave. They can play off of this breach util as soon as they hear this tap. He's got this drum, but I'm not sure if he has much time to use it. Tap going to go through, waiting. Breach aftershock comes through, and that is going to be the round as Vipers claims the 1 HP Cal.
Tough position there for Cal.
Yeah, tough position to win. I mean, his team did pretty good job of thinning down the numbers, but he was very low on his time to try and clutch that up in a 1v2.
So last time I saw this team, it was repetition really popping off. Right now it's Sawa, who has a 4.0 KD.
I mean, I'd say both players are definitely coming up with big multi-frags for their team. Sowa obviously has the advantage of being on the raise, lots of mobility, and you know, with the explosive utility is definitely going to have an easier time finding kills. But I'd say both players are definitely making a difference. Vipers has a stun ready for Kuzo here. Does he know it's there? Drone goes out. The shock from the breach is late. Tejo rockets come through. Going to be doing a little bit of damage. Oh, the Iron Garden here. Oh, it barely misses Sowa. I believe it might have got the rest of High Point, though.
Don't believe so.
Ooh, just going to be waiting here. I think they're trying to wait to see if Asheville's going to aggress out of this B smoke while they rotate over to the C site. We see the lone defender on A, so all we have to work with now is the Vice, once again, solo holding the C site. Kuzo knows there's probably High Point's not going to give this up here, but you got to clear the right side first, and if he gets very unlucky, it could be bad. Going to find a trade, but immediately Repetition is ready and locked to get the trade. He sees Goatman. He sees him. Goatman, I think, has a shotgun. He saw him immediately cross and said he is leaving. Wait, no, he's staying in the smoke. But nonetheless, the rest of High Point is engaging, and yep, he's gonna find Goatman, who had an Ares on him, and that is gonna be a plant and a breach ult and an omen ult are ready for this retake. It's gonna be very difficult for Asheville to retake this. We've got the Tejo and the Neon here, both healthy and both with rifles, I believe, so they should be in a somewhat decent position to take this, but they don't know where the other team is. Now going through a Rose. Oh my god, so much utility still left to be used. Not to mention this breach ultimate plus
That's the Rolling
flash.
Thunder right there.
It's going to be very difficult for them to take this. As we see them waiting, but they don't have much time though. Spike going down to the 15-second mark, and that's going to be Cal finding one and Tilly trading it over.
So now
That
we're looking
is
at a
gonna be
9-3 curse, maybe?
split.
9-3
Potentially, I mean, we do know this is an attacker-sided map. The strength of the sidedness is going to be decided in these next few rounds, and I think the biggest indicator of whether this round is turnable is whether Asheville wins this pistol round. They need that big econ boost to win at least 2 or 3 rounds with the extra econ.
Definitely. So far, it's been mostly just High Point kind of running things their own way. They have had very few rounds that really came down to the wire. Most of them are wins where they had at least 2, if not 3 people alive. So
and it looks like Asheville is trying their very hardest to even get a single round going here. But it looks like they're going to be having a little bit of a default for a pistol round. Both Tejo and Breach Utility going to be used to secure a bane. And after all that utility is used, they can simply leave one defender here to hold this and just go elsewhere. As we see a 3-man rotate party over to the C side. The Rosevines are going to get Griptic to 1 HP already, and the Rosevine's going to trade him while he's blinded.
yeah.
It's a great kill. Does Goatman expect him to be here? No. Gonna find 1, gonna find 2. Goatman needs to reload. He could have found the 3rd there, but he's set up for an ace here. Finds the 4th. Oh, and almost finds the 5th. Cal gonna say not today, ruining his highlight reel. 9 HP to his name. Is gonna have to try and win this round out if Asheville wants a chance to stay in this. He's 1 HP, getting snuck up on in High Point. Is gonna win this pistol round.
That round was Gaga really just going off with that off angle.
Amazing usage of the Vice utility there to just wrap around the site. Even found a kill completely with the barbed wire utility there.
Yep.
That is amazing. And now we see High Point with an amazing econ advantage. I mean, an Outlaw should just do this, should just get this round cleaned up early. I doubt anyone is thinking about investing in heavy shields when they just lost a pistol.
Nah, definitely not.
And I'm interested to see here if the other side has decided to force up here, or if they're, nope, just going with the pistols. They're going to try and maybe do some econ damage to High Point, but they know it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, that's going to be through to 11, assuming that they don't pull off an incredible thrifty here.
Exactly. I mean, drone goes down, but immediately better weapons. SMGs are just going to find them immediately. Tejo shot coming through, and this Stinger and utility is just destroying them in B main. Such a tight space. He's stunned, and that is going to be 3 for so well on this round.
Yeah, that was Sal under petition, just holding that angle and then pushing in.
Yeah, exactly. They're fast. They know. They expected this. They did this exact play themselves. You're on pistols. You don't have good weapons. Go B site. Maybe force the defenders to attack you. But High Point did a good job of just throwing utility in there and having it do the work for them. And now, I mean, Asheville needs this round if they're even going to begin to consider this as a win for them.
Yeah, bonus round here for High Point.
Yeah, yep. Bonus round. They've got a lot of utility. Tejo missiles out immediately to hold this A side. But do they know that we have one that made it through? Oh, the Omen is in already. Gonna find 1. Goatman gonna find another one. Cryptic finds 2. as he's with the swing out from Goatman. Amazing job. He sees the Tejo behind the rubble, and this is a great start from Asheville. This is exactly what we needed them to see. The Vice, the lone defender, usually playing on the C site. We should know he's on the flank, hopefully. But this should be a round win for Asheville, and it's exactly what they needed.
Theoretically, it is, yes, but
Yeah.
we'll see what happens here.
We still see. I mean, we don't need to discredit the Vise. They've got 40 seconds to make something happen. Opening the door from Guga, flash coming out, but no, not going to be able to find the kill.
So that is a win for Asheville. Their first in a while, actually. We'll see if that helps them turn things around. But, you know, they got to win 8 more before High Point can win 2. So they have to have a lot of things go in their favor right now.
Exactly. I mean, this round was a good start from them. High Point definitely has enough econ to buy a full rifle round this round. So if Asheville can't win this round out, it's not going to look too good for them. They still need to win this full buy round.
All missiles away.
It's going to be, again, I mean, we see eight players stacked on this A site. We know how important this A site control is. Tejo missiles goes out, Paranoia goes out. Responding Paranoia is going to find 3, and it's going to allow the Omen to survive. Repetition's drone's going to clear out all of B main. Knows there's no threat there. And Yeet's going to be swinging here. Drone's going to find and suppress 2, but they can barely make it back into that B site. Viper's is going to find 1 before getting immediately traded. And this is going to be space taken by Asheville.
Gaga on the flank here. Gonna move up, use some of that util to try and flash.
I think Visbro's going down, and he's waiting. I think he's just trying to hold them in here. He's trying to force Asheville into committing on the A site. I mean, they've got them boxed. Look at this positioning. Their only escape now is through B site, and I think that Goat is realizing that. Yeet's going to find Guga, so they do have a way to exit through behind if they need to, but Repetition and Cal is deciding he's just going to plan on the A site. So it looks like it's going to be an A take.
So 3v4 retake situation here.
Yep.
Repetition gets Kuzo.
Sorry, I realized I had my headset on backwards.
Repetition gets also Yeet. But Repetition with a 3K.
Exactly. Repetition going to find 3. Go man, only left. Going to find Repetition now in a 1v1. Omen 1v1. Take your time. You have the ultimate. Swings immediately, and High Point's going to have the round for free.
Oh.
Goat man maybe didn't know he was not on the diffuser. That's unfortunate. We needed a little bit more patience from him. That is
Unfortunate.
a 4-12 round now, and it's not looking good for the econ on Asheville either.
Match point.
And, I mean, do you think Asheville has a plan to win this round here?
I don't know if they have a plan.
They've
So
got
much
this
as hopes.
Tejo. They've got this Tejo, but the rocket
Yes,
on
but
the side of High Point is gonna be dangerous.
High Point also has the Tejo ultimate and the rocket. So
Yeah, I think Raze's ultimate here is gonna be a problem, especially if they're all huddled again on this A site.
yeah.
But High Point's actually not pushing up as much as we usually see them. They might have had some information elsewhere, but we see a fast rotate.
Interesting play here.
Definitely interesting. Just a slower round. I think Asheville's starting to come to their senses that this could be their last match against High Point. Their last round, sorry. Another Omen smoke goes through. Is going to force Kuzo out of A main if he wants to keep any information here. Tejo rockets go out early. Armageddon on A main is going to force them out, but no, they can't leave. They have to swing. Amazing Armageddon there from Repetition. Just going to absolutely destroy any chances of A main being taken. Paranoia goes out, but Paranoia responds, and Armageddon coming through, forcing the gunfight to come through. Goat's going to find the first, but Repetition looking at the Armageddon, thinking it's a little silly. He doesn't have to swing yet. Finds 1, suppressed. Can he find Cal? No. Cal responds with 1. Gonna respond with a
Cal,
second.
heroics,
Can he
baby.
clutch this? No, and
Oh.
Vipers is gonna find the last kill needed to
Cal.
win that. GG's from both sides. It's a 4-13 for the side of High Point as they progress to their next match.
Cal looked like he might have gotten into the flow state for a second there.
Yeah, Cal was definitely feeling it. He was very close to being able to just finish that out. It's amazing. I mean, we can just see from the side of Repetition. I mean, you were saying Repetition was doing great, but I'm telling you, Soa with the 8 first bloods just cracking open these
And-
fights.
We didn't see him do this crazy earlier. Like, he was good, don't get me wrong, but he was more on the average side of the team. This time around, he blew things out of the water. Like,
Yeah, I think it's the Raze pick
Bro.
on Lotus. Very strong pick with the boom, with the blast packs. Sorry, with the
Yep.
blast packs, able to take a lot of space, and that was a great show match. High Point put up. They showed a stellar performance. So
High Point looked very good right there.
exactly, High Point doing very good. Definitely a contender for this Valorant championship. Definitely something somebody we should watch out for. But with that being said, we'll be right back with some more Valorant later.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Triangle Takedown Tournament here at Hunt Library, hosted by Esports at NC State. I am Yogurt, or James.
And I am Splice, or Mario, and we are here to bring you some Overwatch games today. We've got Niner Esports versus NC State, the home team here. I'm going red. What about you? I know some of these players on these teams. They're great stuff.
I think my pick is NC State here. I mean, I watched some of their matches earlier. I observed one of them.
Yeah.
They look good.
Yeah, I love watching these games. Fast has promised me he's going to try and give us a show. We'll see what he can do. Of course, we'll try and stay unbiased. We know Niner Esports. They're here to prove. They're here to prove themselves. I believe do we have both Charlotte teams playing? Or is it just Niner?
I honestly I don't know. I think we
not-
might have both, but I couldn't tell you.
I might be able to double check that. But
Okay, yeah.
Of course, we're gonna be seeing
But
the double initiator comp here again. Another Lotus map. I just finished casting a Lotus.
There's
map.
been a lot of Lotus today.
A lot of Lotus. Interesting. I did not know teams favored Lotus so well. What do you think that is? Is it the meta's been solvable on
I
Lotus?
think, yeah, I don't know, because the map ban, when it's only one map, is so different. Like, I don't have much experience seeing it. So I feel like they're more going to be able to pick a map that both teams are comfortable on rather than, like, they might ban the other team's first pick, and they're both going to ban their permaban. So I feel like we might just end up on kind of a common ground. Both of them are fine with playing it, but not necessarily for or against it.
Yeah, it might be a case of this team's just knowing the other team's really good at a certain map, like you said, and them just agreeing that Lotus is probably pairing enough to where the opposing team doesn't have a big advantage.
And yeah, I mean, we'll see here. I am loving this Chamber pick that I'm seeing for Charlotte versus the Vise on NC State side with Baritz. The Vise, I think Vise is going to be really good now, and I think teams are just finding that out. We saw NC State played Vise on Ascent earlier, breaking that meta comp, and they won every single attack round with her before.
Yeah, that's amazing. I do like Chamber as a spectator. I always think he allows for a lot of explosive plays where he can just pop off with, rifle into headhunter, into maybe he's got his ultimate now, and it's such a powerhouse to show a player's mechanical skill.
Yeah.
And I really think that's what we're here to do.
And I really like the Chamber on this map. I think it gives you a lot of opportunities to get aggressive, to take peaks that you wouldn't be able to normally. Like, you'll see Chamber's going to be able to go out Sands here by himself and just be able to TP back while three players push A.
Yeah, he's going to be able to go straight to Waterfall. We see 4 and only the Vice with pressure on A. And he's in no trouble here. He's going to force the utility, maybe get a kill with his headhunter, and he's out.
Yeah.
He has information for his team. He knows there's a strong attack coming here. As NCSU is going to start off with his drone, going to go through, going to see one towards Waterfall. He's going to try and suppress him, but the smoke goes through, and it looks like they're just going to try and buy some time from the side of Niner. But NC State knows this. They've seen some utility out, and they're more than happy to wait. As they back up now, they're trying to bait some more of this utility, maybe see if they can force some rotates before they leave, but Niner Esports doing a good job of not biting. They catch the leg here of the breach, but not able to find anything. Drone comes out and suppresses him. It's going to be a bit of a delay for Breach here before he can do much on B main, but he's more than content with this. The Chamber swinging out on C, but once again, teleports to the Waterfall.
Yeah, that's just good info.
Information for free, not unscathed. 5 headhunter bullets left here for the lone defender of the C side. As it looks like they were going to be going back. NC State's going to be hitting C fast. It's just going to be the flash coming through. Full flash on the Chamber. Not even a chance. Nuthium finding a kill through the smoke. And now NC State 5 on site with full control. Early taking control of CT. Going to be finding Generic. Freak getting traded out on the Waterfall. And that is the CT take going down. Razorvines up now. Oh, another fight from Bueno is going to be able to find the... Wait, sorry. Going to be able to find the Tejo. I was expecting these portraits to go dark as soon as the players went down.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't go down. And now we're in a 3 versus 1. I mean, it's only the breach, and that is going to be a round for NC State.
Yeah, that was, I think, the biggest potential problem with this Niner comp is that Chamber as a Sentinel, he's more there for the duels and not as much stall. Like if you had a Vise, KJ, or a Cypher on that C site, it would have been so much harder for NC State to get in. But they were just able to walk in on site, and then they just kind of overwhelmed Chamber. The flashes, and they just got him for free.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, at that point, his TP was on cooldown. I mean, he shortly just teleported away from Mound. There's not much he could do, but he's going to make the same play again, going for the early intel. But NC State is sneaking up A main, and we don't see any Raze utility, only the lone Neon jump peeking A to see who's here. He's going to be taking a little bit of damage, but he's going to be leaving. And a fast flank maybe from Niner? No, they regret they decide that's not a good idea, and they're all gonna go CT. I mean, it's likely because they don't have these good. They only have pistols here. They're gonna try and just huddle together, go for trades, and try and do some eco damage to NC State here.
Yeah, we're seeing there are 2 sheriffs in the hands of Niners players, and
as
well as the sheriff.
That's 2. 5 versus 2. Going to be trading back. Sep going to be on the flank here, and Spike didn't have a chance to go down. Here in a 3 versus 2, and suddenly the rifles are on the side of the defenders. This is tragedy for the buy round for NC State.
I mean, yeah, this is. You see, Breitz here. He had the ghost.
Only a ghost.
Because teams usually on attack might only buy 4 guns, and that 4th player can kind of push up by themselves, and now it's coming back to bite him.
Wow, that is unfortunate. Not often you see defenders winning a pistol. They didn't even force, I think, maybe 2 sheriffs on the side.
I mean, it's 2 sheriffs and then the Chamber shots.
Wow.
I was going to say before, Chamber's value is less in stall and defensive utility, and it's really just he enables you to get kills. So if you can get the kills, then you're having a great time.
Exactly, and that's exactly what Baby Wipes did. I mean, I believe he found 2 that round with his Headhunter, and that allows his team to pick up rifles. Wow.
Yeah.
NC State now going to be the team with the broken eco.
And I mean, too, this is big because Lotus is generally more attack-sided as it's a 3-site map. So losing the second round, I mean, losing second round after your pistol is worse than losing pistol because the economy state that you're going to be put in after that is worse.
Yeah.
So
it's
this could be tough for State.
Yeah. It's fundamentally putting you at a 2 or 3 round disadvantage. But State here's got decent control of the seaside, and I mean, they are surrounding Baby Wipes here. Going to find one, but Brees immediately trades that out. Was surrounded by the entirety of NC State. Only got Bueno here on B site with Niners just hunting him down. His 3 players want him. Can he hit the headshots here? Jump peek, and no, he's not going to be able to find that. Just getting absolutely hunted as the spike goes down on C. The drone coming out here is going to scan every member of Niner Esports here.
It's going to be big missiles here for Teo.
And there's the Tejo utility to stall a little bit along with the Razor Vines, but that's it. Now the run's going to be onto site. Jay is on the site, flashed, of course, but it's going to be looking hard. Overwhelming. Breathes find his, but it's only going to be the one defender now. Can he finds the first? Can he find the second? They swing them together. He knows they're there. Jump peek, and that's going to be the round for Charlotte. About a 1.2 seconds left,
Get a little close there.
Getting a little close.
But yeah, I mean, that was
as best as NC State I think could do.
That was good.
Eco.
I mean,
that was not bad for
you would say for an eco round that's good, although Charlotte just won their eco with only mostly classics, but still. I think it got dangerous there when Baby Wipes on the Chamber stayed on C when he was getting surrounded by 2 sides. I feel like if he just backed up, they have better guns. You just play the retake. That's what the rest of his team did, and it worked out.
Exactly.
So thankfully for them, they were able to secure that.
Surprised that wasn't a thrifty round. That bonus.
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised that wasn't a thrifty round. I think you need to spend less than a certain amount to be considered thrifty. I
think maybe there's a technicality with it where on round 2, the winning team from round 1 doesn't even have enough money to buy up to that threshold. I've never actually.
That might be true.
I've never thought about it.
Yeah, I never thought. I think every player might need to have rifle. Something like that. But here it is, NC State taking this A site control. I saw last game, most teams usually opt to bring a Raze here to control this A main with the boom, with the paint shells, but neither team opting for a Raze here. Instead, they'd prefer to bring along this this chamber. Ooh, nice shot. Nice shot, gonna find Bueno immediately. Tejo Yuto going out. I believe he has an anchor set up correctly. correct? Does he have an anchor set up?
I don't think he
don't
does.
think
I
he
think I
does.
just saw him try to take it out. So yeah, he's gonna hide.
So he's gonna have to hide. He's not gonna be able to really take this, but he's at least
I think
he's
that's
gonna
great,
have the anchor
yeah.
for the retake.
Getting your pick
there's
and then
the anchor going down.
hopping out.
Immediately gonna allow him to cross waterfall, and he's just gonna have to run. But they're sneaking up on him. Does he know? Two taking a fight. Breeze finds one. Freak and Generic
Ooh.
win all of their trades, and Freak with the third. Fast, just showing us what he can do here. But the Armageddon, we did end up using an Armageddon there from Nuthium. So
Yeah, I think he popped that before they realized all the players were waterfall. I mean, I think that was just good trading out of each other and good fights from NC State.
They took a risk by playing early there. They knew they had a bit of a positional advantage. Maybe not all the players had rotated yet, and they went early, and that's great knowledge there from NC State.
Yeah, these NC State players, I think, I mean, they might be somewhat feared even in the competition. Like, they're good, and I think that if they just have the confidence that they know that they can take these fights, and if they feel like they can win it more than 50% of the time, then
and they've been
that's
having a
worth it.
very good season. I mean, I know there was a team. I'm blanking on it now, but I'm pretty sure there was a team we beat that we definitely were not favored to win, but can't quite remember right now. As we see Generic starting this off with the Dimensional Drift, he's going to be clearing out the entirety of C-Site. Going to be seeing two defenders here. He's trying to go for the early engage here, but he seems to just be able to scare them off, and he's going to leave here. Tejo drone coming through, and I mean, it's going to be a full-on clash as Niner Esports is just surrounding NC State. Another teleport from the Euro here is going to allow him to lurk and see if there's any flanks happening.
That's a good position. They lost Breets on their flank there. They haven't gotten the bomb down still.
Tejo Util is going to do a little bit of damage. I wonder what's holding up this plant. I think they don't feel safe enough yet. They don't have enough map control, and that's it. That's going to be a rotate.
I think that kill on the chamber, he got a little bit too. He had his TP set up, so I think he was just going for info, but NC State was ready.
Yeah, NC State was ready, and this is a fast take on A. Bueno's already here, clearing out the site, and I'm pretty sure NC State knows nobody's here. Generic's going to find a long shot here on the Tejo. Nice shot there. And the one way, I believe, goes up here. And Bueno's going to be able to hold this from the rope, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a strong smoke.
This is
but
a strong smoke. It's going to buy
once
a lot
it goes
of time.
down, they will be expecting someone up here.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll see this fight.
Oh, nice lurk from Generics. Going to find Lucky on the flank. And that wasn't communicated.
Yeah.
Oh, Generic's lurk was not properly communicated. He's gonna find a third on the round.
I guess they didn't know where he died from
He
because
might have, there's no like kill cams or anything. He might have just gotten killed so quickly he wasn't sure where he died from.
I mean, you were saying a lot of. I'd say it's more traditional to do rays on this map. Yoru can let you do a lot more of those tricky flank angles with the TP because you can always just go back to your team if it's not going to work out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not as bad to get like out of position like that. You can take more risks.
Yeah, you can definitely get a lot more map control by teleporting around. Definitely. And I mean, this might be the. I think this is the first round we see Niner Esports not trying to take any control of a Rubble.
Yeah,
Usually
I think
you want to take this early space here.
I think they're on an eco,
yeah,
so I think they might have just gambled on taking that fight C, and they got unlucky that NC State went A.
Yeah, it's definitely the eco. They want to let them into these tighter corridors. And
there
nice
it is.
shot from the Tejo here. Headshot followed up by a body shot through the wall to find Freak.
They won't get that gun, but the Teo does have his ult here.
Yeah, he's got this Armageddon ready. I'm not sure what is planned with it, but he might use it as soon as this plant goes down to force a fight here.
That's a big kill from Nuthium.
Yeah, exactly. Going to be evening out the numbers, but it's really in the hands of Niner. They need to get something done. They've only got these sheriffs and a single Stinger, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a 4-man CT push. Thankfully, there's no lurk this time, but it looks like Generic might try to go fast here on a lurk. No, they're just holding angles
but yeah, I
from
think they're going to
main.
hold.
Flash goes out. Armageddon's going to be in tree, and
that's going to kill
Breeds
Breeds.
doesn't move, they're going to be in trouble. And yeah, amazing Armageddon. That's going to be some rifles on the side of Niner, but it's a full-on clash. All these smokes, all they have to do is spam the bomb, but they're stunned.
They didn't get him.
Can't get it.
I don't think they realized.
He runs through. Bueno doesn't get it. And that is Nuthium from Maine's going to find the kills, and that is going to be our Visit Raleigh Thrifty.
And yes, again, shout out Visit Raleigh. That was, I mean, Niner Esports, you got that early pick with the Teo that I think gave him the ult. And the Teo ult, I mean, it completely clears tree, which is where a lot of people play. post plant.
Exactly.
On
Yeah, and I
A.
mean, it puts Breeds in a really uncomfortable situation. You have to take a fight
Yeah.
if you want to be able to survive. I mean, the Taeho, it's not like a breach ult. You have to do something. You have to do something about it. And that's NC State calling out a timeout here. I believe Niner Esports has won all of its eco rounds.
They actually might have, yeah, because
I
they won round
think
2 and then they won this round when they went back to eco.
Almost every Niner Esports round has been an eco.
I mean, a lot of times when you're pushed to an eco, it forces you to get more creative, and you have to do. You know that you have to do something different in order to win.
Exactly.
And that can bring out some of your best ideas.
Yeah, and that can throw off these veterans on NC State where they're expecting teams to play a certain way, even if it is an eco. Even if it's an eco, maybe they expect closer angles on site. But I mean, Charlotte Esports is just playing in a way where our guys are not too sure what to do here. But we've got a full buy round. We've got the op in the Chamber's hands. If you want somebody with an op, you want it to be the Chamber. And I think that might have been the reason they picked the Chamber to start off with.
Yeah. I mean, Chamber is a great opper, especially Neon isn't the best at opping because she doesn't have an instant dodge ability. So fixing that hole if you want to op with the Chamber.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow, we just ran through the smoke, and Jay with his third. I'm stunned. I'm left speechless, really. Jay looking for his fourth. Gonna find the fourth.
Woo!
Gonna find the fifth. That's an ace for Jay there. Amazing fast play, and NC State just caught completely off guard.
Yeah. I think
amazing play.
I don't know. They've done that one way before on C in sand there. I don't know if NC State thought it might have just been the Chamber holding, but they were not ready for the pace of that Neon.
We saw fast jump peek past the smoke, and then just Jay was immediately there, ready to get a kill. I mean, that was amazing play. And Niner Esports, they're showing they're here as a contender.
That's huge for their eco as well.
Exactly.
Because they were able to save the op and all of the rifles that they had that round.
The round was over in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It looks like they've got somewhere to be.
Right now, though, we do have a lot of NC State's big ults coming up.
Exactly.
We've
yeah.
got...
And I just noticed, I think we missed the first Chamber ultimate. It seems like he's only got 2 ult points right now.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we somehow missed the first Chamber ultimate. It might have been that same round Taeho used his ultimate. Bit of a crazy round, but we see 4 NC State players here on C. And I think they just want to, again, just force the action onto Niner to use some of this utility to stall them, because as soon as they get eyes on them, they're going to be able to get these kills.
But Niner has this great setup because of that Chamber op.
Yeah,
holding
they know all of
on
A
A.
main is clear. Freak gonna find the first onto Sep, and now Nuthium's Armageddon. It's gonna catch Jay stepping back into cover, and that's gonna be C-Site cracked over beautifully. I mean, they're just ready at a moment's time, and oh, what a nice shot, Generic. Not expecting the pre-fire from the Taeho here, as Nuthium's gonna start getting the spike down. Breach ult's gonna be here to clear. All they need to be is ready to go from Waterfall, and they go. A responding Breach ult here, but the Taeho's gonna find his second on the round. The Iron Garden's going to come through here. They're going to be forced onto the secondaries.
We do have the Chamber.
Oh, the Headhunter. I forgot the Headhunter would be allowed, and he's just, so much utility NC State still has left. Lucky going to find one. He's going to be looking for a second. Finds the second through the wall. He's got a stun. Does he know he's close? And no, Fast is going to make sure this round is a win, but it was expensive.
Yeah. I mean, that's NC State. Their 3 big ults that I was talking about to be online. They used all 3.
Exactly.
I mean, it made it. Niner doesn't have the op anymore.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that was the beginning of that round was crazy when they had the two-man setup for NC State leaving C, and NC State just didn't care. Freak just clears the one corner, it pushes the other back into the Armageddon, and they just took the site.
Exactly, beautifully done. I believe they have they have this dimensional drift, so they're gonna probably use this for some info on B. But Niner Esports is expecting NC State to want to run in through this. Is he gonna be able to find a kill? No, he's just gonna teleport away. So Niner Esports knows NC State wants to go to this B side, so they're just going to wait. They're going to wait. A bit of util use. Oh, Generic! We need to stop. Oh, Freak. We need to stop jumping as, we're going to be using a self-stun here on Jay, and can he get a kill before he goes out? No, Nuthium's going to get the pre-fire. Nuthium with a second on this round. it just looks like they're ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Ural. They didn't go anywhere off of it, but I'm pretty sure they saw all 4 Charlotte Niners players on B and A, so they knew that there was only one C.
Information is so valuable. Breed's going to be found looking the wrong way. Bueno and Generic going to trade this out. Just a lone player, I believe, and that is going to be another round for NC State.
Oh, man. Yeah, again, you had Fast jumping through around a corner into the neon, a little bit unprepared, but
might need to stop doing
the team was able to pick it up.
Yep. I believe Fast the IGL for this team, so he's still providing some value off the board. Thankfully, I mean, as the IGL, once you're out of the fight, at least you can see everybody. So
I mean, that's true, but it's not like they necessarily need it. I mean, Fast is NC State's.
NC State's doing
I would say that he's probably their best player. He's like always topping the scoreboard.
Exactly. Nuthium's got this Armageddon again. I mean, been getting lots of kill, probably farming these old Torbs, and they've got the Armageddon again to. Ooh, nobody on C site here for Niner.
Yeah.
I think they might just be on this eco again, and maybe NC State realized they would be stacking A and B from their last eco, but let's see if Niner can put the nail in the coffin here for another eco. Maybe we're gonna. Oh, okay. Breeds is gonna get traded immediately.
That's gonna be a gun.
That's gonna be a rifle, I believe. That rifle's gonna be retrievable by the Omen.
NC State, in response, are trying to take more space here into CT, which I like.
Yeah, they want to force them into a fight where these weapons they have is less favorable. But it looks like this Armageddon's going to be good. It might go from Waterfall to CT. Nope, it's going to force them forward into the corner.
Ooh.
Generic going to find one, and now just trades on the board. Generic with his third on the round, teleports away. Do they know the Omen is on the flank? He could get a great timing on 2. Finds 2, the third for this round. Going to get the teleport on, and he is a new 1v1 right now against Generic. Does he know where he is? He sees them, and Charlotte is going to be able to get this round, I believe. Oh, he just missed it. He barely misses it. That is so unfortunate. Oh, he barely misses
I
it.
mean, what an attempt, though.
What
from
an
Seth.
insane round. And that would have been another eco for Charlotte.
Yeah.
That would have been the eco once again.
It was a 1v3 clutch. I mean, he didn't get the spike, but he got all the players, and I'm sure the NC State players were.
NC State was.
They were sweating at the end there. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That was. These rounds are coming down incredibly close. I mean, Niner Esports putting up a closer show than I think we've seen any of the other teams put up against NC State so far.
And we might have this early pressure on C Sands here. We're going to see if NC State walks into it again, into the Neon.
Into the Neon plus Breach combo. I mean, it's deadly. I mean, Neon can capitalize on this util so quickly. Gonna be the smoke again, gonna find Freak. We're not respecting the smoke from Niner here. And it's costing us our Breach utility really early on.
Yeah, that's a big pick. It seemed like they were more ready for it. They used the Teo drone, but I guess they didn't expect him to be that wide. Freak just wasn't looking that way.
Exactly. An early action here on Rubble. It's going to be even trades so far. But Baby Wipes no longer has the util for the chamber as a free get out of jail free card. And nice flash from Generic's going to find both of them. But now we're in a 1 versus 1. Once again, Generic is on this clutch situation, but only has 19 HP and no idea where Lucky is.
Yeah, this is his
gonna use
third
this dimensional drift.
third ult of the half.
Exactly. I mean, doing very good, and I think both teams are unsure where the other's planting. Yep, that's going to be a plant onto A. And I'm wondering if maybe he should have tried to save this ultimate for afterwards. For the post plant.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if he was being held, he's so low.
He wasn't quite ready. Generic. Yeah, no information on where Lucky could be. That is unfortunate. It's going to be a round for Niner Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation when you have 17 HP. I think he used the ult because he was scared of getting spammed either from A lobby or maybe from Breakable here, and B. So, yeah, and then he gambled as to where he thought Breach Lukey was going to come from, but guessed wrong.
Yeah, I commend the early attempt to try and get CT to catch him off guard. I mean, obviously he could have sat in tree, but I believe he didn't have any util left, so he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, and unfortunately that's the strongest part of the Yoru.
Yeah, I think not playing in tree is probably a good call there, because if Breach can stun, he might have his aftershock.
Exactly, yeah. And again, we see the Neon Breach, but NC State has decided, you know, for this last attack, we're not going to mess with the C side that's caused them so much agony. but they are trying to fight Rubble. And it looks like a 3 versus 4 skirmish. Both Paranoias are out and TPing into the open. He's nearsighted, and Sep doesn't realize he's TPing it into the open. But now we see the positioning of the Chamber and the Tejo swapped. The Chamber's actually in tree this time, but he's not close enough to his teleport anchor.
Are they not going to clear him?
The tree. He's going to teleport away, but the Tejo's going to find 2 unsuspected spikes down for NC State. We've got a 4 versus 2 here. As we've got Breeds lurked up B. He might be able to get a good timing here. But it all relies on...
It looks like they're ready for it.
Oh, Niner Jay's aware. There might be somebody flanking, and that's exactly what they do now. Bueno in a 1 versus 4. They know where he is. Going to be stunned. 1 teleport to his name as a Neon run. Stunned again. And that is going to be Niner Esports tying up the half.
6-6. That was, I mean... That sucks when you don't clear that corner and there's a guy there and gets 2.
That is unfortunate. I think... From NC State's, I think NC State was thinking the Chamber was intrigued.
Yeah.
No one would risk their life in that corner, but it seems like the Tejo from Niner is just the person.
And I mean, getting 6 rounds on defense, at least in theory, is very good for Niners here.
It's very strong for Niner.
So they only need to get 7 here, and their comp, Chamber is still good on the attack side. I mean, he can still do stuff. Yeah. He can take these peaks out Rubble and then TP back.
And he's going to be especially strong for the post plan as well. As we see both teams, Niner immediately is going to want to take A-side control. And it looks like this Neon's doing a good job of doing just that. As she's already up to the tree door, finds Freak, is not going to be able to connect with the kill. But, from B main, Sep's going to find 2 freaking Nuthium. With their backs turned, amazing lurk from the Omen. Breeds is going to be able to end his rampage. But now, in a man-down disadvantage, NC State's going to have to retake. Generic gets taken down by that Headhunter. Such a strong weapon for the pistol round. And it's just Bueno now, not going to get the Chamber with the flash. Gets 1, gets 2. Bueno, can you find the 3rd? He knows there's a player close. Breeds gets flanked by the Neon, and Bueno's is unable to find that. And that is Niner Esports taking our attack-sided pistol round.
That was Sep on Niners Omen. Yeah. The timing that they took to go into B main there was amazing. It was amazing. It was so fast.
So perfect. I believe we had an NC State member leaving B site through CT at the very moment that he peeked through main. It was an amazing timing. Able to find 2 clean kills on NC State and live. And just, I mean, he got greedy, went for Breeds, but it didn't matter. I mean, his job was done. And it set his team up with an amazing plan.
And not only that, it might make NC State more hesitant to leave watching angles, thinking that the flank might be that fast. So it might actually
they need to have more pressure on these flanks. I mean, we've got the Chamber trip to hold something on the side of Niner, but we don't have anything other than this Vise wall as a trap for information. And I mean, now that I say that, we actually have only Tejo for information on both teams, right?
Yeah, the only hard information.
Not a lot of information.
The Vise flash does give you a verbal cue if it hits someone.
A verbal cue like Sky. Okay, yeah.
But if it gets shot, obviously that's a verbal cue. But if it gets shot, then it's on a, I believe, 45-second cooldown. Yeah. So that's not the most reliable piece of info.
Exactly. Bueno gonna find this first kill with Sheriffs is NC State. Only Sheriff on the side of NC State is gonna be from Bueno. Generic forced by the Tejo util to peek. And they've trusted Bueno with this Sheriff here. Let's see what more he can do. He's looking for econ damage. Freak, take your time. Take your time, son, as he runs straight at him. Bueno's going to find 1. Nuthium finds a 2nd. And a little bit of econ damage. Definitely done on this buy round for Niner, but not exactly a round win like we saw in Niner.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good eco for the eco standards, but...
For the eco standards, for the Niner standard
of compared
ecos,
to Niner, though, it's...
Niner eco standard.
They've been winning those rounds, so...
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, once again, we see NC State stacked on C site. Oh, sorry. We see Niner stacked on C side, and NC State's going to go for this Rubble control. But they don't have the Neon to take that really fast control that you need to take after you throw all this util.
And now we might see this Vise setup tested here on C site. It looks like they might be trying to jump spot out this wall.
Exactly, and it's just Breeds on this side. He's going to be able to stall a little bit of time, but already onto site. Stun goes through and is nice. He's going to be able to find one. Freak able to find a second trade. And now just 2 sheriffs from the Charlotte players. Oh, this is their bonus. Yep.
These are the players that died last round.
And it's going to find generic regardless, but Nuthium's going to be there for the trade. And that is going to be, I mean, it's such a close round still, but NC State's got 4 rifles, so I don't see, I mean, Niner could do some magic with their ecos, but nope, Breeds is going to put one down. It's just a Lone Guardian and a Tejo with a dream. Going to find another one. Nice, clean shot up to the head of Fast. I mean, he's having a rough game right now. And it's going to be a 1 versus 2, relatively healthy, but can he find another? Swings, finds a few shots. Nuthium is low. He's going to be able to pick up a rifle, but he's getting pushed fast, and Bueno runs through the stun and is able to going to be able to find the Tejo.
That was almost an amazing clutch, almost a 1v4 with that Guardian.
A lot of econ damage done. And I mean, we can see some of the economy for NC State looking a little weak right now.
I mean, yeah, that's 3 players dead, and you would hope that maybe 2 of those probably could have lived. So that makes this round even more dangerous for NC State. But both teams have low money in the bank, so this is going to be a big swing round in this game.
Round. I mean, the winner of this round could be guaranteeing up to 2 more rounds after it. And again, Niners taking A fast with this neon wall. I mean, they've already up to the door, and now he can watch this cross for his whole team. And really, there's not much NC State can do but give them a main.
Yeah, NC State had no one on A at all this round. Not only did they not fight
it seems like
Rubble.
their comp's intent is not exactly to fight for a lot of A control.
Yeah, their comp's not
Flash
as good,
comes
I would
through
say, at it.
From generic, and he's just going to leave back to spawn. He has information that it's a tree push, but that is all NC State's going to do. But look, we've got Sep still lurking up A, and we've got Breeds holding strong on A. They're not fully convinced yet. But yep, with this Armageddon coming through, it looks like both lurkers are going to realize that, yeah, I probably need to go help my team here as the trades are on the side of Niner here in a 5 versus 2. Does he know Nuthium's in this smoke? Nuthium's going to hold hands with him, and Jay just Breeds now in a 1 versus 5 on his way rotating over from the C site, where he's going to see what he can do for us. But we might be looking at a flawless round from Niner Esports.
Yeah, I feel like you just have to save here for Breeds, although I guess it's the Guardian, so looking for a Vandal.
Yeah, finds the Vandal. Are they going to let him save is the
I
question.
don't think they'll let
Jay
him
with
get
a
out of
slide.
here.
Breeds took his time. Nicely played. Denying the flawless round at least, and 1 less rifle in the hands of Niner. 1 more. We're going to be peeking him again. Breeds finds another. Can he find a third? Finds a third.
I mean,
unable to win the round, but Niner Esports feels confident giving away their rifles. They want him dead. They got a bit ahead of themselves, but that definitely is a sign of confidence right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a sign of confidence.
Yeah, them taking that fight, they're not scared, but I mean, the hit on their economy for that, they do have enough money to buy here, but
it's a hit for the economy, but the confidence is showing, and I think NC State's coaches noticed that, and they're gonna go ahead and call a timeout.
Yeah, again, NC State forced on an eco here from that loss. They have that Breeds Vandal, and generic could buy up potentially. So they might be able to cook up a play here. We'll see what they go for.
I think NC State needs to start getting more creative. I mean, I think they're playing a bit too rigid, and without the Neon to take fast A main control or the Rays to spam util down, I think they're just losing too much space too quickly, and they're not quite able to get anything done. You know, we're not seeing any flanks, too many lurks. We're just seeing NC State try to win duels, and it's not a sustainable way to win rounds, really.
Yeah, for the NC State Robo fight, they have the Teo missiles, and Omen can TP over, but the neon wall is so disruptive on that fight early, because even if the Omen TP's over, it isolates the fight with him from the rest of his team. So it's dangerous for NC State to fight for Rubble. We'll see how they try for the rest of the half.
I think they might have noticed that, and it might be a point where they decided they're just not going to try it for a Rubble control. They're sending the Vise over to A now, so that I think that means they want long-term control here rather than just pushing them out and holding the entirety of the site. So it seems like they've got the util further back, but Niner unfortunately is not coming here this round, at least not yet.
They
So NC
might. I think
State's-
they might have realized that NC State is pushed out on Sands, and they're going to react into A here.
And now the Vise is waiting on A, so this might be all part of NC State's plan. And let's see if it works out. Breach is going to get smoked immediately without a flash. They do see the Vise wall is here. It goes up.
It goes up from going into the door. That's not what you want to see for NC
That
State.
is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. And Breach's util is almost gone at this point. He's going to miss the early kill. Neon still has this slide to use. The Steel Garden's going to be going through here. Primary guns are jammed, and it should be free kills for the side of NC State. Generic finds one. Lucky finds another one, but no, the Steel Garden isn't enough. And that is another round for Niner Esports, despite the Steel Garden being used there.
That's a huge round because you'd think that Visol equalizes it when NC State's on an eco.
Yeah, and
But Niner still won those fights.
Niner was prepared. I think I saw a sheriff or two. They knew that Visol was on the board, and I think they were ready for it. Maybe
Yeah.
I think it was also a case of NC State. We saw some swinging out from A main a bit too early.
Yeah.
And their team was still heaven without, smoked off.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that Vise wall. I assume they didn't realize that it would open when you go through the tree door. So
NC State again taking early rubble control. TPing behind them. Good play here, but it's only going to find Lucky. Finds a second as fast as he now backs up. He is more than content with these kills, and he's going to back up with the Tejo at his side.
I mean, they just sent Generic into his death, but if it benefits the team, then
He got his, and it let Fast get another trade. So, I mean, this is the first round I think we see NC State with a substantial lead post pre-plant. So this should be a good look for them. We've got the Razorvine here. Razorvine popped with a Judge's Breeds, maybe ready to terrorize Niner Esports. Does he know there's somebody behind him? I think he heard a gun. I mean, he has no idea what could be going on. He hears the plant going down. Is Breeds going to swing here? Tejo Util coming out. Gets one. Too far is Sep into tree to get the trade. But now it's a 1 versus 2 Sep. He's been here before. Can he get it? Gets one. Fake TPs maybe. Has a smoke. Now in a 1 versus 2. He only got one. But yeah, New Game's going to get him through the smoke.
That was a great angle on the aftershock.
Yeah, it was. I thought he was in a
Push
1
him out.
versus 2, but...
No, yeah, I mean, it was there. Nuthium was on, or rather, Freak was on his way.
That is a team ace. Everyone contributing to this first round NC State's gotten in quite a while.
Yeah, that was well played. So they have the Vise on A now, and they got aggressive on C. So the aggression on C got them a couple kills, pushed Niner Esports over to A, into Breets with the Judge in his setup, and they were able to clean it up. So I think that's how NC State is envisioning these rounds go, and that's what they're going to try to keep doing.
Yeah, exactly. And all we really need to see or NC State is to replicate this. They need these early kills, or they need to have successful post plants. And that is the chamber rolled out from Baby Wipes. No primary gun for him. He's more than content to use just this chamber op. But he's not quite ready yet. I mean, he's only going to use it on this attack, and he doesn't have a good sight line. Armageddon's going to push the entire team out of tree, but there's a breach trapped in there. There's a corner for him to survive in. That is unfortunate. If we could have had a breach aftershock or something, maybe.
I don't think Breach was ready for someone in tree that fast because of the
he was
annihilation.
not ready at all. And I mean, we've not even got Bueno going to find 2 from where? From A main. He's going to be late here. And now there's going to be information from Generic about where the rest of the team might be. He's going to go for the kill himself. Good stun. Going to be spiked down. Now in a 3 versus 2. They hear the Neon running CT. But they're in a bit of a pinch. They've got a tree maybe. Nope. They know tree door is keeping open. Misses. Opshot goes white. Headhunter out. A lot of guns to choose from. Pick one, and Generic still finds the kill. Flashes the Neon. Flashes his teammate as well. And they know that this Neon is stuck in mud. Uses the ult. He has confidence, but doesn't know where Bueno is. And that is going to be an overdrive. Wasted from Niner.
That
NC
is
State closing the gap.
That is so tough. That the chamber little Baby Wipes missed those shots. That could have secured them the round, especially with the Neon ult too to finish it out after that. But yeah, NC State, that's gonna push Niner Esports back down to an eco as well.
Exactly. This is exactly what we want to see. Only one rifle and a full shield from them. So we should be able to see a little bit more success from them.
Yeah, again, last round, lots of trades going out on site. Bueno with 2 huge kills. A great stun from Freak to set up Generic for that kill out of the Yoru ult. And here it looks like it's just an eco stack going into B.
Yeah, exactly. This drone's going to expire right before it reveals the entirety of Niner Esports. But I think NC State's got a bit of a hunch that it could be a strong B take.
And actually, Breitz has moved back to C. They might think that they're going to expect him A now after the success, so he's changed it up.
Exactly. I mean, they're taking their time here, Niner. They're not revealing until too late, and it's all at once. The breach hole comes through. Gonna find one. Jay gonna be trading with the Stinger. And now he's trying to run to grab this gun. He might get shot in the back here, but do they know he's here? Nuthium's not going to be able to find him. And trades all over the board.
Ooh.
Back and forth, and Bueno finds two. Can he find a
my
third? And
goodness.
Bueno going to be able to win this round before Brees can even say what's up.
Bueno walks out of the smoke and kills 3.
Wow. I mean, amazing. A masterclass from Bueno. I mean, he wanted them dead, and he said, wait, this is just like Game Labs.
These last 2 rounds, Bueno got the 2 huge kills on A.
Exactly.
And
he's
then
having a massive impact.
this
right
round,
now.
it looks like the trades aren't going the way of NC State, and then Bueno takes matters into his own hands.
It's amazing. Look at him. He's so happy. So happy. Now 10-10. Niners gonna have a full buy again. But this is still anybody's game. This round could be an important one to see who needs to scramble for an eco next round. But I mean, even if Niner wins this, NC State's gonna be able to buy up to full again.
And here we've traded rubble for sands control for the 2 teams. Breitz is back on A site.
Exactly, and they should know there's only a Tejo here.
These NC State players might push out here.
I mean, they
Yeah.
should. They have no reason not to. And oh my God, generic! Oh, someone check his PC as he finds 2 headshots to get the Tejo down. I believe he maybe heard the Tejo groan after the first shot. Nuthium getting a trade back. Gets traded by Baby Wipes, and now Niner Esports is on site.
This is a
Spike
great
going
spot
down.
from
Does he
Sep.
see Sep is in the smoke? Fast! Oh, panic! Panic everywhere. Fast is gonna find one with the aftershock before getting traded out by Sep. Wow, both his players freaking out.
This
That is
2v2,
the
they're going
Yoru
C,
fake.
but Generic has read it.
They were generic has read it, and I mean, he's here early, and the spike is down now. Sep once again in a clutch. Both ultimates used, and he's on the A site so far away now.
I mean, Generic, another Yoru ult in the clutch.
That is
Perfect timing,
amazing.
gets the kill.
Exactly, and he's able to not survive his trade, but now they need to play together. And I think as long as we clear this angle, I think Breitz is ready for it. Breitz is gonna see him here. He's waiting for his teammate, gonna force him away. He doesn't know quite what he's gonna do. He's just panicking, and they just look down upon him. And that is another round for NC State.
Yeah, that's well played in the 2v1 from State.
Very well played. Breitz
playing together.
Yep. Breitz just finding where that last attacker is and then waiting for generic.
I mean, there were a lot of trades on site, a lot of good kills from Niner as they went into that B site. But the read from Generic that they were going to pivot C off of that because they thought all of NC State is fighting B, that was huge.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have really strong decision making right now, and I think it's really just coming down to these chaotic trades, which is it's nerve wracking for both teams. They aren't quite sure when a fight starts who's gonna be the one who prevails through the smoke, and
Yeah.
it's been Bueno recently, but. We won't see quite what it is. I mean, here's a timeout from Niner Esports. So this is the first one they've used. So
Yeah.
I believe we're
They
doing
still
a
have one
different
more.
rule set where we've got 2 timeouts total,
Okay.
not per side. So, I mean, if Niner wanted to call one again in a few rounds, they could. But yeah, NC State's exhausted all of theirs. So we've just got to see now what Niners coach can cook up for them. I mean, Niner has not been shy of, creative plays.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of good plays from them, both defending and attacking. It's a lot of rubble control early usually. So we'll see what they go for here. Maybe a B. They haven't done a B push with guns yet.
That's true. I'd like to see them try some kind of answer for this C mound presence from NC State because they've kind of, the past couple rounds, NC State have just gotten that space for free. And it looks like they might be going here, and it might actually just be Generic by himself. Freak's not going to be there with him.
Yeah, and they're sending 4 to deal with this, but again, it is the Yoru, so it's not much of a risk to him. And Tejo goes out, finds one, and gets out. That's exactly what you want with the one-way smoke. Generic is going to be getting away scot-free, not even a bit of damage taken. And
Yeah,
Fast
that Yoru
is
value
playing on this site. It looks like they might try to continue the pressure. Yeah, he's going to blind and see that there's 2 here, and they don't quite know where Fast is. We've got the chamber on the B side, but we've got Nuthium jiggle peeking this just to know where the info is, and it's going to be a B hit after all. 1 dash used, and now Nuthium knows there's somebody here going to get the stun off, but they're playing so patiently. Niner Esports wants to take all this space, going to find Generic, and now NC State realizes they just need to give them the space they want, and they're just backing away, and they're going to surround them. Bueno with the flank's going to find one. Fast is going to have a friendly stun, but finds one. Out of bullets, unfortunately. Lucky and Nuthium both trade back and forth, and it's now a 1v1 with Breach, healthy as can be, entering from CT.
1v1 Breach with
it looks like Lucky's going to be here early.
HP.
Does Breach expect him? Breach, nice shot. 1 bullet is all he needs to give NC State their 12th round to put us in map point.
Wow. That was, I mean, that's a huge play from Generic, the Yoru seeing value. I loved what Niner Esports did there, where they got on B, but they realized that if they just planted B, they were probably at a disadvantage, so they pushed through C-Link towards Waterfall.
I mean, just brute force aggression, and it almost worked out
it
really
worked.
well for
Generic wasn't ready for that level of aggression. They got a kill on him. They were able to trade out Freak. It was just the backstab from Bueno and then the clutch from Breitz.
Yeah.
I mean, this game has been a couple clutches won by NC State, and that's been the difference.
We never quite know what we're going to see each round, and now we see Breitz going back to C site, so that means there's no early aggression from NC State here. Instead, I think we might be doing an early rubble take. Breitz is going to realize there's a few defenders here, going to back up, and I mean, this Vice utility should be enough to stall, at least for NC State to maybe get a flank, maybe feel out if it's just going to be a fake.
NC State don't have rubble control, though, so they still have these 2 players over towards A. So if Niner Esports hit C now, they might have a better chance that they've had.
Exactly. Tejo Drone is going to get all this space, and the Omen's going to let them know that there are droning out of A main. And it looks like it's mainly just Niner Esports going to wait for the Razor Vines to go away. And now
the Razor Vines give NC State enough time.
The Steel Garden is ready. The Steel Garden's ready. They're trying to run from it, and Armageddon, in response, is going to buy some time for their primaries to unjam.
Ooh, the flank not finding value.
Too. Spike going down now, and it's just we're going to have to see what they can do. And nice frag. That's a big kill onto Nuthium, equalizing almost Fast with his 3rd this round. Going to use the breach hold. It's going to find every Niner Esports player left on their team. They see one is playing close. That's going to be calmed. 1 swing. Going to find one. Freak going to trade it out. And no! With 4. The Tejo's able to find it. And unfortunately, Breitz starts that defuse quite while his team is still fighting. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Niners Tejo held it down. He did not want to lose this map. And that was great work from them.
Exactly. I mean, that's amazing work. And, I mean, 11-12, we could be in for some overtime. We could be in for some overtime. I mean, Niner has a bit of a scuff by. We have 1 Bulldog, but he is 1 orb away from that tour de force.
And also Fast or Freak used his ult last round because he got it mid-round, so they're not going to have it here.
As well. So Nuthium's almost close to this Armageddon, but it looks like Niner Esports can't be counted out yet as Jay is up close early, gets the stun onto Bueno, and that is going to be our first blood for the round. Now using the overdrive, finds Freak on the rope, and Lucky getting the plant down. It looks like Niner Esports is taking control of this round.
Yeah, they want to send this to overtime. They win those first 2 early fights. Very impactful.
Exactly. Armageddon used early to try and clear out tree, but there's not quite anybody yet who can follow up on that. Jerome's also going to be used for scanning close, and Nuthium's on a stinger is going to be able to find one. Now going to be trying to trade this gun out, but does he know there's a Tejo close? Tejo's going to be shooting darts at him in mud, and he's going to be able to find the kill with the Tejo rockets. And now Breitz in a 1 versus 3 from main gets surrounded, and that is going to be Niner Esports with a clean round, going to be sending us into overtime.
Wow. I mean, again, that was the pace of Jay on the Neon for Niner. Just ran up to stairs, Bueno wasn't exactly ready for it to be that fast, and with the stun was able to find the kill.
Yeah.
And then they get the ult off that, and before Freak can get off site, they get that kill as well.
Exactly. I mean, Jay really setting the pace with this Neon, doing exactly what you want to see from this Neon.
So yeah, here we are, Valorant overtime.
Overtime.
It's just 2 rounds. If you win both of them, you get
Exactly.
attack and defense. If you win both of them, you win. So it's just
win 2
by
rounds
2.
in a row, but with the way this Lotus could be, I'm not even sure what team is favored for
I mean,
which
it was a
side.
perfectly even 6-6 on both halves.
It was
so
perfectly even 6-6. So both of these
Anything
teams
could
so
happen.
closely matched. And we've got NC State on this attack first. Drone gonna be finding that there are some players. Oh, with Generic with the TP is gonna be able to find one. Breeds finds one on the lurk from B main. It looks like Niner Esports. There's a bit of a tempo shift from them. They're playing a lot further up with a lot more of these players now. But Jay is gonna be down, and it might be a little hard to break open this retake.
yeah, that peek out of B from Sep, that's tough because you lost your smokes as well.
Yeah, this retake could be very challenging. Bueno going to be setting this up in the very back of site. It looks like they're going to be staying on site for the majority of this round. And
We do have note, and there's a lot of spam potential on this
there's
site.
spam potential here like crazy. Rendezvous ready to go down in 8 headhunter shots. I mean, it still could be winnable for Niner Esports in a 3 versus 4. Baby Wipe's going to be finding one, able to set this to a 3v3, but not at the without costing him a lot of his HP.
It's a great
now
stun.
we're going to be seeing this site go down. I mean, about 30 seconds left. Breeze finds one. Can he find the second? Finds the second. Freak finds another one, and that is going to be the first attack round for NC State.
The idea that NC State had to take that rubble fight, they did the breach stun with the Teo missiles and the generic TPing with the Yoru out there.
Exactly.
I mean, he got one tap through a breach stun, and if it wasn't for that, they would have gotten 2 kills for
Exactly.
for
It would've
just that
gotten 2
util.
for free, and it would have been a really good play, honestly, because I don't think the breach should be the one behind the mound. I think the breach should try to stay NC main, but it was
Yeah, they were going
clear.
for the aggressive fight, and
It was clear that Niner wants to be very aggressive for their defense.
and here it is. The Breach is back on C, and NC State, they're not fighting for rubble.
Another difference here. Usually we see the J sit by tree door. Baby Wipes finds one, finds two, as the NC State players are we're trying to cross and get into the B site, but from the rubble, Baby Wipes was able to find one, and now it's Nuthium in a 1 versus 5. Oh,
Yeah.
and a flawless. That is going to be our C3 flawless for Niner. Both these teams looking so strong on attack. It really is. We're in for a long one.
I mean,
could be
that
a long
was
one.
earlier. Like, you remember that round where Bueno walked out of the smoke on B and got 3. They were looking for that timing again, where they heard the Niner players go in through breakable into B, and they had their chamber. Baby Wipes was ready for that and watching from rubble, and it gave them 2 free kills. So
Exactly.
they
I mean,
punished NC State for trying to take that timing.
exactly. And it's great that Niner is realizing what NC State's up to. I mean, they've got so much. It looks like they've just got their number. And I mean, a rubble control is theirs completely uncontested, but Nuthium is going to be able to find Jay, who overslept slightly.
Yeah, I don't
Too
think they
much.
needed to do that much. They already had 4 players there and all that control.
Exactly. Tejo drone's now going to. Wow, this drone lasts a long time.
Yeah, it does.
Tejo drone going to be taking almost all the information they need onto the B site. And that should be a free B site plant. Niner Esports, of course, no stranger to these retakes man down, but we're going to have to see a hero play from one of them.
NC State doing that look through waterfall like Niner did to try to find a rotator there, but not actually finding anything.
Yep. Baby
Holding
Wipes-
just from B is dangerous on this holding of the site for the post plant.
Baby Wipes finds Stu from heaven. Bueno trades him out. And Sep finds one from main. Sep finds a second from main. And all of a sudden, NC State's the team on the back foot. Peeked all at once. Finds both. Can Bueno clutch this out? 7 HP and his ultimate. Take your time. Lucky gets on the plant. He knows his Omen has the ultimate. Cancels it. But he knows where Bueno ulted from. And he's waiting for it. As Lucky finds an amazing defense round for them. Now, it's all up to Niner to find an attack. And I mean, all these rounds are being determined by hero plays.
Baby Wipes finds 2 on the retake.
Baby Wipes
Sep
finds
takes
two,
a
Sep
1v2
finds two.
as well,
Exactly. That's amazing. Then to respond back, Bueno gets
Yeah.
two while getting swung by two people. It's amazing. It's really an amazing showing from both of these
Yeah,
teams.
this
And that's
is
gonna
a
be
great
NC
map.
State timeout. Yeah, this is definitely one for the while. And I really hope we see these two teams again, maybe in a best of 3 in our grand final.
Yeah, this would be fun to see these two teams
this
play
would be
more.
fun to see them play more maps, play more compositions, and it really feels like they both are so aware of what the other team is doing. And NC State, they're feeling the pressure. They need this round. The Breach looks concerned.
Yeah, this is NC State. Now they're down to the match point. If Niner Esports win this, they win this. They win this
Group stage
set
match,
because it's just a best of one.
Just a best of 1, so there's no more NC State can do after this one match. It really is such a great showing from both teams.
It's really going to be on what NC State pulls out for this attack, where they're going to try to push. Excuse me, it's the other way around. It's Charlotte's on the attack now.
Charlotte on the attack now. NC State's got to win a defense round, which they've struggled with a little bit, but we're seeing what worked well for them. We're seeing this Breach Joru early attack through Mound. We might see Generic TP in, but we've got a flash out. Generic definitely was able to turn away from that. Can he find the first? Finds the first, and again, able to leave for a free kill on Baby Wipes.
Niner Esports really still don't have an answer for this C
they
sand
can't
control.
quite take space fast enough, and I think that needs to be Jay's job. But look, Jay's already lurked up all the way to A.
Yep.
He's going to be able to maybe find a timing on B.
I think NC State is aware.
Yeah,
they're
NC
aware
State's
of this gap.
looking over. I think they might have heard this door breaking. Bueno is on the case, going to send the paranoia through. Jay's going to be able to run away, but he's definitely going to have to think twice about peeking this again. But do
They
they
might have
know
missed Sep.
Sep has teleported onto the site? The drone is going to find him, and he is in a bit of a pickle, suppressed. NC State needs to try and go fast on him.
They smoke him off.
But Jay is going to provide a wall for his teammate to get out, and this should be Sep leaving. Oh, he's going to be crossing to A. Tries to cross to A, but the wall fades just too quick, and Nuthium finds a second. Breach with a third. Now a 2 versus 5 for Charlotte. All NC State has to do is make sure they get their own trades, and they should have this round in the bag to keep them in this game.
The flash shows there's one in tree.
Breach gets one, and it's just the Tejo from the side of Niner Esports in a 1 versus 5. Gonna be looking through. Nuthium's holding him. They find him. Both traded, and Freak from behind him with another C3 flawless.
Wow.
On this round. I think it's our third flawless. I mean, both these teams.
And again
when they
in the
click,
overtime. I mean, yeah, it's not like it's not even like every round is down to a clutch. Sometimes it's just a stomp, but then the other team comes back and does it as well.
It's both. It's almost like when both of these teams click into their perfect symphony, they're unstoppable.
Yeah,
and it's really a good showing. And this match might come down to who can stay in that locked in state for 2 rounds.
And here it is. It's going to be the chamber tested on C against the full might of NC State's attack.
Yep. But immediately this drone goes through, and I believe he gets out in time before the drone suppresses him.
The suppress would have been,
caught,
he would have been dead, yeah.
He would have been dead there, yeah. So, I mean, not much loss there. I mean, utility used by NC State, Tejo Rockets going out, but they're not exactly following up behind that.
I mean, these players from Niner pushed all the way up, almost into A lobby. They didn't trigger this Vice wall, though.
Breeze has this wall up, and I think that's exactly what he's waiting for, to see if he can get that free information. But it seems like they know NC State hasn't moved much of everywhere.
Teo drone coming out front B.
Exactly.
It might find
It's
Breeze.
not going to find anything.
Nope.
It's not going to find anything. So, I mean, this leaves Charlotte puzzled.
Yeah, Breeze is going to look for a timing off that, I think, since it didn't see him.
Oh, and he's swinging. He gets
They might have
spotted,
seen
I
him,
think.
yeah.
I think he gets spotted. Omen TP's away, and Breeze decides it's best to keep his life. For NC State to win this last round they need.
And
I mean,
here
it's
comes
just gonna
the
be
execute.
TP away again, fast, running straight onto the site. And now NC State's slowly creeping up. 4-man push, and Breeze is still in B main.
Are they
He
going to
might
try
have
to
a great
spam
timing
this?
here. Run out of the smoke is Baby Wipes as he gets a kill for free, gets a second, has to reload. Free gets a trade, gets 2 with his utility, is now stunned. Can he get the 1-tap? He can't. Baby Wipes with the third. Bueno responds back on the slide. Bueno gets a second. It's now a 1 versus 1, or 2 versus 1, sorry. And Breeze all the way from Mound is going to end Baby Wipes' rampage.
Wow. I mean, Everyone in this game is just going for timings,
Amazing. There's
walking through
nobody
smokes.
we
and,
haven't seen show us amazing gameplay here.
and it kind of feels like it's going to come down to whoever just
Can NC State
can
finish
be.
this out?
Can they put themselves in the right position when they
Exactly.
swing through? Like, you wonder if NC State is going to try to play more careful this round just to be
yeah.
safe to try to close it out, or if they're just going to keep going for their timings, keep being confident, keep swinging.
There is no one thing that's setting this match apart. It really is such a good, strong match, and that stun's gonna find 3 Charlotte players, but the Yoru's not gonna be here to follow up on
Yeah,
that.
that's the first time they've gotten the Euro off the line without him getting a kill, which is
Exactly.
huge.
And I mean, it's just immediately Generic caught with his flash out, and Jay finds the kill immediately. As soon as one of these players steps out of line, they're immediately punished, no matter what side they're on. And I mean, Nuthium in a pickle is going to be able to find one, looking for the second, flash onto Lucky, and Freak's going to get traded immediately. Such a strong showing. Baby Wife finds a second, and now it's just trades all over the board, but Niner Esports, sorry, is just in full control.
Wow, it was like NC State was trying to play out back site there, but they didn't find any of the timings to
The smoke
get
fading.
those kills.
Oh, and it reveals him, and that is another shout for Niner Esports as we go 15 of 15 here.
Wow. That's 3 overtimes completed.
Triple overtime.
We're going into the 4th.
We're going into the 4th, and there's no one thing that's leaving these teams from. There's no one thing differentiating these teams from a win. I mean, it really is. Every time it looks like it's close, somebody comes up with something.
Yeah, this is every time it looks like one of the teams gets their win. It's like, okay, they might have this. The other team immediately answers back.
Responds. It's amazing. It truly is amazing.
And here it is. It feels like C has been the answer for both of these teams on the attack.
Exactly, but
recently.
they can't quite pin it down. The suppress once again doesn't catch him. The
He's
stun
gonna
does,
stay.
but he's staying here this time. And NC State might not expect that. Get a little bit of damage. And Breitz is caught out on B main for the first time since B main since Breitz has started lurking there.
This is Niner Esports' chance. They get the first kill.
Exactly.
They just have to convert.
And their attack rounds have been almost a confirmed win at this point for both teams. And it's just slow. Drone's going to be coming out. It's not going to find anything. Popped a bit early here from Niner Esports. And it's just, both these teams know how critical this round is for them.
NC
Both
State.
teams, at this point, they're getting, it's tiring. It's tiring for both these teams. I mean,
Yeah.
they've been playing 30 rounds of Valorant. They've been here for a while now. And all they know is, they need an edge over their competitors here. And it's just everyone's playing so carefully. Baby Wipes with an amazing peek immediately finds Generic. I mean, Generic had him on his screen for, less than half a second.
Yeah.
And he's gone. It's amazing. Both these teams are just showing us what they can do. Bueno is going to be fine set, but that's a second NC State member. I mean, this is second member down in B main. It looks like B main is just the 1v1 yard right now.
Oh, that's a big kill.
Exactly.
With the spam on the planter.
And that plant's going to be NC State now. Down 1, trying to get this plant down. Plant goes down. Baby Wipes now in a 1 versus 3 is Freak. In the slide gets on, and Niner able to take a defense round.
That was
Now.
not being able to get rid of that chamber on C mound.
Exactly.
That was big for Niner. And then getting the kill on the lurk was also huge. NC State tried to respond by slowing it down and contacting into C, but Baby Wipes found that timing and did not let them in.
Now the burden's on NC State to try and squeeze in a defense round. That's where they've been struggling. They finished out even in the half, but all those rounds were a struggle to get. So now, if they want to stay in this, they're going to have to win one of these miracle defense rounds.
It looks like Breitz is spreading out his setup, placing Vines on C, but then putting the rest of his setup on A.
But is he going to be here in time?
He might not with the pace that Niner's going at.
Oh, he sets it up late, but he's still going to have the arc rose set up into tree. Paranoia goes out, and I think it does get him. Bueno swinging through the smokes again, finds 2.
He's done it again.
What a demon with these smokes, and he does it again. Now, Charlotte Esports on this back foot. They're going to need to try and get something to equalize here, but NC State's not giving them anything.
Yeah, they're playing
back.
safe.
They know they're the ones that need to get this spike down.
Yeah, no need to give unnecessary fights. You're up 2.
Every flank is covered. I mean, NC State, they know how important this round is. They do not want to lose this.
Yeah.
And it shows.
I mean, yeah, you even have
Is Breeds
Bueno
gonna get
now.
clear here?
Yep.
Breeds is going to lose the gunfight to Tejo. Maybe not expecting him to be swinging here, but they heard Nuthian drop into turret, and this could be dangerous if the Breach decides to use some util against him.
Yeah, they might missile out on drop there and get that fight onto Nuthium.
Clear under you, Bueno. No! Baby Wipes is going to find that, but Nuthium, again, he's been here before. The util is going to force him out, and he's going to survive the util. He's going to get on the plant. Flashes both ways. That half, Spike is halved. It's going to be winnable. It's going to be up to Nuthium to get this home with a 1 versus 1. It's halved.
5 bullets.
And he gets it. Nuthium keeps NC State in this.
1 bullet left in his gun.
1 bullet left in the chamber. Oh my! I don't think this could be any closer.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Just when you thought it was over.
Just when you thought it was over, somebody always making a play to keep NC State in this. Whether it's Bueno swinging through a smoke with a multi-frag. Oh, it's so much. So much right now from both of these teams.
That was NC State was up 2 players there. Yeah. You think the round's won. The spike's not even down. And then all of a sudden it's a 1v1. Exactly. You're 1 bullet away from losing.
I mean, it looks like Niner Esports doesn't even need the player advantage to convert these rounds into, you know. One of these, I think Baby Wipes is not going to get fooled. He's not going to let this suppress him. He knows how important it is for him to connect.
Niner have so much space on the map.
NC State's given away the entire map. I think they might be at a loss of what exactly they're going to do, and Baby Wipes has a really strong off angle here. He's going to get flashed. He knows he needs to leave immediately.
All right, so NC State's going to hear that rendezvous away, so they're going to know that it's most likely just Baby Wipes on this chamber.
Exactly. And Niner Esports, they're clearing out a main. They might be in for a cheeky flank, but the Vise Wall actually went up on the flank this time. It looks like they're just going to 5-man one site and try and win these gunfights. But they're all stuck in here like fish in a barrel. And, I mean, honestly, if Niner Esports, they've got the Tejo on the flank right now, this flank could be deadly for them.
They are going to know because of this Vice Wall on the flank, but this is still... Niner Esports have a good chance. NC State used a lot of util for the execute, and Niner have not used much of theirs.
And as soon as this wall goes up, Baby Wipes is going to be able to find a clean one-tap onto Breeds. And now... they're going to be able to surround them. 1 player behind. Jay with a slash. Nuthium's going to find him. Bueno's going to find another one. Lucky is the only one left. And the attackers, Nuthium, NC State, they're going to win this round to be up for the first time, I believe. Since overtime started, they've been ahead.
I think they might have won the very first round.
But it really seems like...
I mean, the momentum has swung back now, and now NC State's on map point.
In's now going to be calling this timeout.
And this is, I believe, the last timeout of overtime.
Exactly. And
both teams get one.
Both teams are just going to have to battle it out.
It's just on the players.
Exactly. NC State now on their defense, right? I believe. NC State's on the defense now. So it's just going to be a matter of who can win a defense round. And that's what it's been. They won the attack round. Now they need the defense round. It's really been a struggle for these teams to get them back-to-back as soon as they win a defense round, which is what seems to be in the scarcity here. They can't convert into the attack round, and both these teams just... I didn't know there could be this much variety in play with 3 lanes, but it's just every round we see something different.
Every round is new. It's a new idea.
Is something different.
Crazy fights happening. It's going to be interesting to see what Niners cook up here, because it looks like Breeds is going to be back on the A with the Vice. So it most likely means, Generic and Freak are probably going to be over by C. So how
Niner might be
are Niner going to respond? Yeah.
Niner's probably going to try and be very careful. They've got to take their time here. They cannot hand NC State a free pick if they want to stay in this. Seems like
I think our feed has frozen.
Okay, we're back.
Nice.
We've got no audio. We seems to be missing out on a few things here, but we do see Jay quickly trying to take this B site here, but it's just going to be a lot of trades. Eric finds 1, finds 2. Freak traded out. Bueno with his classic swinging through a smoke, but gets taken out by Sep this time. The other Omen going to find the better of him. Only 3 bullets to his name. He's going to have to get a reload in the CT. Does he have enough? I mean, he knows he needs to get a reload, but he wants to find Breeds. 1 bullet in the chamber, has to reload. And now Charlotte is tasked with recovering this spike, and
They
they
get
do
it, but
just
Generic's
that.
here.
Generic is here. They don't expect this. Generic with a third on this round.
And
Is
that's the
Generic
ult.
gonna be the one to clear out this fight? He knows where the last two are. Flash comes through, is not gonna be able to convert on the kill, and Nuthium finds one in a 1 versus 1. Has the Armageddon, spikes down A main. Take your time and take this home for NC State.
36 seconds. Baby Wipes has to plant the
He has
spike
the
here.
teleport. He has a free swing on Nuthium. Not going to find it. Going for it again. He's trying to have so much discipline with the rendezvous so he can actually take a gunfight here. Does he break the anchor? Oh, he broke the anchor. He broke the rendezvous anchor. Nuthium, he might not know it, but he has a free engage here. And Nuthium is going to take this home for NC State. Amazing round from Generic and Nuthium. A great break on that rendezvous. Such a niche technique.
Yeah, I mean, that was Nuthium saved the game when they were down 15-16 in the 1v1 and then wins the game in the 1v1.
Wow. That is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and Nuthium dropping 30 kills on that map.
The big 30,
but
amazing.
the lowest amount of kills in the lobby was 21.
21,
which
sorry.
is crazy.
What an insane match we've just witnessed here. Truly,
yeah,
truly
I mean
amazing.
that was good Valorant.
For the ages.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
I'm glad I was
34
here.
Rounds?
Yeah, it was 18-16.
18-16. I mean, 34 rounds of overtime. Wow. I'm at a shock.
We
really
played
hope
a third
we see
half
more
of
that.
overtime.
Yeah, I really hope we see some more of that. A great game from both of these teams, both showing that they're really strong contenders.
Yeah, these two teams,
bracket.
I would love to watch them play again
I mean,
on different
even
maps
if NC
and
State took the win this time, I'm not sure that will happen again.
Yeah, I mean, again, if a couple things went differently, a couple clutches went the other way, Niner would have won. So
Of course, and more matches coming up after this one, so be sure to stay tuned, all right?
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 3 of the Triangle Takedown here at Esports at NC State. I'm back with Kev Dog, and joining me today, Landon. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. It's been a long day.
It's been a very long day.
I was just doing some observing earlier. On the screen right next to me was the NCSU game, so I was also keeping an eye on that.
Yeah.
Let's take our
what a
sponsors real
game.
quick, 'cause we're about to get into it.
I mean, we can get touched on the sponsors in just one moment, as we have called Thrifties the Visit Raleigh Thrifty as well. So,
Okay.
obviously, if you do see a Thrifty, it's going to be that one. But we have Chapel Hill versus UNCW on Pearl for this best of one. Solio and Iota as the coaches for each of those teams respectively. And we're going to be looking through already very quick confirmations. We have on UNCW, Fade, Yoru, Jet, KJ, and Astra respectively. We're seeing 2 duelists, a controller, an initiator, and a sentinel coming out. And both teams actually
Level
are going with the Fade and
544.
Astra. How many hours do you have in the game, bro? Lime, brother. How many hours we got in the game now?
He has more hours in this game than there are hours since its launch, I guess. Like that's
Maybe. I don't know.
that's a stupid amount of hours.
Yeah, but we have seen Chapel Hill here on this A stream before. UNCCH. Siegel can't aim. You are on Fade currently, and apparently your name was right, because in the first matchup you did not aim. No, you did. You got some really good. You got some really good kills. You got a lot of good plays as well. I'm just excited to see Port and Lime. They were the true MVPs of this Chapel Hill squad. They were able to take down a lot of games and a lot of information very well, very early on as well. So it's going to be if they can continue doing that here for the rest of the day.
So real quick, shout out to our sponsors, C3 Esports. They are just awesome. They've got a big thing coming up in Wilmington next month. So make sure to come out for that. It's going to be really awesome. A bunch of the best Rocket League teams from this state and the one right below us. As Esper gets first blood of this match against Seekers. Seekers, such a weird name. I wonder how he got that.
I don't know. But might be their name, might be not be. But it's a 3v5 already. UNCW, 2 people down here on the pistol round, trying to find it over towards A, looking to lurk into mid as well. Maybe a little bit of knowledge here coming through. Crane able to take down Lime over towards the A site. Might be able to find Tejo as well in Esper. But it does look to be 2 separate conflicts coming through. They do look for it. Look here, though. Rusty Nail on the B site. May be able to find Port as they weren't looking the right direction.
Oh.
They do see it. There it is. The headshot coming out. That's going to be a clear B site, but also information for Chapel Hill to start the rotate. Coming through. Spike is planted. See what they
Checkmate.
can do. Ooh, almost. Taking their head off, but Rusty Nail somehow, some way. Going to survive for a moment. As I say that, though, Esper finds the headshot. Traded out, though, Brand. Able to get one as well. 1v2. The guided salvos trying to push them forward, but they eventually will fall down there. Now, UNCW, very early disadvantage into that round. Able to swing it back.
Yeah, impressive work there from Wilmington.
I should probably play some
Interested to see how things continue to progress.
It's not every day you get teams like these playing against each other on a LAN environment as well, to where they can see just how well their teammates are playing, what their mood is like as well. So they can immediately be like, hey, keep your head up. If something's not going out your way, go till next round. Regain type of situation. Lime and Esper here, looking to get the initial conflict there. Very early push up, though. But it will be going towards the B site. Full squad besides Killjoy trying to push onto this B site. It's going to be just sitting back there in the kind of a bit of a hangar area is how I like to call it. Just because you have both the entrances. But there's just not much going on towards the back end. You have no information.
Everybody's kind of converging here on B. We'll see if things change here. But as for now, just kind of locked on. TU gets Lime. Crane. Support.
Spike down B.
Seagull, he was able to aim right onto Crane.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left. Trying to get the spike planted. Seekers able to take down Checkmate. Has the Outlaw in hand. Rusty Nail as well, right below him. Both of the players on Chapel Hill looking to play from heaven. Has opportunities, but they need to beware of this lurk. Rusty Nail, one headshot, finds the second as well. And UNCW push up 2-0.
Great work there from Rusty Nail. That was a devious little flank. Obviously, was not expected by the other team at all. So, was able to easily clean up those last two. Had all the time in the world to lock onto that first head.
See what they could do now. Bonus round now for UNCW. Full buy out from them as well. Almost full shields. You see that regen and half shield as well from Esper, Lime, and Checkmate. And then you're looking over towards UNCW though. Not a full buy. They have a couple stingers, it looks like. A couple stingers, a guardian, and a sheriff. But they're up by 2. So going to be able to use that on your attack. They come out to be the best they possibly can. It's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to utilize those weaponry, how they're going to be able to utilize the abilities each of these players have. Seekers already pushing out onto site. So is Brand. They're turning their back, though. Checkmate able to find one. Nobody, though, going to be firing back besides the Yoru. So on site, Lime able to take down the spike. And this full stop now. 2v4 situation, trying to find the Tejo. Able to do so. Able to find Lime as well. Perfect shots from N Crane. And what was a 2v4 turns quickly into a 2v2 towards the A site.
It's actually 2v3.
Ooh, I did not see the guy. I did not see Vice on the back end. That's full.
Port is on his way.
Last player standing.
Smoke this fall. Rusty Nail taken down. That N Crane could not spray quick enough to the head, and it will fall down 1-2. Chapel Hill gets their first round here as well. But now you got to think, it was an eco for UNCW in round 3. They didn't want to invest too much into it. They just wanted to play it as best as possible. Now with the full buy, how are they going to be looking better? With the full buy now, they are going to be able to play very well. They were on the eco in the last round. They didn't win it. Now with all Vandals and a Phantom as well. What do you think Wilmington is going to be looking for going into round 4?
I mean, Homie's just going to try and play what they can here. Do what they can. You know, their economy is kind of... But Chapel Hill, it's not like they're flowing in credits either. You know. I don't think they'd be able to all full buy next round if some of them if they all die. Both teams are in kind of similar positions, just at least from what I'm seeing here.
Wilmington now with the disadvantage. Seekers very early on. Look at Brand though coming in from mid. Pushed out all the way to the CT spot. Vice Port did not see them, but may see Rusty Nail here. They need to be very careful about where they peek. Rusty Nail does find Port Shanus off of the better end of it. Seagull not going to peek this towards his B side just yet, but look how far Brand is into CT. This is a perfect spot to catch the rotations, be able to play against, but they don't have trigger discipline. This could come to a one frag elimination. There it is, the trigger discipline. Looking for more. Finds one, finds two, finds three. Get taken out, but that is 3 players down from Chapel Hill. Perfectly played by Rusty Nail.
My goodness. I mean, wow. There's not much else to say besides wow. That completely stalled any chance that they had of actually winning that round.
Yeah.
Turned a 4v3 into a 3v1, I believe.
It was, yeah. No, and it was Brand that did that, not Rusty Nail. My
Yeah.
fault. I did mistake my words on that one. But the way we were seeing Wilmington play, They're playing very lurk heavy. Make noise towards A, lurk from mid or B site, and pick them off one at a time. Try to catch them by surprise. It's been the method, at least on Pearl, that is working the most, because this map is fairly attacker-sided as well. You have 2 ways to enter a site on this map, and then you have a split in mid as well, to where you need to be playing 2 on mid, if possible, to cover both of the angles for most of the defender squads.
Right there.
I mean, just kind of using guerrilla warfare tactics right now.
See what they could do, though. Seekers trying to push into mid. The clone goes out. Lime will find Flash there. Brand taking some hits as well, trying to push in. And now with that Blade Storm, looking towards the A site, maybe able to catch Astra off guard. Back over towards B Link, though. Seekers takes down Port. And UNC, Chapel Hill, not really being able to find any answers for Wilmington just as of yet. Going to be looking like an A commitment, though, from this squad on Wilmington. And it's going to come down to whether or not they're playing trades. Eye goes out. Finds Seagull. Trying to trade out as well, but eventually the Dimensional Drift will give you all the information you need. They know exactly where Seagull is. They're trying to rotate out, but Rusty Nail does get the spray down, and Wilmington will find the spike plant.
Spike planted.
Well, I am kind of a lurk right here. We'll see if he can do anything with this. Not exactly the best gun for the situation, but it is a gun at least.
One enemy remaining.
There it is.
Now we're in this 1v3 situation here. Lime does get the ulting jet. 1v4 actually, excuse me.
It's a good pickup, but just could not push it through. Eventually, that Blade Storm just came so problematic for Chapel Hill, and then everybody else from Wilmington as well. They all had Vandals. They all had the line of sight playing together, and that is exactly what they needed to do in order to win these next couple games, because they may be out of the finals contention. Yes, but they still have so much to prove, so much to play for, even though this is Wilmington's final match of the night.
You know, as an NC State fan, I always want Chapel Hill to lose everything as well, so there's also that for me.
Let's see what they could do here, as they do look to be an aggressive A defense here, but it does look to be the other site. They're Wilmington trying to push over towards B, only has the Vice. Port Shanus looking for the play. That wall will go up to separate and isolate this 1v1, but the teleport back from Seekers does not give in to that battle. They know the wall's there as well. They're waiting for it to drop. It's there. Astral Wall goes out as well, so they have a completely clear plant site so far for B. The Prowler out as well, looking for the defense. Could not find any, but the push-outs now starting to find with the lurks towards heaven. Seagull takes a shot on either side.
But couldn't name is the problem.
Yeah, fair enough, but they still have that spike planted as well.
Live. Might be caught off here. Coming up for. Oh, they're able to take down and crane there.
That ult from Fade going to give all the information they need, but they just cannot hit the shots. There it is, though. The suffocation from the defense may have not had a single person on site, or at least within sight distance, to stop the plant, but they're able to suffocate Wilmington's offense there to give themselves a second round. That was a great play, patient play, and a teamwork play at that, which is what you need to do when you are down in this game and down with the spike planted again against you.
We'll see how things progress here. 2-4. It's still very early in this match. It'll be interesting to see if Chapel Hill can leverage this round and the success they've had in the past couple of rounds, really,
Time to work.
to continue on and win.
2-4. Wilmington in the lead, looking to get that eye sent out, looking for the information. Lime able to pick up the ult orb as well. Now it's going to be a matter of whether or not they can use it to their advantage. Let's see what they can do here. Util and ult coming out for, or at least online for Rusty Nail on that KJ and Encrane as well on Fade for Wilmington. Brand taken down very early. However, so is Vice, who has their ultimate as well. So that's not going to be in hand for Chapel Hill. But you do have your Astral Wall in case you need to use it. Tejo Drone going out. Gets spotted. Seekers trying to flash out, teleports away because they flash themselves in a bad position. And Wilmington needing to reposition over towards B. But that lockdown, not going to find anyone, but give information to Chapel Hill that they are around your B site.
Placing swamp grenade.
Does give
Placing swamp grenade.
Wilmington a little bit of time to plant, though.
Fade ult coming out. It's going to find the direction of where Chapel Hill is. Make them marked. Make them deafened as well. It's not coming out just as of yet. That Astral Wall playing really good for the defense, but it's actually a more favorable spot, though, for Wilmington, because now it has to be a push out. Esper checkmate. They're able to do it looking back towards Hall. Able to get traded out. What turned into a 5v4 quickly. 4v1. Seagull can't aim, can't stay alive either. And UNCW will find a fifth.
Yeah, Rusty Nail really showing out this game, I think. They're probably their best standout player, in my opinion. Or do you have a favorite that's not him?
I'm sorry?
Who do you think is the best player we've seen in this match up to this point?
In this series so far, I have to give it to Brand only because of the lurks they've been showing off. I think they have been playing strategically amazing. They've been able to go for the lurks. They've been able to play around and get those 3Ks here and there and just play overall as a team. We saw the Bladestorm in round 5 as well just bring out so much aggression for UNCW that became problematic for Chapel Hill as well. But then that's paired with your team. I can't really name a star player just yet. It's way too early to tell. Rusty Nail, Brand, they're playing amazingly. Crane, Astra, and Seekers as well. They are playing as a team, and that's what you need right now. We're seeing that dimensional drift, though. The clone going out, flashes as well. Seagull just looking to take it all the way back. Looking for that Prowler, trying to make sure that you can play it out, but the teleport away as well. They will stay alive, fight for another day, as they already have the spike planted here on the A site with a complete retake in hand for Chapel Hill.
Dangerous spot here for Checkmate. Rusty Nail gets 2. Checkmate does take out Brand, though. After just using these smokes wisely. I always think that somehow they're going to know they're there in the smoke and just shoot them, so I see them with their cursors over there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can see the X-ray vision. Players can't.
Yes.
They don't know what's on the other side of the smoke, so you're taking a 50-50 game of whether or not you are going to have somebody there or not. If you want to give away,
it's probably less than 50-50.
it is.
There's
Yeah.
so many places they could be.
It is less than 50-50, but it's just a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Of is there going to be someone in my crosshair? If I aim out, am I going to get killed? It's a yes or no question. So that's where I say that's a 50-50. But the timeout coming out from Chapel Hill, Iota trying to find a way to bring their people back into this game. They're down by 4. Still in the first half, though, so they can bring it and turn it around in this first half. Bring it to a tie 6-6, or at least get a couple more for it, because we are now looking at a UNCW masterclass.
I mean, you could potentially see a 9-3 curse.
Maybe the Cloud9 may come out. We may see a Cloud9 again.
Also, the very first game I casted today went into the half at 8-4. The team who was down and only had 4 ended up winning. Didn't even go into overtime.
Fair enough. You can. That's the thing. Valorant is such. It can be one-sided, but it can also be decided by one round. It can truly come out to where the snowball effect is real. You ruin your economy once, it is very hard to bring it back unless you are able to find a round off of the eco.
Yeah.
Chapel Hill, though, you could see right there, Lime and Esper just taking bullets at each other, having fun at this beginning stages of round 9. And
It's
going
a game,
through.
right?
It is
if
a
you're
game.
not having fun, why are you here? So if they can have fun and do this, and potentially just, go against some great players, that's when you're really winning.
Yeah, truly, this is collegiate esports as well. Teamwork, collaboration, and overall having a good time with your friends. That is what matters most.
Yeah.
Could not find the shots off, though. Port Shane is taken down very early. Astral Wall as well on the side of UNCW will give so much space for the plant and give them so many good opportunities off of its site completely cut off.
Brand does get the Phoenix ult, but it's just the ult, so he's still alive.
Looking for this in the back of Hall. Trying
Seagull
to get it.
knows
The
where he
pull
is.
coming out. Brand, though, staying alive even with the pull. Seagull will be able to take a shot from the Astra, taking one down for the two that got traded out. Not looking the right way. Neither of them looking at the correct position. So ultimately, UNCW will find themselves a 7th round.
Back to what you said earlier about having fun. There is a little bit of money on the line, but realistically, once you divide it up amongst the players, it's closer to pocket change than it is like a whole lot of money. Maybe you get like $50, which admittedly that's not nothing, right? That's a decent chunk of change, but it's not enough that you could buy anything really cool. For instance, for most of these guys, it's going to go to their tuition. So the important thing to do when you're at this stage is just to enjoy it. And if you want to do this at a higher level, get experience from it, especially with the whole teamwork aspect.
Well, round 10 underway. UNCW very aggressive off of the the forward dash, though, from Brand. Esper able to get the one shot with that Sheriff as well. Looking down, Encrane pushing on the site along with their Yoru. Trying to get the information. There it is, the decay coming out. The sprays as well. Could not finish them off. Only at 69 HP. Checkmate trying to find a way out of this. The smoke will give them some space.
Checkmate gets one through the wall.
Yeah, it's bangable, meaning you can delay a plant, and that's exactly why they were sitting there. They managed to do it. Spike, not planted, may find it again, trying to bait them out, though, of their position. Port Chanis falls through. Seekers able to get one, and it does look to be a complete reconsideration from UNCW if they want to commit to this site. They still have 40 seconds. They can rotate if truly wanted to.
It looks like they might here, as Incrane considers a possibility, but as time gets smaller and smaller, it's more and more likely they're just waiting and hoping that Chapel Hill will think they're going to rotate. And they are moving on to site now. Checkmate still only with 11 HP. Right now, he wishes he had a Sage.
They're going to try to stop this one. Spike does ultimately go down as Checkmate didn't want to take those shots. Encrane sprays him through the wall. Esper finds one, though. Good trade there. Has the Armageddon. Going to be looking to use it. Yes, Fade needs to push out. You have no other angles. Lime will find the shot. And Seeker's all alone. Spike is being diffused, but just ultimately not enough on it when everyone is staring right at you. Thrifty there. The Visit Raleigh Thrifty does find another way to come through.
And it has Visit Raleigh on the screen right now, baby.
It's perfect timing.
Thank you again to Visit Raleigh for sponsoring. We genuinely couldn't do it without our sponsors, guys. We love them so much.
We do. I mean, C3 League, C3 Esports League, they are hosting LANs events all across for the collegiate scenes in the Carolinas, North and South Carolina as well. They have one coming up in 2 weeks at UNCW, who's currently playing right now.
Yes, they are.
And Visit Raleigh, they help host events. They help esports events as well, and as well other programs in the Triangle area of Raleigh. And it is amazing. It is amazing. We genuinely cannot do it without them. But speaking of the game, though, UNCW, aggressive attacking side. They're up 7-3. Yes, this dimensional drift as well, trying to give them some information, but it's going to fade back. Not enough time, but they do manage to find the shot. Seagull can't aim. Did not land enough to put an end to Seekers.
Seekers was taking revenge for last round where Seagull took him out. That's what that
Yes, it truly is each round individual, trying to find the best way possible. Rusty Nail, though, will find Port Chanis traded out by Checkmate. So again, a 4v3 situation. Chapel Hill still not in the best of positions, and they're just trying to play retake now. But 3 players sitting in hall with the Blade Storm as well. Full on flash there, but doesn't land the shots enough. But they do manage to get it with the help of the teammate.
Oh, Seekers is 4K, not enough.
It was enough.
No, it was
though.
enough. My bad. I was thinking of the wrong
Wilmington
team.
do take that round with the last round in the half. We potentially can't see. If Wilmington wins this, we see the 9-3. And will it be a curse? That remains to be seen.
I sure hope so.
Some stars in this reality.
We may have to wait and see because it's a final round in the half. Chapel Hill could find an 8-4 half if they want to bring this one back. Port Chanis, though, not enough economy in the bank in order to bring themselves a weapon of choice in the Vandal or Phantom, so they're going to have to stick with the Stinger so far, while it is a full buy for UNCW. Again, aggressive pushouts, trying to lurk over towards A. It does look like Seekers may rotate out and teleport back over to B site. Yes, it is. Port Chanis has that wall up, has their Thorns out as well. The lockdown, though, going to be so useful for getting them off the site, but it's just not far enough to reach here in the back corner of Hall. So they are still going to be on site with this Stinger as well.
Interested to see what Checkmate does with his buggy here, if he can find anything with it.
Prowler out. Finds Port Shanus. Fatal will try to give them a little sense of false security. Ultimately ran it right into Crane's shots. Lime trading out as well. The guy to Salvos find Brand. UNCW now in a very poor position. Everybody here on B long trying to get the spray throughs for the smokes. There it is. Astra goes down as well. UNC Chapel Hill looking to bring themselves a 4th round in the half. There it is. 2 taps from Lime brings a 4K and the 4th round for Chapel Hill.
I think what we're seeing here is that if Chapel Hill wants to win, all they have to do is have a 4K.
Yeah, I think 50% of the rounds from Chapel Hill has been a Lime or Esper 4K. 50% of the rounds. So 2 of those rounds were 4K. 2 of them weren't. But now going into the attacking side, Chapel Hill, they have a fairly attacker-based setup. Their team comp as well. So with those guys, Salvos, with the Tejo, and also has the Astra, they're going to be able to play post-plant as well. But right now, it's going to be a matter of whether or not they can play together as a team. Wilmington, very defensive-sided team. They played very aggressive. Now it's going to be looking at a default position here and maybe an aggressive push-out from them as well.
Interested to see how they use this Killjoy, what kind of setups they use. They currently have them kind of aiming towards mid right now. Full door here for Lime. Trying to build up that Phoenix right there.
Tail drone goes out. Seeker is able to teleport away, though. They do get a little bit of that suppression, however. Now, watch out for Rusty Nail on the lurk. Looking for a shot. Seekers won't be able to find much, but Rusty Nail on that lurk. Finds one, traded out eventually through Checkmate. But it's enough for the information to know, hey, we are rotating, so we need to play more aggressive to make sure we can stop this rotation. Look here towards the B site. Brand playing tucked away in the corner on site. May potentially be able to stop the lurk. Has the smokes, has the pulls from Astra in the help hand. Let's see. Back to back on the other side of the smokes. There it is. Finds one, traded out. Perfect timing for Brand to get it. But look through Halls. There she wrote it. Wilmington, 1v1, looking for the hold, but Port Shanus with 20 HP compared to Crane's 100. Going to be a very tough task for Chapel Hill.
But, I mean, Port, they're getting out. Yeah, I mean, Crane's probably waiting for that plant right now. Likely has, probably has no idea that Port's gone.
13 seconds left. Just needs a clear sight. Will opt to do it, but the information is there. A site is where the spike is planted. Port Shanus playing towards this A link area. Trying to play towards the vine wall. Looking to actually get a rotation behind. This could be huge for Port Shanus. If they can manage to pull this one off, it's going to be amazing. Giving them the pistol round here in the second half. And Crane has zero idea. They think they're playing towards A main. They're looking that way. Port Shanus. They're sticking it though. Can they stop it? Not enough seconds on the clock.
Oh my
They take just a second too long. They still get the kill, but not the round. UNCW clutch it up by pros not faking.
Oh man. What a crazy finish to that round. Yikes. You know, you would kind of expect that there usually to maybe be a little bit of a just tapping the spike and not really holding it. That seems to be what is expected as well. I mean, that just stuck it.
There.
Worked out well for them. Just a second later, it could have been a completely different story.
We are talking probably a quarter second.
Absolutely. It was instantaneously. Spike got defused. The elimination came out. But now we are looking at another round and another chance that Chapel Hill is able to bring this one back. But Port Shanus now, who seems to be the clutch player for Chapel Hill, taken down very early from that outlaw here in mid. And it does look to be just a stagnant hold here. Trying to find one, trying to find two, maybe over-aggressing defenders from Wilmington, but they're not going to find anything in mid. They can pick up the spike if they wanted to, but they're going to have to wait and walk into the crosshairs of Wilmington because they're willing to play sites.
Yeah, we'll see how Chapel Hill attempts to progress this one.
Just waiting in mid. They have the information though. Fade. Trying to play through. And Crane with the rest of their team in Chapel Hill looking to rotate back towards B. They got to watch out those Seekers. Probably not the best place to play with the Outlaw, but they do have the teleport in hand. They won't be able to use it. No shots connect. Checkmate takes him down 4v4, but the gun and eco advantage still on the side of Wilmington. Finds one, finds two. Brand tag teams along with the assist. There it is. Wilmington push it to 10-4.
I mean, 10-4, we could call that the code, you know? Over and out, 10-4.
Roger, roger. There it is. And almost that's what she wrote.
I mean, UNCW seems to have all the momentum on their side. Might be ready to say 10-4 to this game, too. We'll see
Still
if
need
they
to win
can
3.
quite close it out.
They still need to win 3 in order to close out this game.
But they need
Plenty
to win 3 before Chapel Hill can win 8.
Yeah.
Like, that's... You're asking Chapel Hill to do a lot here.
But
And
it's still possible. You cannot count them out
100%.
until the very end of the game. Tejo Drone going out, able to spot Brand, but does not take down the abilities.
And in a game like Valorant, a shift in momentum that causes Chapel Hill to have a comeback, that's so possible. It's just not likely. But we will see here. These are all very high-level players capable of turning the game around so easily.
One shot from the Guardian. Takes out the ultimate ability from Lime on the Phoenix. That splash, though, going to do major damage here in Hall. They need to be very careful what they do. Brand finds one on the port. Shanus, 20 HP, though, for Lime. Let's see what they could do here. They do manage to get back. They use their fire screen in order to bring themselves back to the top of their HP. Once more, though. Shots are going to be sent through here in just a moment. Brand finds Esper but cannot find the headshot. Lime taking down Encrane. It's a 1v3 and there it is. Sorry, a 1v4, but they go down and UNC Chapel Hill, just when you think they are out of it, brings this one down to a double score for UNCW, 5-10.
Yeah, I mean, that could very possibly be what starts off a comeback here. You know,
Snowball effect is real.
That was a pretty big win.
Yes.
A lot of people left alive on your team. And you can't ask for much more there. So we'll see if that's the momentum shifter that they so desperately have needed. Or if that's just going to be another round before things get back to how they have been.
Let's see if that happens there. Early pushes both sides with the Prowler. Lime trying to play this aggressive entry. There it is. Encrane with the flash cannot find a way out. And they will fall very early on. Aggressive push out from Chapel Hill. Seekers trying to play on site. Can't get the touch from the Tejo Drone. While that happens, though, they do find a headshot. Rustinell as well gets Lime on the back end. Trying to get the rotation out. The spike is stuck in the corner. While the two teammates as well trying to get here in mid. Trying to push up. Might find Rusty Nail. Will they be able to get the headshot? There's one. Looking for the second. There it is. Port Shanus as well. Goes down. Trying to find Esper. Has the information. Can they get the final shots off? Full HP for Esper, though. Just going to be a track down. All 4 players sitting on site there, looking to take the shots. Rusty Nail will be the one to finish out the round. 4 kills for them here in round 16. 11-5 for Wilmington.
When you have somebody get a 4K, it's so difficult to stop that. I mean,
It really is.
All you need is one other person on your team
And we're
to
back.
do something.
All right, look at these faces, guys. Just look at these faces. Beautiful faces. The character design in Valorant, unlike some that we've ever seen.
You know, I disagree a little bit. I think the models are a little bit clunky, but
Placebo effect can affect some other people, but that's okay. It doesn't affect me. But here on the timeout, Chapel Hill, you get 1 per half.
I think
You've
I'm
used
probably
both.
less biased than he is.
You've used both of your timeouts, though. Now it truly will come down to, there's the possibility you can take rounds. You know you can. You have 5. How are you going to bring yourself back? 2 rounds separate Wilmington and the victory here in this series. However, to tie this one up, Chapel Hill, they need 7. That timeout going to ice down Wilmington a little bit, but it will come true to whether or not Chapel Hill can play together as a team. They've been doing it for so long. They've been able to take a couple of rounds here. And when they did take those rounds, it was beautiful. It was perfect team plays.
Yeah, Chapel Hill has clearly shown that they are capable of doing what they need to do here. The question we have to ask ourselves is how consistently can they do it? Because realistically, they haven't been able to do it consistently so far. But if they could, they'd have this one in hand. I believe that. They have all the talent that they need.
They just
need to learn, I guess, how to better use it.
Yeah, and quickly as well, getting the advantage here. Seeker is playing very aggressive. It's what Yoru likes to do. You can teleport out if you get into a sticky situation, but if you're taken down way too quickly before you can teleport out, now that's just putting your team in a very bad position. They need to play in rather than a 1-2-1. They're now looking at a 2-2 or a potential, actually. They're just going to keep Rusty Nail in mid. Maybe able to find one. Has Seagull's information there. Knows they're there, but they take a couple of shots in hand for it. And now just a default looking for picks or over-aggressive defense once more. That's what Chapel Hill has been resorting to. It's a 5v4. Only one on site for either squad.
A couple people here for Chapel Hill looking down long. Smoke comes through. Maybe to stall some things. Put it down a little bit.
Let's run it back because he got taken down instantaneously after the
30
ult.
seconds left.
So they're going to look to back off as they bought enough time. All the defense from Wilmington on the wrong site. They have a clean site. They are not even near A. The first player that can possibly stop them will be Encrane. But they're going to wait. They're going to hold on for their team. They want to push together as a team. Because that is what is going to give you the best odds of bringing this one back. Those Vice Thorns, though, being a halt in their plan. Prowler is out. Brand looking to follow through. Has Port Shanus on site. Everybody else sitting back away. The flashes come out. Rusty Nail finds Seagull. That's going to be a great spray through the smoke. Knows Port Shanus is on the site as well. Looking for it through. Odin finds one, but traded quickly. And once more, we are looking at a possible UNCW clutch up here. But they still need to be careful. They need to be careful. Lime's on the rotation.
Oh,
Checkmate couldn't find a shot. The defuse coming through, but there it is. Lime from the rotation, and Esper with the 2K will give Chapel Hill another round in the bank.
Man, I thought Wilmington was about to clutch that one up. I thought they had the clutch gene right there. I can't lie to you.
It was very close.
Yeah, my goodness.
See what they can do, though. Take a look at these KDAs as well.
I don't think I'll get the econ right now.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot
you can see
better
that as
econ
well.
right now, actually, or not a lot. Similar econ, just when it's all said and done, but slightly better for Chapel Hill. If that, at least they can all buy a gun, you know,
Yes.
instead of a sheriff.
And it gives them the advantage here to bring them a 7th round. But now it's going to be whether or not they can hit their shots. Rusty Nail falls to Esper. Lime-
Rusty Nail has been so good this game too.
They have.
That's gonna be a big pick for this round.
Let's see if they can do it, though. Encrane trying to play very active in this smoke. Looking to take one. Has Port Shanus in hand, but the ultimate classic Valorant timing. You pull your knife out, someone's going to swing you.
We've all had it
Quickly
happen.
into a 3v5, though.
We've all had that happen to us. And
Absolutely.
You start beating yourself up over it, or you go to reload, and that's when they swing you.
Yup. Either you pull out your abilities, try to go for a flash, and they swing you there. Classic Valorant or attack shooter timing. Everybody knows about it. But now it's going to be a 1v4 here on site. Seekers left all alone here in Cubby. Able to get Port Shanus.
Gets two.
It's Esper. That's going to be it for him, but it's enough to stall out a little bit. Spike will still fall, but that is a much better odds for your team in Wilmington.
Yes, it is. I mean, keep in mind, Brand still only has a sheriff. He will be hoping to pick up a gun here, though.
The Blade Storm as
he
well.
has the
That's
knife.
why. Blade Storm. You can buy a gun for your teammate. It gave them the opportunity to. But that Blade Storm needs to come in handy. They need to be able to find a frag. You can see as well, Lime playing on the back end for the flank. I don't think they're going to check him. Let's see if they do. No, turning it back just in time. Lime does not get spotted out. They pick up a Vandal, but they fall shortly after. 1v2. Astra got the second to their name, but the trade, because of how suffocated they felt, brings themselves to their knees, and Chapel Hill brings it within 4.
Is that 3 rounds in a row?
That is 3 rounds in a row. And that is going to be the first time out Wilmington's taken.
Wow.
Play some Astro Stars in this
Excellent
reality.
work here from Chapel Hill, bringing this back. You know what? Do you remember me saying like 3-4 rounds ago that they had the capabilities to bring it back? They just had to bring it together. Get it
I also
together?
remember you saying it was going to be a 10-4 on the game already.
Well, I was saying
for
that-
Wilmington. So
I was saying
so
it
where's
might have
this one
been.
going? Where's this one going?
I'm saying it might have been, and that it felt like Wilmington might want to do that. Might be saying that, but no, I did point out that Chapel Hill add all the tools they needed,
Yeah.
and it feels like they are starting to remember that.
Whatever Iota said to them during the timeout, it definitely got to them. It registered in their brain. They're playing together as a team. They're doing trades, and they're playing what they needed to. And Wilmington, they're looking for worse for wear now. 3 rounds in a row, that's unheard of so far in this series. And now it will come down to whether or not they can keep it up after the timeout, because you have to think Wilmington is cooking something up.
Yeah, I mean, they're still so far up
Yeah.
that it's still going to be impressive. Chapel Hill comes back, even with the fact that they have the momentum right now.
Yeah.
So I'd still be impressed to see a comeback. But that being said, it feels like they could do it.
They definitely can. Rounds are starting once again. That timeout is over, so we're going to be taking a pop back right into the game in just a moment. I can hear it, though. Guided salvos did go out very early on, so they're going to have that regenerative capability to bring them back post-plant as well. There's already an elimination on the board. We can't see it just yet, unfortunately, but it does look like they are playing conflict for conflict. Frag
is happening
for
right
frag.
now?
The trades are
Show me
coming
the
through.
game.
Yo, production, can we get the game on the
Production,
screen?
help us!
But regardless of it, there
we can
it
see it now.
is.
Let's take stock.
Wilmington.
Chapel Hill.
Look at this. Wilmington's completely worse for wear. 1v4. Site is wide open. Chapel Hill, they are back. Break this. Call it. I'm calling it right now. 8-11 already, because a 1v4 is unheard of. They have a Phantom in hand. It's possible. It really is possible. But look at how they're playing. They need to either tap every
Phantom,
single
no
headshot
shields.
possible. And with the Phantoms, it's not a one-top headshot. With full shield
Depends
and
on
full
what range
HP.
you are at. Depending on what range you're at.
But there it is. The information's there. They know they're on site. Let's see about the peaks. Let's see what happens here. Crane trying to tap, trying to lure out one. Finds one, but does not find the shot. There it is. Chapel Hill brings it 8-11.
My goodness. We might be witnessing something incredible right now. Chapel Hill, I don't know if they're in the lab or an EB3 right now. I don't know which place they're at. But I bet you they are being loud.
They are.
I
They
guarantee
needed
you.
this. They needed this to bring themselves some confidence back. But that's 4 rounds in a row, and the confidence has to be back.
I guarantee you that wherever they are after every round, there is a little bit of yelling and shouting. That's the way you keep yourself in this. Look at the ult economy here.
Yeah. I mean, you have 3 ults for Chapel Hill. 3 ults as well, though, for Wilmington.
That's 4 ults for Wilmington.
Ooh. So let's see what they can do, though. Portchanis finds one of Seekers. Esper on the other side of the site, able to get traded out. Brand finds the run it back as well, so no more ult for Phoenix. That's going to be one taken out. Potential to see the Astro Wall go up as well. Operator does not connect. Thorns going out as well. Primary Jan. By the way, if you do not know what the Vice ult does, it brings you only to your secondary weapon. But Lime is able to utilize that to get a very early frag off on the rotation out. They do fall, but UNCW 3-2-3 with a spike planted. All pressure is on Wilmington right now.
And the fade ult comes through. A lot of ults being poured into this. Actually, not really from the side of the NCW. They're all from Chapel Hill. Which is why it's kind of remarkable that it's still tied up as far as player numbers go. But Checkmate takes out Rusty now. Siegel takes out TU. Just the operator left. Gets the one. But cannot get the second. Nearly slicked onto him, though.
Nearly.
Nearly did.
But guess what that means as well? 6 rounds in a row.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got
6,
plans to do.
sorry, not 6, 5 rounds, only 5 rounds, my fault, guys. But that's 5 rounds in a row that Chapel Hill has brought back. We
Yeah.
saw it. It was 11-5. It is 11-9 now, looking worse for wear with only pistols in their economy as well as they're trying to save up for another round. They want to bring themselves to match point. They just haven't been able to.
Yeah, this is. You would have thought for sure they'd be at match point by now. It was 10-4 earlier. That is a 5-1 run. Just crazy stuff. Trade there. So, neutral start to the game. But you would expect things to go the way of Chapel Hill in general, given the weapon disadvantage that Wilmington finds himself in, holding only sheriffs. But as far as health goes, I mean, Wilmington's in the lead. Well, maybe
It's
not
true.
in total once you take into account the shields, but
I mean, is true currently, yes, but Wilmington as well, they're still playing very passive. It's going to be a matter of whether or not Chapel Hill can get on site. They only have one here on the A site, one in mid as well, as it does look like they're going to be praying towards mid. But Rusty Nail in hand with the Sheriff as well, may be able to find a headshot. They're lined up for it, but they just cannot find the tap. Port Shanus takes them down, so 4v3 is in hand, and a recommitment towards A may be in hand for Chapel Hill.
ooh, what's going to go on here within Crane?
Ooh, playing very aggressive did not work out for you either, but the information was there. That Armageddon will go out, not find anyone though. So it will be a
2v4
storm
here.
onto site. That's one for TU. Can't find another 1v4. I'm sorry, 1v3 with another Sheriff. Port Shanus
Now, Sheriff will one
looking to
tap
flash him out.
Keep that in mind.
Won't find the
Gets
flash.
the body blow.
Yeah, but there it is.
10-11.
One round separates. One round separates Chapel Hill from tying this one up.
Keep in mind, we were at 10-4 earlier.
Yeah.
What incredible Valorant we are currently witnessing from this Chapel Hill team.
And by the way, guys, there was no 9-3 curse either. It was 8-4. It's not a 9-3 curse. That's a second timeout this half coming out for Wilmington. They are playing, I believe they are playing tournament rules, meaning there's 3 timeouts per half that you can get as you take a look back at
It's
our
actually
beautiful...
2 timeouts per game.
Yeah, 2 timeouts per game. That's my fault, guys. But you
For
do
each
take a
team,
look
and you
back
can
at our
use them at any
beautiful
time.
faces. Fair play, but you do take a look back at our beautiful faces. And by God, beautiful is what I mean. Never mind. I take that back, but still, Chapel Hill.
Excuse me? You guys hear this man right here?
Chapel Hill.
He is a mean man.
Chapel Hill playing phenomenally right now, bringing it back from 10. Bringing it back 10-4. They're able to go through and just play so confident. They're playing proper team plays as well.
Exactly.
Looking for lurks, looking for those early picks. And it may be because of the over-aggression from the defense that we're seeing from Wilmington as they're playing still confident, yes, but not with the proper amount of headshots or taking those 1v1s too seriously.
Yep. I mean, yeah, incredible work from Chapel Hill right now. I'm at a kind of at a loss for words.
Same.
And now I'm going to continue to say something about it, despite being at a loss for words. What they are doing is single-handedly probably one of the best halves of Valorant I've ever seen. Because not only, cause on paper, what they have done isn't necessarily that incredible when you look at the rounds won versus loss. It's not necessarily anything crazy, but the momentum that Wilmington had going into this half is what makes it so crazy.
Agreed.
Because you would have thought for sure we would be about to see a massacre, especially after they continue to win the first 2 rounds of the half. You know, so coming back from that is what makes this so crazy.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing it now. I think they started to understand that this overly aggressive play style is just not working. It's giving Chapel Hill too many opportunities to pick them off one at a time. So let's see what will happen now. They're going to be playing towards B Link. Fade. The information's there. Prowler goes out, however. Trying to find one. Won't be able to find the information. They're rotating back over towards the B site. But that is the heavily stacked site. Jet, Yoru, and Astra all there. Let's see if they can combine their utilization of their abilities together. Operator doesn't land the first shot. Takes a little bit of damage, though. Guided salvos forcing them out of position, but they still have yet to see Seekers. He has not shown his face just yet. This frag can be good. There's 2,
the
maybe
reload.
3. There's the 3rd. Can he find 4? There is 4 possibility for the ace in hand, but they just need to find out where Port Shanus is. They have yet to have the information, but that may be match point for Wilmington.
That should be. There's no time to plant here.
There isn't, no. That's going to be it. No ace in hand, though, for Seekers. But regardless of it, match point for Wilmington. So close from Chapel Hill, though. They were able to bring it so far, but now they need to win the next 2 rounds in order to bring us to another overtime, just like the insane amount of overtimes we had from Niners Esports versus NC State.
What's going to be the longest overtime we see today, huh?
It was 6
they have to win
overtimes.
2 more first before you find out.
Let's see it, because Chapel Hill versus Wilmington has the opportunity to do it. First, we need to get there, though. 2 rounds left within the regulation game for either of these teams to hit 13. It's going to be Wilmington to get 1 or Chapel Hill to find 2 in a row. Full buy, though. 1 operator in hand for Brand on Wilmington's squad. Might be able to find 1, but they're playing over towards B, where there is nobody currently from Chapel Hill. Looks to be an A execute so far, but they're also just looking for that over-aggression still from Wilmington. They're just not giving in.
Yeah, Wilmington maybe finally learned their lesson. We will see about that, though.
Looking for it, though. Coming through
Crab
mid.
going out. Doesn't. Not going to find anything.
They did not, so they still don't know where anyone from UNCW is. They're just waiting to play it through.
You know Wilmington has to hate playing like this, though. It's not really.
Joke's over.
See what we can do here. Looking forward. Lime able to take down Seekers. Wilmington trying to find something. Let's see. The guy itself was going out. Rusty Nail no longer could play here. The spike and the thorns as well slowed him down. That's a lot of damage coming through. And Crane playing very close. Will be coming through. And Lime playing right on the other side of the wall, but now the spike is planted. Chapel Hill having to play this post plant. They haven't really been doing fairly well at it until this later section of where the confidence has been boosting from Chapel Hill. That's a great pick on the end crane. Port Shanus finds one for themselves. With it, though, the Astral Wall goes up, and that's just going to be a full push, a full rush from Chapel Hill. They need to stop this plant. They need to stop the spike defuse, and they do that. Yes, indeed. Rusty Nail with the operator. Finds 2, finds 3. Looking for another. Looking for it. Can't find the shot. Within 1 final round before overtimes, Chapel Hill brings us back within 1.
My goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
This is just incredible gameplay right now.
I mean, we are looking at a proper comeback. And I'm going to use that word. I know the game's not over. I know if it doesn't happen, Chapel Hill is going to hate me. I'm sorry, guys. But this is a proper comeback right now. It was 10-4.
That's basically 28-3, really.
Yeah, fair play.
If you're a Falcons fan,
Yeah,
that will make you upset, but
let's see what can happen, though, as now we're just playing a over-aggressive attack coming up through mid, looking to get this, but it's a 2v2 here in mid-line. Not going to fully commit. The Prowler is out as well. Does not find anyone.
notably Seekers only has a Stinger, and both him and Brand only have light shields. Ingrain did have the full shields, but he had to settle for a Guardian.
Yeah, but let's see what goes down here. Once more, Wilmington trying to stop this one in regulation. They only have 1 round to find their number 13. If they tie this one up, there's a possibility for a repeat of Niners versus NC State. We got to finish this round first, though. Only 1 player here on the A site. That's going to be Rusty Nail. They've been an MVP for so long in this series, but full-on attack coming out, clearing the site as well with all their utility. This is going to be textbook Valorant for the push. A site is completely clear. The dimensional drift, though, trying to get this one going forward. Spikes, clones as well, going out, flashes all the way around. Prowler finds one, but he can't land the shots. Tag team all the way through. Everything plays forward. Esper taking out Rusty Nail. 1v3 situation. We have the potential for an overtime, but it just needs to come through.
This isn't 1v3.
Right
I think the overlay is buggy. 1v1 here.
Blade Storm in hand, no longer has it. It's Vandal with 6 HP. Now Armageddon is going to go through, but does not find. A very strong push for Brand, trying to find Esper, but the guidance saddles are out as well. I don't think they knew that it was so close. They need to get the elimination. There it is. Shot goes out, misses. It's going to be that. They just gave up officially. Chapel Hill
Overtime.
brings us to an overtime.
Wow.
Overtime.
wow. That's the best word I can use right now is just wow. W-O-W, wow. We are...
Y'all
I
asked for
have
it.
chills right now.
I do
I have
too.
goosebumps. Like, I can feel them raised right now. My goodness.
Okay, chat, I need to ask you right now. What would you rather see? A complete wipe or another overtime going potential for 6 overtimes? I'm going to take the latter, and we have the possibility for it here and now. Chapel Hill playing up to the level of Wilmington once more for another round. They live to fight another day. Wilmington trying to find a way back to finish out and win their final series of the day. If they can manage to bring this one here and now, we may be seeing a completely different play style. UNCW on the attack. Chapel Hill on defense for the first round of overtime.
You know, most Chapel Hill fans probably left the stream about 10 rounds ago, but I sure hope they didn't.
They would be very pleased if they did not. They come back to see this. It's an overtime here and now. Brand not looking the right way, but does not get punished for it. And once more, Wilmington storming onto site. Full
Wilmington-
site clear there.
Very strong attack. We saw that in the first half. It's part of how they got their momentum going like that.
Watch out in heaven. Siegel trying to land some shots. Not able to find it. Seekers does fall through. Trying to find two. Does so successfully. Has the information for Port. Can't land the shots just yet. There it is. Flawless round for UNCW. Going on to their defense as well. One more round. If Wilmington can win this one, they do take this game within only one overtime.
But yes, they could. But will they?
That's the question that we're going to have to find out.
I kind of hope they don't.
Content. Better content here at the Triangle Takedown.
You know, I mentioned earlier I want Chapel Hill to lose and everything. I'm rooting for them right now.
Yo,
you know,
guys,
everybody loves
that's
comebacks.
the power of Valorant. That's the power of esports. That's the power of collegiate esports here at
That's the
NC
power of a
State.
comeback.
That's the power of content right there. But let's see if it does come through.
I'm not getting paid for this. It's not like I have content brain either. It's just fun to watch, fun to talk about, and fun to share. So we hope you guys are having fun too.
Wilmington on the defense. Seekers trying to play very aggressive. That flash does find 3, but it ultimately will take a trade down. 4v4 here once more. No commitment onto this A site. They're looking for another aggressive push, and they may find one here over in Brand towards the B site as they do look to lurk over towards the B site, but they have a Vandal in hand. We know just how deadly Brand can be if they land their shot. Smoke out from Astra. The Prowler has the information, trying to find a way out. They use the smokes, but the spray through will knock them down. Chapel Hill in a very strong position towards the B site. Can they finish it out? Run it back, done. 1, 2, 3. Can't land the 4th, and it's going to be Lime and Lime and Port Shanus against Rusty Nail and Encrane for the potential final round of this series.
Who's gonna die first? Who's gonna peek the wrong angle first?
Watch Rusty Nail. He's in heaven. Crane's in Hall as well, trying to find a way back into this one. Rusty Nail peeked a little
They
bit.
now know both of the locations.
The decay coming out, though. Now deafening as well. There it is. Encrane takes down Lime. Rusty Nail trying to land the shots. Port
That's
Shanus
it.
finishes it out. And ladies and gentlemen, UNCW finish the series in a single overtime.
But my goodness, did it feel like that could have gone on for years?
Yeah.
Man.
Look at these KDAs. Look at the average combat score.
Seekers had 8 first bloods.
Yeah. It truly showed who was going to be aggressive. We know Seekers was playing super aggressive on both
100%.
attack and defense. The amount of times we saw Seekers push through that A main area going towards the attacker's side was diabolical, and it worked up to a point until Chapel Hill started to bring it back, and then the comeback of all comebacks came through for Chapel Hill to bring us to an overtime.
Yeah, that was... Chapel Hill can't be that upset about it.
Yeah.
But with that being said,
They need to keep their heads high, though. They do.
They do. They do.
They
That was.
need to keep their heads high.
They showed they had the potential to beat Wilmington,
Absolutely.
despite the fact that they were down so much.
Oh, absolutely. They brought it back so far. They need to be proud of the performance they showed today because they made me a believer. They've made you somehow a believer, and they made a lot of people in chat a believer as well. But because of it, though, Wilmington will find a way to go 2 and I believe 3-1 for their series scoreline now. But we still have more Valorant action and some Rainbow Six Siege
Rainbow Six
action
Siege
to
is coming
go.
up. I believe it might have already started. It might be starting soon. I'm not quite sure. But regardless, if you're a fan of Rainbow, we have that too. That being said, though, I think we need to wrap this up for a bit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it for Valorant for right now as we do switch over to Rainbow Six Siege. Once again, this is the Triangle Takedown Day 3 at NC State by the Esports Programming Club. And just, it is going to be an amazing time we have. Thank you to our sponsors as well, C3 League and Visit Raleigh. Make sure to go check them out. C3 has a LAN coming up in 2 weeks at Wilmington. Visit Raleigh supporting events and other programs as well all across the Triangle area in North Carolina. And now, thank you so much for the support. We still have more action to come. Rainbow Six Siege and the finals for Valorant to crown a champion here today, coming right up after a quick break.
25. My name is Ryan Sosa. I'm joined here by Bam. Today we will be showing App State versus Charlotte Esports. Okay. Charlotte Esports versus App State Rainbow Six Siege. First off, we'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Rally Cry, C3 Esports League, and Visit Raleigh. So, I mean, you know, these are both two great teams that traveled quite a distance to be here today to play some good old land siege.
That's kind.
Yeah, what are you looking for either team to take a victory here today?
You know, I'm looking for a competitive match. I want to see these teams have fun. I want to see it. I don't want to see a blowout. I want to see a competitive match. I want to cast something good to watch. Some good siege.
That's true.
And these teams are both pretty good, so it should be a good match.
All right. Well, we hope to see one. Do we know what map?
I believe
Alright.
map 1 is Labs. Yep.
Night Haven Labs.
So, I am a former App State member, so Labs is one of our more common picks.
All right.
So, and it looks like we're starting out on defense. App State's starting on defense, so
Let's go ahead and see who.
dominant half.
Let's go ahead and see who App State bans on attack first.
Probably gonna stick to something formal like a
Taking their
Dope B, a
time to make a
Blackbeard.
decision for sure.
Let's see.
And we
Okay.
see a no ban.
App State banning
Interesting.
no operator.
Out of the gate. All right. Question
Let's
mark
see
in
if
chat.
Charlotte Esports follows suit and bans no attacker as well.
All right. Well, it looks like App State's having some trouble there. Let's see what Charlotte Esports ban here. And they
Okay, and they
ban
also ban no operators, so it looks like the bans are bugged.
Bans are bugged, which is quite unfortunate.
I guess we'll have a gentleman's agreement with the ban.
Unfortunate, and it looks like we are continuing. All right. Well, let's see who Charlotte Esports bans here.
Oh,
No
no
operator.
operator.
Okay. All right.
Yep, so it looks like we're going to continue. Just go gentleman's agreement on the bans. And hopefully they remember them.
All right. Fantastic. We have our bans in Blackbeard, Monty, Fenrir, and Mira. Our,
Like
our
I said,
banned.
pretty default bans, I think.
I say, yep. Mira is strong on every
Of course.
defensive site. So it's a great ban by them. Going up to basement first round tank assembly. I mean, Charlotte running a pretty overall standard attack here, bringing the ace.
Bringing 2 hard breaches.
Mhm,
Nomad, Thatcher.
and the Maverick.
Locate and defuse
Of course.
as many bombs as they can.
It looks like App State's going for maybe a bunker setup.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Got a
I
lot
mean,
of
you know,
traps.
App State. They do
Meld.
like to get on the roam just a little bit.
True, very true.
Charlotte Esports drones just waiting to find the objective on the pursuit.
I'd be interested to see if Flacco ends up bandit tricking or he just runs upstairs.
That is good.
Does Flacco things.
We hope to see someone get that garage
remaining.
hatch quite soon.
Looks like Legion's going up to get it. So this is a very trap-heavy defense from App State. So I'm interested to see how
Attackers are moving out to
Charlotte
locate a
Esports is
bomb.
going to handle this. I mean, they've got Goyo, Mel, and Legion. So
Mhm.
this just looks like it's going to be a plan of wasting time until those last 30 seconds.
All right. Cancer Crab looking to take vertical early, rappelling up to, I believe, the roof of IT, moving over to the center. We have a 4-stack outside of main breach for their that
So-
B objective.
Thatcher just used 2 EMPs and they're only
Thermite.
getting 1 wall.
Yep, Thermite. Oh, and it seems to be
Oh
a.
wow, they are rushing
rush
through
here.
EXO.
They are
Or
in.
through
They are in. App
Animus.
State gets the first there with a C4.
Oh,
Flacco
wow.
with 2. Thermite is
And
bunkered
Charlotte's
up on A.
rush
Mesa
is
with a
falling
third.
apart.
Charlotte, this rush is falling apart for them. Lion seems to be staying outside of breach. Thermite takes out Flacco. Bo on the outside, looking to get a pick. Thermite is bunkered on that pillar, though.
Front sitting sneakily on the hatch. The Animus hatch just waiting for them to walk in.
Thermite is waiting for the defenders to become the attackers. Just sees.
Just misses and
gets one.
Snags him. And he's eventually taken out by Bo on those cargo stairs.
All right, Bo moves in, trying to take down the Lion.
Oh, Bo getting a little bit aggressive here, swinging the Lion.
Lion
This
is
could
running out of options as App State slowly swarms him in Animus. Grenade out onto that pillar. Looks to take the fight with the Goyo.
Oh,
Takes
wow.
Bo out with the grenade. 2v1 situation here for Charlotte.
I thought this, when that rush initially happened, I thought this was an App State round. They got 2 initial picks, and now Lion's in a winnable 1v2 right here.
Front out App waiting for that Lion to move up.
Ooh, gets some shots onto the Goyo, and he's taken out by
Goes
Mesa.
into slow walk. Unfortunate key press for that Lion there.
Dang. So, Charlotte, first round, Charlotte Esports goes for the Animus Wall Rush, and Flacco was ready for it. C4 kill, another pick right after, holds down sight as long as possible. That was just a really good patient defense from App there. They didn't get too aggressive until maybe the very end a little bit, but they played patient. They recognized the rush, and they collapsed onto sight.
I mean, what are you going to do when you see the Lion stuck in Animus like that? It's like a rat trapped in a cage.
Exactly.
You just want to...
Exactly.
Just wanna
So
fight
App
it.
State going up to the top floor, command center now. Looks like they're bringing out kind of a similar lineup, less traps.
sure.
Bringing this Azami this time. Probably going to have that Azami in Rafters.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see maybe a Flores or something to burn Rafters from Charlotte Esports. We've got an Ash right now.
Bo on the Wamai there.
Ooh, this
doing
is
some entry denial on Waterfall Stairs. Ooh, that app.
Oh wow, this is a dirty setup right here.
Quite an aggressive setup, I'd say.
Yeah,
by
I
App State
agree.
there. Well, let's see how Charlotte can push into it. Just
wow.
misses one.
Just misses him on that peak.
It looks like the Ash. Nope. Just thinking about it. Thinking about peeking that, but quickly
Heard the
changed her mind.
ACS 12 said never mind.
All right.
So
Charlotte does look to get the wall here. Thatcher up top, waiting. I believe they're droning to see if it is being bandit tricked. Very careful by Charlotte.
I like this drone work. I mean, they're being patient. They're not rushing breach like they did the first round. I mean, they're taking their time. I think this is what they're gonna have to do against a team like this, because App State, they're not gonna give you very many
true.
free picks.
That EMP does go out. Thatcher. Ace trying to take the wall, and it looks like it will be opened.
So wall's getting opened, and
Ace rotating.
oh wow, and Jaeger downstairs in
What?
storage takes out
Out
the
of
Ash.
nowhere, App State gets 2 picks. Insane. Well, this is changed to
tides
a
have
completely
turned.
different round. Charlotte had a great opening, got the wall open. Now they're down 2 frags. It's unfortunate. All right, that drone looks to be going towards garage entrance there. Ace trying to make something happen on the garden side. The other default push on this site. Droning out, finding some intel here. Drones at the conference room.
Again, I like this droning from Charlotte. It's just they gave up 2 early picks like that. I mean, that's always going to be a tough round to push into.
You know, they are staying patient. You know, not losing hope. Still droning out, trying to find where
find
everyone
anything.
is.
Capital's creeping up into garden, almost takes out the head of that mute.
Very low
C4
there.
comes
C4
out.
No, nothing. No effect. Cap checking for the flank here.
Capital
Won't
watching
find
flank. Could see
anything.
an aggressive gunfight from the Ace here, and we do. Mesa taken out in that electrical room. And now Charlotte, this round could turn around. They have this control of garden.
That mute is very strong in electrical because, you know, shotguns in close corners, they don't match well. All right.
Look at this Ace sneaking up into electric, but he's got a Mel to deal with.
Patiently waiting. Seeing if there's any reaction from App State after Mesa has just been taken out.
App State playing very patient right now, not even moving. Just sitting, holding angles, playing crosses, just waiting for them to do anything.
They get the res off.
Ooh.
7 seconds remaining.
Flacco
Let's
on
see
this
what Charlotte
flank
can do.
could be huge.
Blue.
Bomb is going down.
Takes down one. Flacco does take
Nice.
down the last for
What
another
a
App
good
State
flank
win.
from the Bandit there. Just a very late round flank. The rest of his team just sitting in sight, just waiting for them to push, allowing Flacco to just sneak up behind them. They were not ready for that.
Very patient.
Very
patient
patient
for sure.
defense from App State.
And we go to the third default site on this map. First floor, control room and storage. I mean, pretty much the same operators. By
protect your
App
bombs
State.
from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, so Charlotte Esports, I don't know what's happening. Their early rounds, they look good. They're droning, they're getting breaches open. You know, I mean, that first round they rushed. So, you know, first round you try a rush, it doesn't work.
It seems their executes are getting taken out by two, mistakes. Two early mistakes where they get, 2 players down and they just have to completely change their strategy around having 1 or 3 players attacking the bomb site. Yes,
and as everyone knows, this game is very defender-sided. This map defender-sided as well. So losing 2 early attackers like that, it's going to make every round tough. But I still have hope for Charlotte Esports. I mean, it's only the 3rd round. They're playing good. This is these rounds. I mean, they may not look close, but the right things are being done by Charlotte here.
100%.
They just need to get their picks up, and this match could turn around.
100%. All right. Charlotte looking to get on the prowl here, seeming to want to attack the 2nd floor of Nighthaven Labs here. 4 people stacked, or I'm sorry, the whole team is stacked on that roof right now, looking to
going for this IT breach. It looks like App State is playing a very aggressive top hold here with the IT wall reinforced, probably the garden wall reinforced as well.
I really like the gridlock take here by Charlotte. You know, they realized that they did get flanked last round, and they look to prevent that going forward. Ace opening IT here. They have the Ram. They know that this is a very hard site to hold once vertical play is initiated.
Oh wow! And that, just like I said, they need to get that initial pick, and things could turn around. And Ash gets one on to Flacco, the top frag right now for App State. So that is a pivotal pick there.
A great kill by Reaper, initiating entry. There is still 1 left upstairs. What is that?
They know he is stuck on pillar. They're gonna try and get across here.
Malusi.
And Mel just somehow manages to escape that gunfight, falling down the hatch.
Very close. Very low.
Charlotte Esports getting another pick.
Buck does take down the pulse.
That's a bad operator to lose.
Gridlock making sure no one's coming up.
But Mesa
Mesa just take down Cancer Crab, I believe, from vertical.
Oh wow.
Of course, yep. Wow, way to use it against them there. Mute. That was fantastic. All right. 3v4 situation for App State. Charlotte looks to be in the driver's seat of this one, as Reaper takes down that Mute. I mean, Charlotte just play great siege here, and you'll walk away with your first round.
Well, anything could happen. It's a 2v4 here. App State just bunkering down in sight, just playing out this clock. There's only 30 seconds left, so Charlotte Esports has to do something. And as I say that, Bo takes out Lazy Ice, the Buck, who was pivotal this round, killing that Pulse. But Navozo answers right back onto front.
Bo just trying to find
kills
anything.
Flying out everywhere here. Bo looking for this one on water, can't get it.
Plant going down by Charlotte is down.
Oh,
Bo
and
sprints.
Charlotte Esports coming away with their first round.
Sprints into Lounge, just gets caught off guard by the gridlock there. Charlotte Esports take their first round on attack.
And that was a very dominant round, if I will say. They had 2 early picks. The drone work, great that round. Like I said, they were doing everything right those first 2 rounds. They just weren't getting the picks. And when they get those initial picks, they win the round easily.
Way to work on that by Charlotte. They they addressed their mistakes and Completely improved there. Looks like App State goes basement here again, bringing the same exact group of operators they chose last time.
Yep, this very trap-heavy setup seems to be something that App State likes to do a lot. Just that time-wasting setup, bringing Goyo, Legion. You know, it's just
Lots of traps. that's
lots
for
of
sure.
traps. Very tough to push into.
Charlotte bringing the Jackal and changes Buck to a Ram. Very good choices by them. Seem to prevent the roam. They
Ace
know.
switching to Thermite as well.
Okay.
You know, last time they attacked this site, they went through that Animus wall with the Thermite. I'd be interested to see if they try it again. And this time,
Will they?
full commit.
Will they? I want to see them get the Maverick more involved here, because they did bring him last time and they
Yeah,
didn't
and
use
they-
him at all. They just
Yep.
ran through the breach.
Yeah, Maverick's very strong on this site in particular. This site's so easy to bandit trick. So Maverick, you know, if you utilize him right, he can make this site easy to attack.
Ram droning out lounge and kitchen, it looks like. Mav and Osa set up on that main breach, making
That's
a
a
line.
dirty combo.
That is a very nice combo by that Osa. 2 shields there.
Looks like-
Thermite using one of the exothermic charges to get that garage open. Mesa does get the first kill on the Ram. Fantastic pick on the Roam. Couldn't clear him, unfortunately. Mesa does land some shots onto that Thermite outside. Half health here. App State with the opening pick. Mav does seem to be in garage here, moving down the hallway. Alright, takes place.
Mav just sitting patiently on this breach, waiting for his team to find anything upstairs, any intel they can, try and take some space so this Mav can try and work his way in through that breach. If Charlotte does this right, I mean, there are openings here, and as I say that,
Okay,
the
Thermite-
Thermite takes out Mesa.
Thermite and Jackal do end up pinching out the roaming Goyo there.
It looks like they've got intel on this player down in cargo.
Maverick trying to get a lucky shot there.
Ooh.
Very aggressive play by Bo here. Almost works out there. App State, everyone is upstairs.
Yeah,
And
the entire team is upstairs right now, and it seems to be working out, taking out the Maverick, but Jackal responds with a
3v3
pick.
situation here for App State. I wonder. 1 minute remaining.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Alright. Wake Tech.
Ooh. Osa sitting out on this breach is able to pick off Bo in sight, and now we've got ourselves a 2v2, a 2v1, as Flacco takes out 2 of them.
Fantastic. Osa is fantastic for App State. Osa looking to get on the aggressive here, gonna play some offense. Entering in vending, looking to go down stairs here.
Trying to
Ooh.
sneak her way down these stairs,
Trying
but
to find
there's
some
a
intel. Does not check the corner though. Does get some audio. Is taken out by Flacco for the triple kill. Now, App State played this round a lot more aggressive than
Yes,
their past.
they
and,
did.
Seems
4
paid off. for
people
them.
off-site.
That is very aggressive.
Yes.
I mean, it worked for them, but
You know, this round, if Charlotte had gone for that Animus rush, I think it might have worked.
it might have worked.
They might have
Yeah.
worked. They had 4 people off-site, and it worked for App State. I mean, to their credit, they were communicating. They had cross angles set up on that Jackal and on the Maverick that last round. So, you know, just an aggressive round, and it works out in App State's favor. So we're looking at a 3-1 lead here, and trying to see what Charlotte Esports can cook up on this 5th round.
App State going the top floor again. Command center and servers.
All set. Bench deployed.
No op changes once again. I mean, they seem pretty confident in their setup
Yeah.
so far. You know, playing that denial onto waterfall. The Azami on rafters, always hard to clear, especially if you don't bring a Flores. I mean, it doesn't look like they're bringing any
Yep.
sort of grenades
I mean,
besides gridlock.
This looks like the exact
They do
same
have the
lineup
cap.
from App and the exact same lineup from Charlotte as the last time this site was played. So
I mean, as we remember, you know, Charlotte was off to a very strong
Yes.
take originally, and they you know, they made
Couldn't
a
close
couple
it out.
mistakes, and they're gonna look to you know, fix that on this one. All right.
Ooh, so Gridlock is trying to sneak her way into rafters here, maybe, but
That would be a good sneak attack on that Azami, who's right there. It looks like Flacco is back on a flank here. No one is on the side of the map, though, so that may not bear any fruit for App State there. Gridlock on the drone. Looking to
Charlotte
apply
is-
some pressure to the waterfall side for sure. Bo on a rather aggressive hold there.
you know, I'd like to see. I hate to say it, but I'd like to see Charlotte do something. They've been sitting outside for over a minute now. I don't think any walls are open. Tons of drones have been burnt. I mean, and to their credit, they are gathering
Where
intel.
is Ace? Where is Ace?
I'm not even sure. He is. Where is the ace?
Who knows? All right.
Oh, but Mesa getting aggressive on this garden.
It's a
breach.
garden push. That makes more sense. All right. Ace applying some pressure onto
Oh,
garden
and
here.
finally that Gridlock taking out Bo on the
I
waterfall
mean-
side. And Charlotte Esports is just
Bradley, you
collapsing.
asked and Charlotte answered.
And they
Oh,
delivered.
wow.
Wow,
Okay.
but Flacco with a huge nitro cell.
5v2 turns into a 3 or a 2v2.
And they have intel, and he still takes out
Charlotte
the guy
in
in sight.
the 2v1. And
Wow.
they get the round. They take the round. I mean, fantastic push initially. I mean, Flacco tried to cut the lead down, but it did not work well for them there. Charlotte takes their second round. We go App State 3, Charlotte Esports 2. App State looking to go second floor again. You know, they
Yep.
want to retry that, running the same exact.
Not switching any ops up
Ops.
here.
Um,
Charlotte electing to bring the Lion this time. And the Deimos. Maybe going for a very aggressive roam clear this round. What I'd like to see out of App State this time around, I liked the aggressiveness. I did. But there's a point where you just need to chill out. Bunker down, play your angles. You know, don't give them those free picks, especially when you know Garden Breach is open. Just back up. You know, don't give them that space for free. You know, make them work for it. Back up the site. Make their job harder. You know, and Charlotte did a very good job clearing that Garden site, getting 3 fast picks. I mean, that was crazy.
very good execute by them. But we know that this team is capable of that, and they definitely showed that. Well, let's see if Charlotte can replicate that result from last round, or if, you know, App State decides to switch some things up. Looks like the Bandit is going to be playing these stairs again.
Maybe looking to
Starting out.
get a little aggressive on this
Okay.
top lobby side.
Charlotte looking to find some intel onto this IT breach here. Wonder, grenade out. I believe they're trying to. Okay, well they got one side of the wall removed, but that looks like it's gonna be enough, especially with that. All right, Thatcher. Anyways, Charlotte does get the breach open from IT. That's gonna apply some fantastic phantom pressure for the
looks
Charlotte
like-
attack.
Looks like they're not even going to use that IT breach, just switching to a full garden side take here.
Well, clear. Way to open up these walls, make it harder on App State.
Mesa thinking about hopping through, gonna choose to stick an electrical. This is a very strong position for this mute. Playing with that shotgun in this box, and we get a trade from the Deimos and the Bandit, making this a 4v4. About a minute left in the round. And that's
Charlotte-
your roamer taken out, who last round had a crazy
Yep.
C4 late round
But-
to even the man count.
But
so.
that is also the Deimos down, who was very, very crucial, especially in late round situations
Yes.
when you know, the defender count isn't so high. You can provide some very helpful intel to his team on where these defenders are located.
So Charlotte looking to take some more space, but they still got to deal with this Mute in electric. And it looks like Mute knows he's getting
Mute
pressured.
Does know. That's for sure.
Backing
Ash
up
looking
to
to
site.
take electric here. Both Intel peeking the electrical doorway.
Oh.
Does get taken out by Mesa, who is
who was
re-swung.
instantly refragged by the Capital.
And Glue takes down another member of the Charlotte offense.
Wow,
there.
it takes out a quick double kill from Glue with this Azami shotgun. And now Reaper is left all alone in a 1v3 outside of the building.
You know, this is a very... Well, I mean, he could make it happen. It's not
could.
the hardest
This is
deficit
not-
that they've played in so
this is
far.
not-
I mean, they have IT wall open, garden wall. They could definitely provide something.
Oh.
And
Wow. Ooh, but it doesn't matter. Bo and Glue playing the close refrag there. Able to secure the 4-2 split.
we want to shout out Arrowlight for you know, providing our players with fantastic intel on the bands.
Yes.
It's fantastic. All right. Well, switching things up, App State is now on the offense after going 4 and 2 on their defensive rounds. Charlotte electing to go second floor command center, first objective.
A very good half for App State. 4-2. That's what you shoot for on those defensive halves. Obviously, you want to get that 6-0 split, but 4-2, that's something to be content with. And now Charlotte's facing kind of a comeback. I mean, it's only a 2-round difference, but when you hit that side swap, it becomes a little bit harder to overcome that round differential. So I'll be interested to see what Charlotte can pull out here to stop this App State attack onto IT. So it looks like they're bringing Bandit, Valk, Azami, kind of a similar setup as to App State was bringing.
A little bit more intel, a little less traps.
Yep.
With that Valkyrie pick. I mean, a zombie and bandit are pretty much non-negotiable on this site, especially holding down Rafter, which is a very, very hard point to hold. But zombie makes that a lot easier. Similar to Flacco on their bandit, Navozo is playing bandit in a rather aggressive position, closer to conference room.
Yeah, so very similar setup from Charlotte.
Bo and Mesa look to get active here on this IT wall. Back off.
EMPs are going out, but it looks like there's no hard breach nearby. So and
Cancer
front
Crab
gets taken out from the Goyo.
Roaming in supply.
Roaming
storage. Storage. That is it's very tricky. That is very common nowadays. I mean, especially because, you know, attackers like to shoot the wall denial from below. So
and it looks like that's exactly what Front was doing on that IQ, just trying to spot out the bandits, see if he's tricking, and Goyo just is able to secure just
having a
kind
player
of an
there,
easy pick there.
Exactly, having a player there pays off sometimes. Mesa does
answering back.
Does take down close on that wall. Does provide a Dokkaebi call for her allies. Try and get some intel.
I love this DMR pick from Mesa to deal with the Azami. It clears so much utility.
Blue taking down Cancer Crab, who was that Goyo from earlier. That was, I believe, their only roamer.
Ooh.
Bo taking down Reaper now. 4v2 situation for the Mountaineers.
And it seems like this round...
And Bo gets a second, looking to find the final. He knows where he is.
He's getting a little bit aggressive.
Bandit,
and it works
shooting
out
at
in his
nothing,
favor.
gets taken down by Bo for the triple. And that is a App State round win. Fantastic for them. I mean, Charlotte, they had a great initial pick. I mean, whenever you get an opening frag, I mean, the round becomes a lot harder. So, I mean, Charlotte, all they really had to do was bunker down, but I guess the App State defense, you know, our attack, they took the rafters pretty well, especially with the Grim and Dokkaebi calls. Grim charges and the Dokkaebi calls. You know, I mean, that applies some nerves, I'd say.
I agree.
And then they took it quickly.
Yeah, I like that take from App State a lot. They got aggressive on that Rafters position. That position in Rafters with Azami is a very strong position, similar to Clubhouse. And taking that space early, taking it quick, I like to see that. Burning that Azami, getting her out of there so you don't have to worry about that makes the round a lot easier, especially when you're already in a man disadvantage situation.
Exactly.
So that was a great push from App State, and looking to see what Charlotte can do going back to the same site. Same operators. Looks like App State bringing out the blitz this time. Maybe we'll see a rush. That would be interesting. Oh, it looks like we're seeing a Rafters rush with this blitz. And Novozo takes out the ace. That is a pivotal pick to lose early.
No walls
hard
open.
reach.
No walls open. Nothing placed down. That is a very hard loss for App State there.
Looks like they're still attempting to get the IT wall open with these hard breach
Grim and
charges.
Dokkaebi looking to open that. Novozo back on the bandit here. Charging that.
And Blitz getting a pick onto the Azami and taking up in Raptors.
Blitz is
See,
in
this
Raptors.
is what I like to see. Getting rid of this Raptors position. It's such a power position. And you have this Blitz just run at
Front,
them.
taking down Cancer Crab on the IQ. All right.
Blitz getting wallbang from Pillar. Knows where he is. Just going to kind of play a little bit safe here until he can get some more intel.
App State is in a very good position here. Mesa hopping into the IT breach. It looks like they're trying to change their focus over to Waterfall. Bo playing intel while the Blitz pushes through, breaks through.
Blitz engaging with the Swamai, able to take him down, and now App State is sitting in a 4v2 situation after losing that ace initially. And
Front
as I'm
Mesa.
talking, they clean up the round.
Front and Mesa, clean it up.
What a great round. They switch up their operators this time. They bring the Blitz. They get a little more aggressive, and it works out in their favor. Even losing that ace, first pick, 30 seconds of the round, they weren't even phased.
We moved to match point for App State 6-2. Tensions have never been higher. Charlotte's traveled a long way to be here. Let's see what they decide to do. They are going basement, bringing the vertical denial on Cade. Ella.
Interesting pick.
Two forms of wall denial, may I add. Two traps and a Jaeger.
So it looks like we might see a very bunker-heavy defense this time around, bringing both wall denials, making sure they can't get anything open. Charlotte's just looking to play their time here, I think. Wait for App State to push into them, which is what they should be doing.
No surprises as of yet on site setup. Pretty basic setup here, especially on that window hop in. Cancer Crab making that.
5 seconds remaining.
Wow, and App State swapping the ace for the recruit and also bringing out the Finca. This might be another rush.
It looks like it. I believe the recruit should be running hard.
Yes. If they're swapping the ace for it, I would hope that the recruit is running hard breach.
Mesa looking to get into storage here. Nope, just making some noise over there. Flacco and Mesa are grouped up in a pair. Bo doing some early droning for the App State offense.
So this is it looks like a very split push for App State. Taking top floor, having people entering from lobby, people entering from IT, and then one sitting on that waterfall side. Just making sure they don't have to deal with any of these roamers third floor before they start working on the hatches and working on the wall. It's very, very patient round from App State here. Just making sure everything's clear before they take any space. Not looking to give initial picks.
They're leaving nothing to the imagination.
Yep.
That hatch may prove a little bit troublesome to get as that Cade Claw is placed on it. The Dokkaebi should be running EMPs here.
Ooh.
Glue
Early gunfight coming out
with that 100 round LMG shooting at literally anything. Trying to maybe find a lucky headshot. Peeking down the stairs again. There is a member of the Charlotte Esports team waiting at the bottom.
Animus Hash getting open. I like to see this. They're applying some pressure on site through this vert, through the staircases. But they are running out of time. So I'd expect to see some form of push down a staircase. I mean,
Just
it looks like they're going
opening.
for EXO here, so.
Making some vert here on the recruit. Looks like Messa's gonna go Animus side. Does see a member.
Recruit sees the Goyo through the vert, isn't able to secure that pick, but does a lot of damage. And Glue taking out the Cade.
Slowly getting taken down. Bo with another 4v3 situation. 50 seconds left. Messa does get one, is taken down, but front Savior takes him down. 4v1 situation for App State. Can Reaper do it? And he cannot, unfortunately, for Charlotte Esports. They lose Nighthaven Labs 7-2 to the App State Mountaineers.
So, very, very dominant map from App State.
For
I mean,
sure.
as I said
For sure.
early on, this is a map that App State likes to play a lot. They like to scrim this map. This is a comfortable map for them.
For sure.
So,
For sure.
and the score shows that, a 7-2 score. But also, 7-2, the rounds were a little bit close. I mean, Charlotte was doing the right things, getting the wall open, droning. You know, App State they just played better. I mean,
A match of Siege really comes down to the attacking rounds because, defenses, they can go really either way, but attacks are where teams, go from good to great.
Yep.
All right, and App State went 3-0 on attack there. All right. Well, that was App State versus Charlotte Esports, and
match one
of
Triangle
the
Takedown.
R6 bracket here. Later, we will go to All right.
Yep, we've got next match with NC State and Charlotte as well coming up.
All right.
So,
well, thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Triangle Takedown. I'm Cloudsy, joined by Kev Doggy Dog. We're ready for finals. We're ready for Valorant finals. I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to get this done. We got NC State against High Point University. I wasn't expecting to see High Point here, I'll be honest. I was
either.
rooting for him. Wasn't expecting it.
Fair enough. I was expecting maybe Wake Tech or another team at that, but it's the Hometown Heroes, undefeated as well so far in their league play. 4-0 for NC State, and then High Point coming in as the underdogs, as many of us did not expect, but 3-1, just beating out in that last game Wake Tech as well. So now we are going into this best of three, the first best of three of the night, and the only best of three of the night as well, here in the finals to crown the Valorant champion for the Triangle Takedown. And our first map in the best of three as well will be Split.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get this on. We are not fully aware of what the maps of the best of three are. Hoping to come back to that after this game, but honestly, some pretty conventional picks from both sides in terms of team comp. We've seen the Sage on this map. We've seen Breach Teo. We've seen, the Sky. This is kind of the double duelist from NC State. It's kind of fitting of their playstyle, right? You have Freak and Generic. This just in. We do have the maps for the best of three. We have, starting with Split, we'll be going to Fracture and then Icebox. So I'm assuming we got NC State's map picked first. High Point, as you just saw in that previous match on the B stream, really good at Fracture. I absolutely hated their post-plant utility. I thought it was terrible to play against, and I can imagine Wake Tech feels the same. But we're getting right into map one. I'm can't wait to see this. I'm super excited.
Yeah, let's take a look at these map picks and these agent picks as well. We get Omens on both squads. I feel like that's fairly easy to recognize here on Split. Omen, very strong with the paranoia, with your smokes, and the shrouded step as well, to get you away from those angles in sight. You can move around so easily, especially on, I believe, A site, sorry. You can move yourself up into heaven if you're on attack to get that little bit of a crossfire setup going. And I think we are going to see it here. It is wrong at the top, guys. I'm sorry about that. High Point is attacking NC State on the defense for the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be pretty interesting. I mean, Split, notably a defensive sided map, so it's gonna be a matter of how NC State chooses to handle this. We do see both teams gearing up towards the middle of the map. Split, big on map control, big on controlling this mid space, and how they're gonna go about it is gonna probably make or break each team's defensive half. But we see NC State here gearing up. Got a little bit of a trap setup with the Cypher Cam. As High Point slowly works their way into mid. Freak looking to get aggressive early. Trying to get a bit of freaky here. Not quite able to connect on any of the Sheriff shots, and he backs away as Bueno and Tilly trade out each other. We get 44 numbers here. Few pop shots, and they back off.
Just going to be playing very patient defense. Besides for Freak, of course, Freak, we saw him as well. He's a very aggressive on the defense. May be able to find repetition, just not the knowledge of him in the corner. Very close up. Advantage now to High Point as well for their first pistol round attack. Repetition.
Yeah, and look at look at Sawawa.
Yeah.
He's all the way through a heaven.
Breeds
might
may
be
not
able
know.
to find Breeds.
I mean, it's going to be a matter of information now. Just needs to look left. Don't get spotted out. There it is, but Breeds does a good job of combating it and over towards the A site. It's a 1v3. Breeds needs to finish them off. That's a great headshot onto repetition. Can't find the frag to finish out the game, but the spike will get planted. However, the full rotation 2v2 health advantage, however, in NC State's advantage, though.
Yeah, we do see Generic and Nuthium doubled up here on elbows, spot both, and the trades go the way of NC State. And they'll secure the first round. Pistol goes to NCSU, 1-0. Not enough to tell anything just yet, but it's a good start if you're a fan of NCSU.
See if the Hometown Heroes can come out with a victory for their own tournament. They're looking to do it. They're looking to keep the prestige of their title for their program here and now. NC State, though, they've been playing very well all day. Matter of fatigue, though, because it's been roughly 8 to 9 hours of gameplay. You have breaks here and there in between your series just to keep yourself warm as well, though. But it's been a fairly long day for Valorant today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been grueling. I'll say from a all 3 days from a TOing standpoint, from a competitor standpoint, it's been hard. But you know, this is gonna be a true test of mettle for both squads. As Sawawa, excuse me, finds the first onto Freak,
Watch out behind
recovers
you.
that outlaw. Not quite aware of
There it
Bueno
is.
behind him as the SMGs run rampant. Repetition able to get a trade back. We are in a 3v3 situation now. This is a bomb going down. NC State just playing patient.
They gotta
ready to make
wait.
a move at a moment's notice.
They gotta wait. Breets is in mid. He's coming in through heaven as well. Could be a very strong play. Generic already on site. Might find repetition here around the box. Finds it through the smoke as well. The spray with the shotgun will be able to find all 3. Generic doing a good job of closing that round.
It's Judgment Day. Judge in hand finds 2 and cleans up the last with a ghost. Absolutely massive as NC State goes to 2. Really good job from HPU. They got the bomb down, did what they needed to do, went even on trades, got a few of those guns out of the hands of NCSU. Overall, really well played eco. Not much to complain about there if you're HPU. I think you did what you needed to do, and you're just going to move past it, right? Buy up, do what you need to do. The big thing I'm looking at is the outlaw in the hands of Freak.
Ooh, that could be dangerous.
Okay, granted, HPU's acknowledging this in their full buying shield, but repetition could be, you know, picked off here if he's not too careful.
Let's see what does come out. A very aggressive play here in mid from HPU. They're not going to push on that fault line either, though, so may come to their detriment, though. Generic with the shotgun finds one through the smoke, looking for another one. The aggression, that bomb buddy as well will come out, but now truly will show the test of metal for HPU.
Really good timing through the smoke there. Freak gonna get a quick tag onto Gaga outside that A-bomb site as Tilly finds another one on the Bueno. Just a quick little reposition for the side of NCSU. Just kind of playing back, getting healed up by that Sky overheal. Just kind of repositioning, trying to just readjust, find the calm in the storm as HPU gears up to try to fake a little bit of presence on this B site, keep those 2 NC State players there as they look to readdress A, it appears. See that bomb on its lonesome outside that A main space. Gotta be careful of Freak with the outlaw.
Plenty of time on the clock, though. No commitment. We see the spike. It's lurking towards A, but you still gotta be so careful. Pushing in through HPU. Able to find a trade there, but it's a loss of life that may be a detriment. Tilly not ready for Freak. Pushing straight in to A main. Now Google with 10 HP has to do it all alone, or it will be a 3-0 start for NCSU.
Generic just gonna satchel through, not quite able to see Gaga there. It's a bit tough. It's a bit tough. I mean, you know, 10 HP though, we'll take those. We'll certainly take those. The time will expire. Gaga will hold on to this Phantom, keep it in his hands, going into this next round.
Smart move. Keeping that Phantom, being able to play the eco of it, because you know your teammates are not going to be able to full buy. You may be able to get a couple SMGs here and there, maybe upgraded pistols at that, and a little bit of your abilities. But that Phantom may come in good use, because I don't know about you, but for HPU, it might be Gaga time.
It might be Gaga time. I mean, we've seen this player do things before. I mean, notably, repetition has been a big part in HPU's success, but individually, they all play very well. So, looking for Gaga to come up huge here. Breets alone towards A Heaven. NCSU has read the early A aggression, looking to capitalize on it. Playing back, playing away from the util, just trying to shut down everything HPU has to put out. The showstopper online as Sawawa gets away, but not quite connects onto him, and the showstopper connects as Gaga, you said it before, it's Gaga time, finds 2. And now we're in a 1v2 or 2v3 situation, excuse me. NC State in a clear gun advantage.
See what they can do here. They need to be patient, but they are just so outmatched when it comes to the utility of your weapons. Only sheriffs in hand for Tilly and Ipirez. Let's see what they can do with this. Freak takes down Vipers. Not going to be able to push any further. Tilly left all alone, cutting into heaven. Macy get the trade out. No, Breach able to get the headshot. And NCSU pushing out one more further.
Yeah, the Breeds brought down to 1 HP there. I mean, that was crazy. And now we see the timeout coming in from HPU as Duckier looking to address maybe some early issues, right? 4-0 start, not exactly, what you want to see as HPU. Maybe looking to address some early issues. We saw this happen last time, maybe a slow start from HPU.
Yeah.
And it happens, right? It's how HPU chooses to claw their way back. We saw this when they were down, I believe, 6-2 on Fracture. And, it really, really put a breath of life into the team. They kind of maybe understand now how NCSU might be starting to play these, adapt, overcome, try not to overcomplicate.
Yeah. Especially when you think about the differences between HPU and a lot of teams. You start thinking, okay, when we're down by a significant amount, that mental needs to be holding on tight. I was talking to the HPU guys a little bit earlier throughout the day as well. Their mental and their chemistry, just the vibe for that team is so high that they have not really had too many struggles with their mentality. It's been confidence for the most part throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly a lively bunch. I've had some great chats with them overall, but I really think it's they all mesh together really well. There's not much more to say about it, and honestly, the same thing exists for NCSU. Like, they're all buddies, and they're all roommates too. So I mean, they have that kind of like in-person cohesion on a day-to-day basis. So we see HPU gearing up towards this A bomb site hit. The Rolling Thunder coming through as Sawawa coming
dodges
onto
the
site.
paranoia.
Yeah.
Just not looking in the right direction though. Bueno trying to find it, but not enough bullets in the chamber in order to finish out the play. Repetition looking the wrong way. Nobody knows about Nuthium, but he able to get one traded out. Breach from heaven to send them to another advantage. 1v2, but Spike not with Gaga. If HPU want a life into this game and not go down by 5 very early on, he needs to find a way to bring it back. But with that neural theft, they're going to know exactly where he is. So they're looking at every angle possible to take the control and finish him off. No gun saved.
Now, Gaga does have plenty of time to work with, but it does seem that NCSU is privy. Look at Merrick in the off angle. Has the pre-fire. Finds Gaga. That's going to bring NC State to 5.
Yeah. HPU haven't really found any success. They're able to win those trades. They're able to win their 1v1s as well. But overall, it just hasn't been as strong of a commitment as we've seen in previous matchups for them. Of course, though, this is a best of 3 as well. If they lose game 1, cool. They're still going on to their good map of Fracture, at least good from what we've seen out of them today. So they still have plenty of time in the series, even if they do lose this match, but it's still too early to tell. We saw NC State and the Niners esports go to 6 overtimes. Then we also saw again just more matchups play so close. App State able to bring it back 12-12 against UNCW as well. So the tide can shift so many different directions. You just got to give it the time.
Yeah, I mean, the BO1s were certainly an indicator of certain team skill levels, right? Like NCSU being 4-0 on the day. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expected, not to, sound biased in any way, shape, or form. But, yeah, it's pretty indicative. But High Point has done a really good job of proving themselves and playing against some of these teams they've had. But we're going to see a couple pop shots back and forth. High Point on a clear buy disadvantage as Breets finds Sawawa. That Stinger alone. Top A ramp. High Point going to push into B Heaven. Freak will find one, and they will immediately disengage. Gaga wants no part of what the Freak has in store.
Now up mid, trying to get that spike to a plant site. They're going to be looking here in Link. May possibly be able to push out on A, but the information's there. They're running. They're sprinting up those zip lines as well. And it does look like the NCSU players are going to just back off, but eventually Nuthium finds one, finds two. Tilly traded out in front of it. Generic on the back end will be able to find 2 for Tilly too. But now it's just a matter of finding your angles, and when you are a 1v5 situation, not really a good chance that you're not going to get peeked.
Yeah, I mean, nice little 3K for Nutheum to end out the round. Either way, I think there was some solid damage done for HPU. The economy for NC State is running a little wild, though. So we were talking about it last match. I mean, it was a 2-6 scoreline, but the second that Wake Tech lost a round, High Point, had a gun advantage. Like, Wake Tech had to buy down. Like, that is not the case here. NCSU has a lot of money in the bank, and I think even if High Point is able to put themselves on the board in this next couple of rounds, it's still going to be a full buy round for them. And Repetition choosing to stand in the Raise nade, that's
questionable tactics.
I have can't recommend that for any new players. But Freak gonna get caught out in mid by Gaga. The late lurk through sewers. They're gonna recover the ultimate orb to get the showstopper online and disengage.
See what can go down though. 6-0 on the scoreline right now with the advantage in this round. Well, technically not really. It's a 4v4. Just they're holding their sights and they're playing patient, letting High Point go to them. It's but what's working for them so far. Gaga will fall down to Generic over on the A site. It does look like a commitment coming through from the shadows, however. Will find its way all the way to the back of B site. We may be seeing a complete turnaround, a shift in the meta. Information for where Sawa is, but Vipers trying to find a way out. Looking for it. Goes through Bueno off of the Aftershock.
Yeah, the Aftershock just finding a stray kill here. Not 100% sure what happened there from Bueno's end. But we have Sawawa deep in the mid. Breach trying to stiff him out. Not quite able to find anything. Gonna let the satchel expire. Generic with 3, Generic with 4, and Breach cleans up the last. No ace for his teammate. That's another round for NCSU, bringing us 7-0.
What a play from NCSU. 4 eliminations for Generic, starting on the A site with the lurk, able to bring it all the way through and close out the round. 7-0 in NCSU's favor, and this was also their map choice. They brought us here onto this map, and I'm seeing it's for a very good reason.
Yeah, NCSU is very drilled on this map. I will say that for certain. It is a map they are very confident on, and if they are allowed to take the reins, they will run away with it.
Yeah.
HPU, my biggest concern for them right now is just maintaining a good mental going into map 2. I think they are aware they're good on Fracture. I don't think I think they're aware their split is not that great. I think they're aware that that's the case, and I think the one thing they need to do here is just kind of play as a team.
Yeah.
Is the best way I can put it, because if you give NC State too many ones, they're gonna take advantage of that. Yeah. Just quick spam from Generic through the mail smoke. Catch your Swab a little bit. Just trying to clear out any Cypher cams, any Cypher util. And mid, found his insert, and he's going to chill. He's going to stay.
Nothing really showing right now for High Point's attack. They're just waiting for maybe an over-aggressive push out from NCSU, and they're just playing bot mid. And now it's just truly going to see whether or not they can land a couple of 1v1s. It's going to be very aggressive here in Heaven. Satchel's coming out. Everything as well. The paint shells find Nutheum. He could not escape out of the angle, and Sawa does end up going down with the trade, but a lot of damage done on the end of it.
Yeah, quick little check of A main, making sure there's no presence there from Bueno. From the shadows, burned there. They're going to hold onto the B main position. They realize that time is low. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to give us something. The Annihilation committed. Excuse me, the Armageddon committed. The Showstopper from Generic finds one onto Tilly. And HPU now floods out of the bomb site. 2 swinging. Generic finds 2 with the Phantom. And Bueno cleans it up. Another 4K for Generic. Another ace stolen. This time by Bueno.
I mean, it's insane what we're seeing from Generic right now. 16-4. He hasn't really been that show-stopping player for NCSU, but today he is show-stopping. not to use the pun, obviously that's his ultimate as he's playing Raze right now, but we are looking through and seeing exactly how everything is going to be going down. But NCSU, they are playing phenomenal. They are allowing themselves to play as a team and play together. It's what's setting them apart from them and the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's just coming down to these really, I don't want to say predictable site holds, right? But it's predictable, right? High Point is letting the time tick down too low. It's turning into the fact that NCSU knows where they can't be and knows where they have to be. So it's a matter of maybe throwing a few more early picks into the mix a few more early fakes just to try to keep some rotators in positions they need to be. It really good job from NCSU on the defense, and it's hard when you're on attack. It's
Yeah.
It's a tall order.
It is, especially when you're up against who is claimed to be the #1 team in this tournament for Valorant as well. They are looking through to see exactly how this will go through. Not full buys either for HPU. No economy in the bank, but they're looking to bring it into next round. And maybe just get 1 or 2 at this point. For High Point going into Fracture, where it's your map, it's your pick. You feel comfortable on that map. Maybe not on this one. But just being able to get a round or 2 onto NCSU will give you so much confidence going into the second pick.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's a bit tough, and I mean it's. I don't want to say that High Point's not really being allowed to play the game, but every buy round has just been. It's few and far between, to be frank.
Yeah.
So Wawa pops a showstopper and is just immediately picked out by Fruit.
That's a good pick as well. Tripwire coming out. Brees will be able to find 1. That's 3 for Freak, though. Just run into his crosshair. Why don't ya? He's a freak of nature today and forever. And Generic as well, satcheling in a flawless round for NCSU. And all 5 players for NCSU as well getting active.
And we just saw the C3 flawless. I mean, a beautiful round for NCSU. Look at Generic. 17-4 right now. I mean, there's no slowing this guy down. It's truly immaculate gameplay coming from NCSU right now.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can continue it. Obviously, they need 4 rounds to win. They want to go for a flawless victory here on map 1. Go for that 13-0. And if they can finish out the rounds in the first half 12-0, it's the confidence, it's the momentum that probably can bring them to a flawless round 1. But still, High Point trying to find something. Very aggressive on this A defense from Freak, looking to go through. They did not opt to push into sewers, so they could have gotten a couple more, possibly, but Tilly looking for the rotation all the way behind. Does get taken down, though, and Freak, the nature boy, over again, finding 2 on the rotation.
And we see High Point here, just looking to continue their mid presence, but they aren't aware this time of Nuthium deep in vents. He's playing very patient. Looks like High Point might be looking to sniff him out. He's not clear. Nuthium finds 1, pulls out the overheal, but Classic right-clicks the second. Repetition goes down, and so Wawa recovers the spike in a 1v5 situation. Sky Flash coming through, Jet off grab, Nuthium on the rope, gets picked off, but Freak is everywhere all at once, and there's not much for Sawawa to do. It was kind of just a go-kill moment.
Listen, he got 1. That's all he needed.
He said, I got mine. I got mine.
I got mine. Where's yours?
Where's
Simple
yours?
as that. No, HPU, though, they haven't really shown up here on this map, but now we are just going to be expecting to see a couple of individual performances from this team. We're seeing very early picks where we really shouldn't be because of the overly aggressive defense that NCSU has been, especially Freak over here on A. And we may see it once more. Those guide salvos coming out off of the satchel, finds 1, but the trade from repetition gives them a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I mean, but either way, on the other side of the map, despite what we saw with Sawawa, High Point finds 2 early picks, and they do get immediately traded out, but we do find ourselves in a 2v3 situation. Not the worst situation in the world, but Guga gonna slowly clear this B main position. It's taken out by Generic. It is now just Vipers in the 1v3. Generic on low enough HP that he might be able to make something happen. He does have the Rolling Thunder online, or maybe trying to secure the bomb plant. Just the timing. High Vipers finds 1. Gonna rip out the fault line towards Heaven, but Breach, despite being full stunned, gets the 1 tap. And that's the 11th round for NC State. It's looking grim. I don't want to predict a 13-0, and I'm going to say there's going to be a 13-0, so maybe I can Caster's Curse it out of existence. But I understand if at this point High Point says, I just want to go play Fracture.
Yeah.
I don't want to play Split anymore. Because I'd be in the same boat.
I would prefer getting entirely swept in map 1 and being able to bring back the fight in map 2 because it's also better for your mentality.
Yeah.
It's much easier to regain a 13-0 you getting 0 and 13 mentality than it is, say, you bring it all the way 6 overtimes like the Niners did and still ended up not being able to pull it out.
Yeah, it's just gotta be it's gotta be saving the mental for when it matters,
Yeah.
right? If they can find their map pick and they can make this a 2-1 situation, in their favor, that's what they're gonna aim for. As Sawawa finds the first frag onto Freak, Blazestorm being shut down almost immediately. Some spam through the Cypher cage as Breeze trying to spot out the enemy combatants. High Point just holding strong. I think this is something we really haven't seen yet, and what really showcased well on Fracture of just finding these positions and holding them. They do such a great job of just inserting themselves and maintaining space together, and this is something we really haven't seen them do in the start of this match.
Let's see if they can continue because it's the last round of the first half. Breitz trying to find a spray through, and I don't know if he knows if Sawawa is there. I don't know if he is understanding that, hey, they're just sitting on the box. They do get the smoke out, and it does look to be a very strong rotation over towards this B site. And right now, it may come to fruition. The Outlaw able to find one onto Gaga. It falls right into the Rolling Thunder. And let's see exactly how NCSU picks this one up. Showstopper coming out online and active. Generic able to find it all the way around. Does not connect. Repetition already taken down. However, an NCSU bring the first half to a close flawlessly.
Switching sides. Match point.
I'm forgetting that we have another half.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting that there's another side to this map. It's the
May not be
game's
for
almost
longer.
over.
May not be for longer.
May not be. Yeah, this is true. May not be over for much longer. But we've seen today, pistols go a variety of ways. I would argue it's one of the most gimmicky rounds in Valorant. A lot can happen here. There's no ultimates on the board. There's limited util, and just a few silly little handguns that could do, they could do some silly things. So I'm really looking to see what HPU is going to do here, what they have in the playbook, and if NC State can even get to this bomb site. I mean, they're matching the stack already.
Yeah, let's see if anything does come out. HPU, just looking for one. That confidence as well. Just going to be able to be so strong going into their Fracture pick. But look at this defensive strat from HPU. Very early rotation. Nobody even sitting on the B site, but that's where the spike is for NC State. They're looking to take control of the B site, and it might be a little too late. You can see them on High Point thinking, oh, wait, maybe we messed up. Maybe we just gave up a free site. They're looking to push into heaven. But all right, now they can't find anything. They don't have the information. But this lurk from Generic may be able to spot one. He's right behind. Look behind you. There it is. Repetition takes them out, but traded out. And the spike is down for NC State.
Spike has gone down, but NC State now in a numbers disadvantage as HPU clears out the two players pushing their CT spawn. Freak deep in the mid, not able to quite find the frag, a little bit of whiffage. Nuthium cleans it up, but it's just HPU. Repetition and Vipers able to clean up the remainder as Gaga sticks to the fuse. And that's, oh, maybe not quite, excuse me. We're going to give it to a teammate. Get a different ultimate online, but High Point on this pistol, finding their first round.
Listen. I'm not going to try to cast a curse it. I'm just going to say, how crazy would it be if we went to overtime? It's not impossible. If NC State can do it, so can High Point.
This is true.
But how crazy would it be? You know what? I'm rooting for HPU now for this first map. I want to see an overtime at 12-12 consistent in a row.
Look, I can't say I'm not a lover of content. I'm not a lover of comebacks. But I think it's looking
far-fetched.
Look, it's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
I'll say, but it would be funny.
It would be very
It would
funny.
be pretty funny.
And it may get started here if Repetition was able to land that. The patient game, though, and the drone is falling through. They have the information. They know, hey, they are pushing mid. Let's see if Sawawa can find it through the smoke. Perfect timing on the pickup. Onto Freak. That's their best player so far on this map. Highest frag, top fragger, whatever you want to call it. HPU, though, looking to just keep them at bay with those guided salvos as they do come to recollect 2-2 in mid and B main.
Yeah, and we do have, a bit of a disengage from NCSU. They're playing this map pretty slow. I mean, you see Sawawa now inserted in mid. They're trying to maintain that space as much as possible, but Tilly with the stinger in hand, playing the close angle, finds Bueno. Caught out here. 5v3 in favor of HPU. Numbers advantage. There are a few deagles on the side of NCSU, which has proven dangerous all throughout today. We've seen numerous ecos be turned around, and NC State certainly able to do something like that. Repetition finds one on Nubium in mid. It's just Breeds and Tilly alone on the site to duel it out. The deagles do not connect as the guided salvos take out Generic. And NC State finds themselves questioning what happened on these first 2 rounds.
I mean, you lost your pistol round.
Yeah.
You could have made it 13-0. You didn't. But this is just confidence building for HPU going into map 2. Even if they don't bring us to overtime for the content. Even if they don't, it's still going to be motivating them even further, being like, hey, we got this. We can bring the fight to this squad of NCSU. First, though, they need to be able to make it to map 2 going forward. Very quick on the attack. NCSU, we know them to be, and with only one player in the back of sight here on A, it's going to be a tough task. Sitting in the cage, looking for one, got the smoke, looking for the recovery, but they just know where they are. The sprays through come in, and NC State in control.
And the bomb's going to go down. Nuthium planning now. HPU now converging on this heaven position. As you see, Vipers coming really late through A sewer. Breeds very aware of the position. As we see the remainder of NCSU on site. Trying to hold their ground. Vipers finds one with the stinger. Not ready for Bueno. As he finds the frag. Repetition finds his first. Needs 4 more to convert the round, though. Guided salvos online. Gonna send him towards site. He isn't aware of the crossfire being held on A main. The swing comes through. And that is going to bring NC State to a 13-2 scoreline. And we're going to go to map 2.
It is High Point's pick, though.
It is High
Point's pick. They were playing phenomenal against Wake Tech, bringing themselves back with the comeback to bring themselves to this point as well. I think there's not really much we can say about map 1 here because it is a 13-2. It was a total wipe going into game map 2 as well for NC State. And now we are just looking to see any recovery tactics HPU can even bring out.
I really think that HPU's biggest asset on this map is going to be their post plant. I mean, we got to see it a little bit. I was shocked and in awe when I got to see some of their post plant setups. I mean, it's really drilled. They've obviously put a lot of time into it. Split, not a conventional map for most people. Not obviously everyone's first pick.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely one of those maps you have to kind of grow accustomed to, or you really have to have a strong favorite for.
Yeah, the playbooks as well just need to be written. We're not really seeing that right now for some of these teams. NCSU, obviously, they have a strong playbook for Split. Now about Fracture, though, we're not really sure. We haven't really seen them play Fracture all that much of today or in the past either. So if whether or not they're able to bring their best out to Fracture, finish out this series in a 2-0 sweep for the series score, remains to be seen. However, they're just looking so strong. 4-0 in regular. Now up 13-2 in map 1 for this best of 5 against HPU in the final. Best of 3, sorry. Not best of 5. That's my fault. Against HPU, though, in this finals, it's just looking like they're unstoppable.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to not say that NCSU looks to be the favorites here. I mean, it's higher average team rank, higher, experience level. It's just it's difficult. It's really true. It's truly hard not to be biased. I'm trying so hard not to be.
I don't have to be, luckily. I'm in no relations to any of these teams. I'm just here for the content. I'm here for the cast, and I'm here for the good vibes overall that NC State and the rest of the teams that have competed here today have brought to us.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get ready to go into Split here, or not? Sorry, we just finished
Fracture.
Split. We're gonna get ready to go into Fracture here in just a minute. But we'll be right back in just a few seconds. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with map 2. Hey guys, we're back for map 2.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We went through map 1 pretty fast.
Yeah,
But I'm
probably
expecting something a
faster-
little different. I'll
Probably
be
it's
honest.
faster than I expected. Probably faster than a lot of the players expected as well. I mean, HPU, they got 2. We'll give them that. They get 2 in the second half, though. They went the complete first half, not being able to win a single round.
Yeah, it was a bit of a oppressive stomp. I'll say it that much. To say the least, we were maybe 30 minutes behind schedule, and we are now like an
Ahead of
hour
schedule.
ahead schedule. So that just to put that in perspective, but we're going into Fracture. This is HPU's bread and butter, as we saw earlier on the B stream. Their post plant is oppressive. I believe NCC's strategy here had a little chat with their coach going into map 2 there. I'm like, how you feeling? He's like, yeah, we just gotta not let them get the bomb down. So if they're able to do that, then maybe we might have that might spell trouble for High Point. But NC State looking like a bit of a mirror comp right now. The only difference being that Vice over the KJ, and I truly think it's because Vice as an individual Sentinel is really oppressive and has proven to, like, how do I say? When KJ initially was just not allowed to exist because of Teo, Vice took, like, precedent.
Yeah.
Like, Vice was very oppressive, and I think still has a good set of util for this map, especially since, you're cutting down the amount of, how active your breach can be, especially when you have 4 different spots on this map that you have to take care of, and that Vice wall not being able to be broken but has to be tripped.
Yeah.
So you will always have some kind of consistent information so long as your Vice is alive. So we'll see going into this map.
It's going to come down to whether or not HPU are able to play as a team here. Because if they get separated very early on with this attack, it can spell trouble. We are now going to be looking for those initial conflicts. We are going to be looking for if the trades are coming out. Because this map is very easy for you to get singled out on the attack. Because you have 4 options to go with instead of just 2 main options, which would be normally A or B main on some of those 3 site maps. Then you have your mid as well for B. But here, we are just looking at so many options, so many different positions to play from. So if they're going to be able to play together, that will set them apart here.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw kind of how HPU handled their attack from the first game, but this with NC State is going to be a bit of a difficulty tweak. As Repetition finds the first onto Nuthium, absolutely obliterated. Bueno going to do everything he can to defend himself right now, as the remaining HPU players are just spraying through the smoke, trying to take him out. Bueno brought down to 25 HP. As Freak, they're coming out from drop. With Generic, they find 3, and now High Point is in a bit of disarray. They're going to try to regroup and be main and just get out of there. I mean, they have to be aware that, yes, they do have 4 players towards that arcade space, but they have to be aware of their flank. They have to have something behind them.
Let's see if the complete turnaround for NC State here in the very beginning of this map will work out well for them. They have no information of where the players could be. They know it's not behind them at the very least. They know it's at the very bottom of the map towards the attacker spawn. But will they be able to play together, and will they be able to go? Because right now, A-Site completely cleared besides for the Thorns they have right there. They are aware of it. Communication has gone out. The Thorns don't trip anyone up. Now, let's see. They're going to have a free A-Site to get the spike down. That's going to be very good for them early on.
Yeah, they did have Bueno playing in A tower just to kind of hear the bomb going down, maybe try to give Breach a little bit of info, but they do have that Vice wall still up in Sands. They know nobody can be pushed out there. They do still have the Arc Rose as well on the wall, trying to spot out any enemy players. Doesn't find anything. Bueno tagged up a bit. Never find anything. Gaga finds the kill. It's just Gaga in the 1v3. Bomb is planted for him. Using free cross, but Breach is there with the classic in hand to shut down the round. NC State secures the round. Another pistol out of NC State. We are now 2 and 3 on pistols for NC State. They won the second pistol?
No, they didn't. It was HPU that won the first and second round of the second half on split. And so now we are currently 2-3, yes, indeed, for NCSU on those pistol rounds. And it's been very early on for their defending halves to where they are able to take it in a commanding fashion as well. We saw those early picks, one onto Nuthium, straight immediate off of the round start, and Freak as well, taking very low HP. And Bueno was taking down the 25 HP through the smoke almost immediately as well, but being able to play together as a team, being able to create those opportunities, those paint shells as well from Generic came in clutch to bring them that round.
And you do see NCSU trying to spot out the Sentinel player lurking. They might be privy to the push through drop, at least Bueno is. Smoked off, HPU gonna bide their time. Try to get the opportunity to make something happen. Share shots ringing through the smoke, not finding anything. But it's at least 2 NC State players just holding the edge of this brim smoke. They try to find. HPU tries to make noise elsewhere.
Information shown that KJ was on the lurk as well over towards the B site, but it doesn't matter. The spike will be planted no matter how many guided salvos you send out there. It will do some damage onto Tilly, however, and watch out for Bueno straight through the smoke. They're going to hold it. They're just going to wait for the push. There it is. Gets one, but quickly traded out back and forth. High Point looking to take control of the site. They just need to play the time to bring this to a halt and a tie game, but those early picks out. The aggression as well. Guga all alone, but Gaga all the way home.
Preets. I mean, then that judge in hand just hold left click or just keep tapping left click. I think they're going to recover a better rifle to the side of NCSU, and they will get their second round starting on this defensive half. I mean, it's truly a it's difficult. I lost words there for a minute, but it's difficult, especially with this Vice Wall. We saw earlier on the Wake Tech match that HPU played. They were able to just kind of like send Sawawa in there just to kind of do his thing at times, find an insert, just kind of bide his time while the rest of his team was able to come out. That's going to be extended with this Vice Wall. That shear is going to just fully separate Sawawa from his team. They cannot help him in the slightest. They have nothing to get around that. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be something they punish. But Sawawa swings wide of the breach stun and gets one onto Generic. See the tail drone coming out, trying to find any of the remaining players. Sketch out another Freak, spotted back to ice. The guy at Salvo's probably gonna come through to flush him out. HPU not giving any ground. They're looking to commit to this B site. Hope we have Gaga find another kill from the other end of Arcade.
Gotta watch out though in Heaven. It's going to be ready for it. Gaga looking to travel out as well. Vice waiting for the lurk, however. So they do look to be kind of committing towards A now. Maybe a little bit of rethink in their strategy. It's been so much time burned off the clock for that B push. Does look like through and through. The fault line coming out, trying to stall them out, let them get through the game. But now it will be an A site attack. Breets sitting in that dirt area, trying to find one, maybe get the lurk. He's waiting for KJ to play through. Guided Salvo's coming out, trying to clear the site. Won't be able to. Breets does find Gaga on that lurk through as well, bringing it to a 3v4, still in favor of High Point. May be able to get that spike planted. There it is. It falls down. The Steel Garden coming out as well, but will only find Vipers. Everybody else still with their primary in hand.
We're back in a spot where HPU thrives in this post-plant situation. The fault line coming through. Soasoa finds one. Viper's the second. 3 on the round for Soasoa. It's just Freak alone towards CT. He's probably going to like to play exits here and try to secure maybe at least one kill, get one rifle out of the hands of HPU. Nothing quite yet. Guided Salvo's going to come through, push him off, and he's going to find nothing. He's going to have to be forced to back away here, as High Point gets their first round much, much earlier than last map. And that is something HPU fans are absolutely loving right now.
Yeah. We all knew Freak as well. They had an easy escape route.
Yep.
You got to wonder exactly what was going through their mind on, hey, let me try to go through Dish. Let me see if I can get out, maybe get a pick here on the other end. Either way, though, NC State still at 2, still in the lead, but it's much closer on Fracture than we originally saw in map 1 of Split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the logic there was if Freak had saved the Guardian and the Light Shields, it would have been you know, he would have had less econ to work with. He would have been able to buy up an actual rifle. You saw him die there. He's getting the full amount of money. He died in that previous round, not saving, so he's at no econ disadvantage. We're gonna see some early conflict in A main. So Wawa finds one. Freaking Nuthium finding two. Tilly cleaning it up. Not able to get the second kill. Tilly killing Freak. Easy cleanup for High Point. 3v2 situation. They know there's one player still on this A-bomb site. Not able to find Breeds just yet as he creeps his way through B main. Is High Point aware? Bueno also slowly contacting his way. NCSU pincering these High Point players alone. Almost want to see Gaga speed up on this lurk. He needs to find his timing. Is Tilly gonna get caught out, but Viper's there to trade. And now they're converge on this B-bomb site. As Bueno's just left alone on the island. Has to make something happen here.
See what they could do. Trying to get that spike planted. They have a free site as well, so they will drop it. Now it's going to be a matter of whether or not they will play together or play separately. It does look like they're going to be playing together here in Heaven. No smokes for Bueno either. They're not able to play out all together and just give them the space. Turret does fall through. Information there. They know he's on site now. Looking to get out the fault line. Trying to find some. Not going to be able to. Swarm bot is taken down. The other one as well. Going to be shot out. The tap coming out. Now the suffocation we may see here from High Point coming to fruition. Not aware of the KJ. Just a little too late. And Gaga will tie this one up.
Yeah, Gaga, I was mentioning earlier, was struggling to find his timing earlier to try to sniff out Breeds in B main, but the trades were immaculate from the side of High Point and able to recover at the very end there. Gaga found his timing. He found his little sliver to slip in behind Dice there and take out Bueno in the 2v1, but we got a taste of it there. The oppressive post-plant util that High Point puts out just so consistently. They do such a great job on this map, and it's, from a player's perspective, God, I hate watching it. God, I can feel the rage coming from the NCSU players when that happens. But I mean, it goes back to their game plan going into this map. Don't let High Point get the bomb down. Yeah. We can't let that happen because we know what happens if we do.
I mean, we're gonna find out as well whether or not they could stick to their game plan. But High Point, they've been so aggressive with their pushouts, using your utility, being able to clear the site, and we haven't really been able to see anyone from NCSU stand on the site either. I feel like if they did, it still would be a 1v3, 1v4, regardless of it, because of those aggressive pushes. Aftershock coming out, trying to find someone here from Dish. Generic, not able to find much, no information as Breeds does fall through on the other side. And once more, they are starting to push out, and Bueno finds one, traded out. Generic no longer with us. Neither is Nuthium. Freak, though, on site. 2v3. Never mind, I speak too soon. Still a 1v3, and Freak's just looking to get out of there.
Yeah, recovers the rifle and chooses to get the hell out of Dodge. As, again, we've seen on display the High Point utility proving to be troublesome. Sawawa was just left alone for so long on top site. Like, I feel like we were aware of his position. Bueno found one on site, and then we just left Sawawa on 1 HP on top site. Not sure what was happening there. Maybe a little bit of a comms issue from side of NCSU, but either way, extremely well played by High Point. I think they've had a change of pace going into a map that they know oh so very well. And you see all 5 players, just doing a little rope trip, fun little zipline experience across the map. As we see a arcade hit in store here for the side of HPU. It's just Breeds on his lonesome on this B side.
Now, it will be just a matter of whether or not NCSU can start playing with the mind games HPU is playing now. They're very aggressive on their pushes on B, but on A, but very passive on B until the last second. Sprays through the smokes, looking through. Gaga going to be left alone on that island because of this vice wall. He's going to try to he's going to try to bait it out, and he does so successfully as well. They are aware of where that vice wall is placed. It's very commonplace as well. Skyro's no longer there neither. So flashes and your separation no longer with you for NCSU. And it's going to be looking like a bit of a fallback now for 2 of the players from HPU as the rest of the team looking to just find a frag here and there. Trades coming out all around.
HPU's done a really good job of getting their picks. We saw Newton go down on the side on the A-bomb site earlier. Repetition doing a really good job of winning his ones when given the opportunity to. So Sawawa on the insert. It was, you know, he got his one, got traded back immediately, but repetition, proving to be surgical, finds the frag onto Bueno. 2v3 for NCSU, repetition a third onto Generic. Now, Breeds in disadvantage. Spots out the util of repetition, knows his position, but is he aware of the other High Point players? Aware of Tilly, but not able to find the frag as High Point goes to 4. NCSU maybe starting to sweat a little bit.
Maybe. I don't know if anyone was expecting this, though. NCSU, undefeated, very dominant in map 1 as well. Yes, we are going on to the map choice of High Point, where they're feeling confident after their win on to Wake Tech with that comeback as well. But now we're just seeing a little bit of falter in the mind of NCSU. They were playing so confident, but now we are seeing them be a little bit hesitant to even push out that they used to be so well known for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of hesitancy, yes, but I think it's also that we got to keep in mind that this is the more dominant half of Fracture. This could very well turn on its head after 12 rounds, right? Regardless of who's in the lead. So we see some early picks coming the way of High Point as Breeds and now Bueno get caught out on this B bomb site that HPU is taken for free, and now we're in a spot that nobody likes to be in. That's going up against HPU post plan.
And they have all of their utility as well. All 5 players able to play through, while everybody from NCSU that's still here with us playing all together. Showstopper in hand, but Sawawa just looking for all 3. What a pickup!
Execution on the 3K. Oh my goodness, the spray transfer was immaculate.
That was perfect placement all throughout. We are seeing time and time again of whether or not High Point can play as a team. And here on Fracture, we are seeing that post-plant. You mentioned it as well. NCSU are aware of High Point's shenanigans post-plant. They just haven't been able to figure out how to stop them from being able to use those shenanigans.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have a lot of really crucial ults online. High Point just sitting on all 5 of them right now. But Sawawa having himself a game.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful transfer between all 3 targets in the, I believe it was a 5v3, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, doing it all himself, putting the team on his back. 11-5 right now. You love to see it.
You do, because this just shows how competitive collegiate esports can be. One map, or just in general, esports as well. One map can be a complete domination for one team because they're used to it. The other team may not be used to it, don't play it much, don't practice it as much. But then you turn it around into someone else's favor, and now we're looking at a complete change in story. It's possible for a game 3, and right now, as the way goes, as long as High Point is able to get enough rounds here in the first half on attack, that may be the difference maker between them and an NC State attack as well.
Absolutely. We are almost to a situation where we have 10 ults online.
Yeah.
And after that, I think we're going to have to switch the stream category to Overwatch. I don't know what's going to happen. There might be a round we see all 10 ults burn. There might be only a few. We do see Gaga taking initiative here. The lockdown coming through. The orbital strike in response. Gonna cancel that out. As we mentioned, just ult after ult after ult being used. Breeds, a little bit of a pre-fire, doesn't quite find the kill. We're back to a standstill. The Armageddon coming through. A little preempted from Nuthium as the paint shells come through to try to find Sawawa, excuse me. Now we're back to a standstill. Found his insert. Not looking to make much more of an issue. Sawawa backs away. He is, in fact, the diversion for the side of HPU.
I'm looking to see what NC State can do in response. You use 2 of your ults now. You still need 1 for the Vice Steel Garden as well. We are seeing the Rolling Thunder coming out and the commitment here on B site for HPU. No conflicts originally. Smokes all around, clearing it out, trying to get a little bit of information from the Tejo drone. And you're right, it's ultimate after ultimate. Showstopper going out. Everything being put to use here on this round. Vipers now as well, finding a 2K and even more. It's a 4v2 post-plant situation with 0 ultimates for NCSU.
NCSU is 1 off of the Steel Garden. Breeds might be able to find a frag and make it happen. Finds 1, finds 2. Very snappy. Breeds, 1v2 situation. There are mollies on bomb. Breeds has to make something happen here. 1 gets popped, 36 HP. pushing this heaven position. Isn't going to find much. As you see, repetition wrapping towards main. Gaga now pushing the heaven position. Breeds finds it. 3K on the round. The salvos coming through. Finds the timing perfectly. Has to stick it to half here. The Armageddon is the nail in the coffin. Repetition cleans up the round. And now we're back down to almost 0 ultimates on the board. We saw 9 ultimates that round.
8.
What? 8?
8 ultimates.
Excuse
Tilly
me.
still has the orbital strike for High Point. So it's not that it was a complete usage of all 5. They still have 1 for post plant. And that's going to be very scary as well for HPU.
Regardless, I think we need to change the stream title.
Yeah, yo, someone throw up Overwatch 2
because
because
I
at
think we
this
might
point,
need Overwatch 2 as the stream title after
at
that
this
round.
point, it was ability after ability, ultimate after ultimate, and headshot after headshot coming out from both squads. And Brits as well. You cannot say anything about that round without mentioning that 3K, snappy headshot after snappy headshot, almost being able to bring it through, but that Armageddon just being that nail in the coffin to finish out the 6th round for High Point.
Yeah, Nithium, they are aware of the push-out sounds from Soawa. Going to get out of dodge, not taking too much damage in the process. High Point, ooh, bueno. Quick timing through the smoke, finds Soawa, not able to get out of there too quick. But look at Gaga.
Oh, Lordy.
He's lurked all the way through without Breeds knowing. He was tucked behind the arcade box, and they passed each other like ships in the night. And Gaga's find himself a very advantageous position in CT spawn as the remainder of his team now pushes arcade. This could spell disaster for his remaining teammates, but it could also prove beneficial if Gaga gets his value. Breeze finds one with a stinger, looking for a second, brought down to a minuscule 30 HP, finds the frag, and Gaga not able to get the value he hoped for as NCSU finds the Visit Raleigh Thrifty.
It was beautiful as well. It's what they needed to do in order to bring themselves back in this game. We're going into round 10 as well, as NC State really hasn't found an answer until this round. That was 6 consecutive rounds in a row to where High Point was able to bring themselves into a very strong standing in this first half. Yes, it may be attacker-sided. Yes, it may be completely different in the second half for NC State. But if they can pick up as many as possible here on defense, we are looking at a very strong second half for NCSU. Now, the question about it is whether or not they are going to play as consistent as that last round.
Yeah, I mean, you did have the 2 gimme rounds after winning the pistol. Pistol included, excuse me. But High Point just went on a 6-round win streak, and I think NC State's taking that as a wake-up call. Bueno finding the first kill on a repetition. That is the star player for High Point being taken out. Nuthium finding another on Gaga. Soawa not aware of Bueno's position in and out of the smoke as Freak finds another. The push through drop is coming through as it's just Tilly alone on the bomb site. He gets taken out by Breeds. NC State converging all around High Point with no escape route. It's proving to be trouble, and NC State will be taking a 4. That's a 4-6 scoreline. How are you feeling about that?
I think I'm feeling pretty good because now it's a very even closer half going into the second round. Also, we knocked in the 9-3 curse, so I'm very happy about that. But regardless of it, you said it was a wake-up call for NCSU. They knew going into this that playing Fracture was going to be very rough for their defensive half. As long as they were able to stop the spike plant, they would be going in a fairly well fashion. The rounds that they were able to stop that spike plant, that's the rounds that they've won. Everything else has been a High Point dominant series so far, or at least in this map. Now going forward though, whether they stay awake or they fall asleep, that's going to be up to the NC State players.
Yeah, and I mean we're seeing a bit of a lull in the start of this round. We've seen a lot of fast starts from HPU on their attack, and now I think they're back to slowing things down, realizing that, hey, maybe we're getting a little too ahead of ourselves here. And now they're starting to slowly re-clear these spaces that they thought they had so clearly. And Freak just finding Soawa, who was alone on the B site. Although he's lonesome, separate from his team, it's a little troublesome.
Yeah, it is a 3v2 currently in NC State's defense right now. They're starting to stack and maybe start lurking around. The information for that does go out. However, it will be a matter of whether or not we can play proper in the smoke. Repetition hides, but will they be able to keep their life away? Orbital strike goes down, cutting off any options for them. Nuthium finds them through the smokes as well. A little bit of a peek there, but Gaga playing from dish finds one, can't land the shots onto Freak, and Breeds finish it the round out within one. Going to the last round of the first half, NC State gets 3 continual.
Yeah, 3 consecutive rounds. Again, this is the, I guess, half point of the map. A lot of good things I saw that round out of HPU, and just a lot of bad things. I'll be so honest. NC State just kind of held their ground. We saw what I was talking about earlier, just except it wasn't Sawala this time. So we saw Sawala get picked really early on that B site. It was repetition, getting caught out early, and the Steel Garden coming through just kind of gave him nothing to work with. He had a shorty in hand and just left on an island. We did have the Gaga lurk come through, but it was just truly, it was just so difficult to play with, especially with the ults on the line for NCSU. And now back down to nothing, so HPU might have something to work with. So Sawala makes his way up into heaven. It's an open B site, just Vice utility. They might be saving that Rolling Thunder for plant. HPU Vipers finding one onto Generic, getting its stun back. 1 HP. He's going to rip the Rolling Thunder in the opposite direction as Sawala finds one on the Freak. Now just holding his utility for his team. Not much to work with. As NC State 3v4 on the retake. Bueno inching his way through. Spots out the elbow of Vipers. Troublesome now. Tap on the bomb. The paint shell's coming through. Tilly finds one underneath him. Now the KJ Molly's coming through as well. It's just Bueno in the post plant. They're finding their ones as they try to retake this site. HPU aware of Bueno's position. Sawala playing so patient. Goes for a little run and gun. 7 HP. Bueno, no time. Just looking for the exit frags. And Tilly dies in the process, but he just wants to make sure he secures the round. The last round of the half, bringing us to a 7-5 half.
Yeah.
For HPU, which, admittedly, yes, they're up.
How's that for a plan?
But it is an attacker-sided map, and it worries me that they don't have more of a lead to try to close this one out. I feel like they didn't give themselves a lot of wiggle room going into the defensive half.
I have to tend to agree here. And I mean, they knew they won that final round, bringing them to 7-5. I think Bueno knew as well, but he was just looking to add to his highlight reel. I think he was just looking for the clip, maybe see something, go forward there. But right now, going into the second half, NCSU, this may not be their strongest map, but they're on the stronger side in the second half. Very close contest as well. HPU right now just need to figure out a good hold, but it looks to be a very aggressive one right now towards both sites. However, they chose the wrong side. The question is whether or not HPU will combat that and be like, hey, let's rotate out real quick, because they're not aware of the 4-man Dish army. Breach, though, falls down very early on, and it's just going to be a storm on the site. Tilly able to find another headshot, looking for a third, finds it. Can they continue? That's the question. That's 4. That is almost 5, but there's a steal from repetition. Still, though, high point off the pistol. Finds an 8th round, and now we are 2-2 for both teams for pistol rounds.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Tilly. I think he might have just chugged a Red Bull in that extended buy phase of the new half. But oh my goodness, the deagle was deagling.
Really much so.
And the 4K with the sheriff, nothing to sneeze at. But NC State forced into disadvantage just on classics now. As High Point has a good bit of good couple rifles to their name. We're gonna see a bit of aggression towards this B bomb site as Breeds on the deep lurk on Arcade. High Point sniffing out the A bomb site, looking clear. They know nothing's here now. They hear the aggression towards B, and they're just gonna play off. Gaga finds a kill with the turret.
That's very rare, and we do know how dangerous NC State is still, even though they're on an eco. But right now, it is those full-on classics versus the utility and weaponry from HPU. Looking for the rotation in. Gaga We'll find Freak, but on the other end of it, Repetition does fall down. That's going to be a gun saved for NC State. Possibly, they're actually going to keep this one, try to bring this round back. Information is there, suppressed as well. And Nuthium, Bueno fall down. Viper's not going to be able, Breet's not going to be able to finish off another player. So 4 guns saved for HPU going into the third round of the second half.
Yeah, that brings High Point to 9. Really good, start of the half for them. It's just really, it's difficult when you're Repetition and you're this star player of the roster, and you just get caught out by a classic. It's just like, oh my goodness, man. It's got to be a bit of a mental boom, but hopefully he can recover. Realize that, hey, we won the round. We're going to be good. Everything's fine. We're going to go straight into this bonus round for HPU. NC State not slowing down the tempo. They're going to leave Breeds on an island on the top side of the map. Just going to quickly get out of there as High Point pushes through Arcade. It's NCSU storming through this A main position, making their presence known as they take the bomb site. High Point just going to lie in wait if there's anything more. He deals shots through the smoke as Repetition swings out to find Freak top site. Not able to find his second, but Tilly trading him out.
Let's see what they
traded. Down to 30 HP, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage is done as well. But it's still a 4v3, although you may be down to HP. And I say that, though. Breet and Bueno tag team up to bring this now to a competitive 3v2 for NC State. Looking for the spike to get planted. Paint shells going out. Vipers able to land some shots, not all. Looking for the pickup of the Sheriff. Bueno, however, very precarious situation. Can they finish it out? Not enough bullets in the clip. Vipers does finish that one through, but Breets nowhere around. Will they stick? Spray through, not sticking. Looking for the frag up close. Classic right click, left click spam. And they do manage to bring that one back here in HPU's bonus round.
Yeah, that'll bring the scoreline 9-6, still in High Point's favor. But it's rounds like those that it's a bit dicey if you're NCSU. You want that to be a bit more commanding with the amount you invested. It's just really, really tough. High Point, though, doing a really good job on their retakes. They're lying in wait, they're finding their frags, and they're trading each other out really well. I think it's a truly just great style that they have on this defensive half. But not to point anything out, but we do have a pie watch this game. Mr. Nuthium sitting a mean 3-13 the side of NCSU. We'll be having a nice talk about that later. But
listen, you guys can have your talks. Right now, I'm here for some good Valorant action, and between these two teams, it has been great Valorant action. Guga, though, trying to find something here in heaven. Lands one, can't find a second with that Bulldog, and now going down. Once more, NCSU with the spike planted, and well, we saw how well HPU can play post-plant. Now if NCSU can do the same, that favorable lead right now that HPU has may quickly turn around.
Yeah, NCSU doing a good job commanding the bomb site, taking the space immediately. Nuthium has escaped Pie Watch. It's okay, folks. Nuthium is safe for now. NCSU still in very strong numbers advantage. His High Point just forced to save here. They're going to keep any scraps of weaponry that they have left to their name.
Got to be careful.
Got to be careful, making sure there's no one playing exits like Breeds. So Wawa gets spotted out, trying to tuck away in the corner, trying to let the clock run down. 5 seconds left just to make sure. Oh, Breeds finds him. Now it's just Repetition alone with the Vandal. Just a little unlucky getting chased down by Breeds, who's just kind of popping out of nowhere, it feels like, on some of these lurks. Those are some of his timings, but 7-9 scoreline. Not a terrible place to be. Only 2 rounds won off the bonus, which, makes a little bit of sense, but you'd hope that on HPU's full buy round, off of that bonus, you'd see a little bit more damage done to the NC State economy, and it looks like it's slowly starting to build up again like we saw in map 1.
Yeah.
But not to jump to conclusions too early.
Yeah, NC State, we know how quickly they can create a snowball effect for their opponents. They've been able to come back through losses in rounds and bring it straight back to where they are in control of the game. Just like that, though, Freak able to take down Gaga. Tilly as well, spotted out on site. A great way to get a 2K early on with the spike planted here on A. Now just about a matter of whether or not you can stop the lurk. We are going to be looking over. Bueno looking for it. Finds the headshot on one. Will they stake around? Yes, indeed. Change the angle, and Viper falls to it as well.
See Bueno getting a little jiggy with it. Out of drop, just the crash spamming. I feel like everyone's kind of doing the crouch spam on the peaks. His repetition. Ooh, full stun. Still finds the one tap. Looking for another. Not able to find it as Freak. 3K on the round, closes it out. A dual ace between Freak and Bueno, but that is that's gonna be 8-9 for NCSU.
Did you see the B-hop as well coming out
Yeah,
from Bueno? He just B-hopped all the way from Dish coming into a defense spawn. It was a little cheeky,
I think that's what we like to call a movement diff, I think, is what the kids are calling it nowadays.
Kids?
Something like that.
Fair enough. I mean,
like we're old
stay
enough.
hit to the curb sometimes, you know?
Something like that, yeah. I feel like
I might be a
collectively
little bit older, obviously, I think.
Okay.
I mean, all of us are in college.
Something like that.
Y'all are in college, I should say.
Yeah.
I might be a little bit older, but I still understand the lingo. I still understand. Sometimes, maybe not.
Talking about Riz and
maybe dating myself here.
What is this? What is this garbage? Why can't we go back to saying like rad?
Yeah, bro.
You know,
Yay.
like-
I mean, there's so many good terminology that has just gone to the wayside as generations after us come through. I mean, they have some good stuff, though. They have some good stuff.
It's like, but it's also affecting how the kids play the game, man.
Listen.
Like, you see these heckin' B-hops and stuff. Like, what is this,
Hey,
man?
listen. When I was playing my game
Valorant.
back in my day, B-hops were amazing.
This is Valorant, man. We don't got B-hops. What's going on here?
Listen, if you can make it work, the movement diff comes out, and NC State bringing themselves back out in the second half. HPU kind of copying what NC State did in the first half, where they win the pistol, win the second, and then completely lose the script.
Yeah, I mean, it's we might see kind of a mirrored half here. It might take HPU a minute to find their footing, but NCSU just kind of playing slow here. I think this coming out of the timeout, they're expecting something from High Point, and I think taking it slow is not a terrible option. But I think High Point, that timeout was spent talking about the same idea. You see the Teo drones scurry by one another as the guided salvos come out, slowing down the NCSU assault. But we do have a couple key ults online. I believe we have the Orbital Strike and Armageddon for the side of NCSU.
Right here.
A few very close off, as well as a few from the side of High Point. Could slowly be leaning towards another Overwatch round as Guga with the op. We saw how he was in last match, but Breets this time on the opposite end to clean up the 2 kills in Sands as they try to dodge the Armageddon. 21-9. Breets is having himself a game. The Overwatch Strike coming through to deny the plant, but he is nowhere inside of that. Nuthium gets the bomb down as Generic tucked in Sands finds Tilly. It is now a 2v4 situation on this retake. Freak coming out to help out his teammate. As it's just now Sawawa. Tuck CT finds the first onto Nuthium. He's aware someone is in a tower. I believe should be more worried about the teammates coming behind him. Generic with the op in hand lets it ring true as he secures the 9th round, bringing us to an even scoreline.
This is the first even scoreline as well in this series altogether.
Yeah.
Well, we got the 2-2 at the very beginning. I understand that. It was a very quick tie going forward, just pushing HPU past. But now going into the 19th round, you said it in the first half as well. NC State, if they can get enough rounds on their defense to put them in a strong advantage going into their attacking half, it could be a complete change in the script that HPU probably doesn't want. This is their map, but they want to take control and bring us to a game 3. But the problem with it is, if NC State can find their footing, which they have done so far in this half, we could be looking at a completely change in that script, where HPU not in the favorable position. The showstopper coming out, but Freak does able to get Gaga down before it lands. And the spike is being planted with NCSU trying to take over.
Yeah, we do have the spike going down. As you said, NCSU in strong post-plant positions. But are they ready for repetition? Few shots going back and forth as the Deagle connects. We do have the Teo drone to re-clear market. We do A few more things to happen here in order for HPU to pull this one out. They are still in numbers disadvantage. Repetition trying to recover the rifle, not able to find it. The showstopper from Sawawa. Able to find a frag. Nades off heaven. Doesn't quite catch out Bueno. The guided salvo's coming through as well. HPU proving that they've had a troublesome post plan, but NCSU has a troublesome post plan of their own as the time ticks down. Freak and Breeze going down with the bomb, but don't worry. They have enough money to keep it going into this next round.
Yeah.
I want to point out Breitz, though, 23-9. This guy has
Same
been
with Freak
so
as well.
consistent.
Same with Freak, 18-8, let alone. And then you have consistency through your team as well. Yes, obviously, Nuthium. Almost at that pie alert. We almost saw it. He is 5-14, and same with Generic 7-13, who in the first map on Split was very, very consistent with their 4Ks, 2 4Ks for Generic in that game as well. But now it's just a matter of whether or not per map, if your individual skill play can step up and bring you to your team and the victory. NC State, though.
I mean, we did see how consistent they were on that first map as a collective, right? And even though maybe for Generic, it seems like he's fallen off a bit numbers-wise, he's still doing that entry role so well. I think it's just more or less from that attack side of High Point. The retakes were almost just impossible for him to make something happen. But now going into this attack half where a duelist like him can thrive, it's completely flipped on his head. So I think he's so slowly start to see Generic find more timings and heat up a bit more as this half continues. But High Point, again, just lying in wait. They're really big on playing this retake position on their defensive half. We saw it in their Wake Tech game. But they're going to watch as NCSU essentially take the site for free. There's still Garden coming through as Tilly gets taken down. 45. Armageddon looking to stall people out as NCSU goes down. The orbital strike as well to counter the KJ ult. NCSU seems to have all the answers here. So as Sawawa deep on the flank finds one on a Bueno. Now the Rolling Thunder coming through. Breeds in the, I don't know, he went sky high as Vipers finds him. Generic eventually sniffs out Sawawa deep in main. 3v3. Few pop shots being taken. They know there are 2 players on site. One deep tucked into main. Gaga finding the kill top site. They just need to converge on the player tucked underneath. Freak finds one. Not able to find the second. Generic helps him clean that up. It's just repetition as the duo cleans it up. NC State gonna get taken to 11.
I asked the question very early on. Does NC State have what it takes to answer HPU's fracture gameplay? I think we're seeing it now as a timeout from High Point will fall through. So now it will be the question of whether or not we do indeed see that answer from NC State. They're able to bring themselves the lead. It's been a little bit later than what most would expect. But as we go through this final game, NC State just needs 2 more rounds to finish out the map and the series and crown themselves as the champions for Valorant in the Triangle Takedown.
I think High Point can still string this together. You know, it's a down but not out situation. We saw NCSU in this situation last half, right? You had the two almost mirrored, right? We had the 2 rounds initially that didn't go maybe their way, and then a streak of 6 rounds, you know, for, in this case, NCSU. But High Point can still replicate that and maybe bring it back so we could see potentially an overtime on this map too.
Yeah.
Or if they can close it out. I mean, like, hey.
There is that potential.
I'm down for map 3.
I'm good for it as well, and I'm good for an overtime here if possible. Very close matchup between NCSU and HPU. Let's see if the scoreline from half 1 will repeat. Now it's on to HPU to get 3 in a row and potential for a 7-5 half in favor of NCSU.
Yep, we're getting right back into the action after that timeout. Just wanted to maybe debrief a few things from the side of High Point. See, repetition spots out most of the NC State players. Gonna get pushed out by the guided salvos and the paint shells. But NC State gets stunned up. Just gonna grab their orb and go. As Sawawa now clearing out a main. Breets there to try to catch him. Brought down to a minuscule 5 HP. as the the flashpoint helps get Sawawa out. And we're back to a standstill. It looks like NCSU is going to re-aggress this arcade space.
Sawawa wanted that orb, but at what cost? It brought them down to 5 HP. It didn't really help their team either, because you have that information, yes, but once more, that information didn't really help you in that favor. We knew those 4 in dish. Yes, there obviously could have been someone on the other side in a main, but with that being said, though, now it's going to be coming whether or not HPU can stop this plant down. Through the smoke, Tilly spams, finds Breach. Guided salvos are out. Spike carrier is downed and killed. So now HPU looking to get that spike planted, and with the aftershock as well, there's not much they could do. Generic falls through. And once more, we are seeing now whether or not HPU can hold.
Freak not able to make it, finds one, but not able to secure the round. Just a great combination of util as we get a visit Raleigh Thrifty from the side of HPU. I mean, that was immaculate, and it all started with a random sheriff shot through the smoke. But I think it looked like you could see it a little bit of the panic from Generic as he goes for that save plant after the spike, the initial spike planter, I believe it was Bueno, goes down, and he gets aftershock, and he's a little late to react and a little late on the satchel, excuse me, to get out of that situation. But great round from High Point, and we're actually in a mirrored half.
We are, and there's still the possibility HPU needs to get 2 more rounds in a row, and then NC State to get the final round of the second half to complete the mirror half. But right now, NCSU looking to commit over to this B site, going up the zip line. But Breach quickly taken down, spotted, and scouted, and taken all the way through. This is not the triangle takedown for nothing. You can take them down all the way down to hell. But if you can bring yourself back up to the overworld, that's what will set you apart.
I don't have words. That was poetic. I'm at a loss.
Caster math, woo.
NCSU execing onto this A bomb site.
Watch Gaga.
Gaga gonna try to find his timing through the smoke as Freak takes him out. NCSU just kind of created this little cubby for themselves with these brim smokes. As the bomb goes down, plenty remain. Sawawa really good with the spam top site. Viper's finding another. It is just Freak alive in a main. Looking to make something happen. Finds 3, but Tilly. A couple good pop shots back and forth, but HPU bringing it to an 11-11 scoreline.
And we're keeping our mirrored half. We are still there.
Our mirrored half. I'm High Point. I don't want it to be a mirrored half. I want to
finish it out in regulation.
I think the second this goes into overtime, it's gonna get bad.
Yeah, and NCSU.
Because we saw earlier, and I don't think it was on stream. I could be mistaken, but it was the NC State versus Niner esports game.
It was on stream where it went to 6 OTs.
It went to 6 OTs. We ended at an 18-16 scoreline, and I think, apart from the fact that maybe there were some internal issues, some miscommunication, whatever it may be, apart from some really great gameplay from Niner esports, NC State manages to kind of keep themselves afloat as they figure out the issues internally. You know, they aren't keen on letting any of these teams close it out in a fashion they aren't satisfied with. And obviously that's they don't want to lose is more or less what I'm getting at.
I mean, it's true as well, and that all stems down to the chemistry and trust they have in one another. They may not have all been playing for years with each other. They may have had some discrepancies here and there throughout. There may have been falter in the friendships as well, but regardless of it, the chemistry, the trust, and the willingness to take the criticism, that is what's going to set teams apart as well, coming through when you are on your snowball effect, where you're on your downfall, and pick yourself back up. And that also helps with the coach tap, 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 being able to be utilized.
That is Coach Blaze Tap, former NCSU student, duelist player for the NC State roster since graduated. But Generic has filled those shoes, and I would say he's filled them quite well. As Generic finding the first pick on the Gaga, the operator is down. The showstopper is going to be unleashed as NC State has the bomb site for free, and HPU just kind of, as they have been, waiting for the retake.
They've been utilizing a lot of ultimates as well, and they have 2 in their own. They're looking for the showstopper. Maybe being able to be utilized here to push them into a 12-11 in favor of HPU. That's what they want. Rolling Thunder coming out. We'll be able to find Breeds to get down. Repetition in the underpass. Aftershock already out looking for a denial in the bomb plant spike. Fault line out as well. The sticks coming through. Guided salvos there. Maybe a little too late. Armageddon does get it, but it is halved. They need to act quickly. Sawawa taken down. NC State on match point, and we have one final round before an overtime or NCSU victory.
This is the last round of regulation, and oh my goodness, has it been a banger of a map. So much YouTube going back and forth, such great trades, such great gameplay from Sawawa, especially. I want to point that out. He's coming up huge in these clutch moments, in these crucial moments for his team to keep them in this match. High Point needs this round to keep the series alive. NC State looking to make an early play in A main as High Point pushes out a drop. They're gonna be running in circles around each other.
Vipers playing in heaven, trying to get the information. It's going to be a 4-stack here in a main. Maybe looking to push once the smoke fades. Utilize your brimstone smokes as well. This is the final round for NCSU if they want to win this one. If they want to bring it in a 2-0 sweep fashion at that as well. Nutrium. Not going to find anyone with the drone. Sawawa playing in drop, looking to get the frag or potential for it, but the spike is planted. Time and pressure all against HPU. We're ramping up because NCSU just needs to hold this here. Looking through door. Tilly looking to push out. Door sound is there. Bomb Buddy a little bit flashed out, but so are your teammates. Vipers, Tilly fall down. Sawawa all alone. Bueno is able to bring us there. Orbital strike caught through. Repetition makes it a 1v1. Just needs to plant it. There it is. We are going to an overtime.
Absolutely massive from the side of High Point University. It was I don't even know how to describe it. The trades going through Sands were insane. You had just Gaga coming up huge with the 3K and Repetition navigating around the orbital strike so perfectly. Able to find 2. I can't imagine what the sounds are going like. I can't imagine what the lab sounds like right now. I can almost hear them in my head. The High Point University pop off. They have to be euphoric in this moment.
They keep their hope alive as well. That's what they need. They want to see a map 3. They want to go to Icebox and push it all the way. They may not be favorable on it. NCSU still very strong on Icebox as well. But regardless of what happens in map 3, they need to find their way for it first. 2 rounds is what HPU needs right now in order to bring themselves to map 3. Overtime commencing already, and Generic early on. Freak as well finds 2. HPU in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the immediate swap up, and HPU should have stuck to their bread and butter, and that's very much apparent now. It's when you go for these tempo changes, NC State is so much faster to respond to these situations. You see Gaga passes the Viper wall. They are aware of the position. He has found his timing. Not quite. Breets from heaven finds 1. Just 2 High Point players remaining. They do have spike in hand, but it does seem like the entire map is under NC State's control in one way or another. The double hold for drop. High Point looking to creep up here. It's not looking too great as they're going to slowly shift into the crosshairs of NC State, and that's the bomb as well. Vipers needs to make something happen here. But not quite. They're aware of his position. Recovers the spike. Might be staying a bit too long. Overstaying is welcome. He's slowly getting converged on. He is aware of Breets, but it might be an unfortunate timing. Freak taking matters in his own hands. Finding the frag himself brings NC State to 13-12.
They just need to hold on for 1 round to bring themselves a triangle takedown victory in Valorant. We have Rainbow Six Siege as well going on the B stream, and NC State possible to take 2 titles in one day. First, you have to finish off your opponents here in High Point on Valorant. Just needs to hold on for one more round. Keep your stand strong. Bring it 14-12, and NCSU will be looking at a title victory.
Absolutely. We see some early aggression towards Arcade. NCSU is taking matters into their own hands. They're bringing the fight to High Point. They are calling that NC State is flooding through Arcade, showing some early presence, and they're going to immediately back off after grabbing this orb. High Point, again, trying not to overcommit. Gaga with this op. Excuse me. Yes, with the operator. Finds 2. Not able to find another. Nuthium trades it out. 4v3 for the side of High Point. They're going to hold their positions. They know they have numbers advantage. They have repetition on a really, really deep lurk.
Molly misses, though, from Bueno. They're still going to be able to peek out in heaven. Let's see. Spike is planted. Time again. Once more against NCSU. Repetition taken down. That's going to be great from Bueno. They're looking for it right now. They're looking for the hold. They're trying to make it work. Orbital Strike is out on Bueno. Taken down. And HPU will bring us to a second overtime.
We're back in it. I mean, it was really well done. I mean, they found their numbers advantage. I think so. Gaga, excuse me, with the operator. I think it was Sawawa who brought that down for him so that Gaga could still have full shield. It was certainly an interesting choice, I will say, but paid off in the long run. Bit of a gamble, but who doesn't like a little gambling? I mean, you know, it's kind of like what we do. But either way, really well played, getting that numbers advantage early from the side of High Point and just playing so disciplined. They play their trades extremely well and secured that round, bringing us to another OT. It's going to be another... I need High Point to play slow here. If they want a shot at securing this, they need to play slow here. Look at this. Already denying the early space taking with the flashpoint, trying to trade out generic nade in hand, not able to find anything. Repetition takes him down. As NCSU get it back off. They are aware that High Point likes to sneak in behind them, maybe take some space. Gaga, not too worried about it, has the KJ turret, marking the space, marking the territory. He's now going to be aware that people have pushed out Arcade, trying to clear him out. As High Point now pushing through, looking to find anything. Just a few pop shots back and forth, but nothing certain as Nuthium finds 2. Breeds a third onto Gaga. 2v4 situation for High Point. They're looking to clear, still force the issue on this A-bomb site. Repetition sneaks through, the Brimsmoke's down. Aftershocks, guided salvos coming through. Brim Molly has Repetition nowhere to stand, nowhere safe. The floor is lava. Just Vipers. I believe the IGL in the 1v4 situation has to do it all himself. 2 orbs off the Rolling Thunder. Has to make it happen. 30 seconds left on the clock. Biding his time. Waiting for a peek. Not able to find anything. Nuthium with 3 on the round. Brings NC State to 14.
NC State has been so critical on their holds, but now it's going to be a whether or not they can make this attack count. It's still 1 round between them and a title victory here at the Triangle Takedown. We've seen how the holds for HPU can go. They almost mirrored it. Only 2 rounds were different. And it was the final 2 rounds in the half for a mirrored half all the way to bring us to these overtimes. Second overtime as well. NC State, PTSD moment almost against Niners now. 2 overtimes, not wanting to go through a third, wanting to end it here. Those early peaks out the fault line as well. Tilly won't be able to find one, but the information coming through. Let's see whether or not NCSU can continue what they're doing. Flashes are out, guided salvos as well. Guga taken down off site. Breach trying to find one, has that information on drop. But let's see exactly how they can hold this post plant. NCSU has the spike planted, looking for more, finds Repetition, 2v5 situation, and more comes down. Viper falls, Sawawa falls, and NCSU are your Triangle Takedown Valorant champions.
Absolutely banger of a map too. We did get a bit more competitive, right, once we found High Point's, strong suit. But there's not much more to say than let's look at the numbers. 30 kills from both Freak and Breach apiece. Like, what can you say? What can you say about that? The numbers don't lie. There's just so much impact from these two players that it's almost impossible to not find value, right? I mean, whatever half it may be on, you have Freak also, the IGL. Normally, your IGLs aren't your fraggers.
No.
But Freak does a phenomenal job, even on that initiator role, just making such a strong stance for himself and even playing with his own util. He's very resourceful as a initiator. But, I mean, numbers-wise, I can't say I'm surprised.
You can't. Statistics do not lie.
But I'm really glad we got to see that at HPU.
Yeah.
I think the fact that NCSU, very, very strong team. Yes. HPU, they've been like, on paper we don't look the strongest, but it's good vibes all around, and I think they had a really good showing. I understand Split didn't exactly go their way, but they look really good on Fracture. I would never, in a million years, want to play against HPU Fracture. That looks awful.
It really does.
That is truly all I can say, and I think they're a force to be reckoned with, especially when they get more maps comfortable like Fracture.
Yeah.
But NCSU, you're Triangle Takedown champions. Can't say we didn't win anything. I mean, we had to win something at our own tournament, I'd hope.
Listen,
but
you also have Rainbow Six Siege still going on, where they can become those 2 title champions here at Triangle Takedown. But heads need to be held high from everybody at this competition, no matter what game you have played. Everybody making it here, let alone being able to take games off, being able to score, no matter what it is. Overwatch, Rocket League, Valorant, Rainbow Six Siege, or League of Legends, being able to just play at a LAN, let alone is an experience not many people get. So being here, being the hosted from NC State, so thank you first of all for that. It truly shows what is possible in collegiate esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great having everyone here. And we're still going to have, I think, Siege wrapping up. I think they're on the B stream, if I'm not mistaken. I'm
Currently,
not 100%
right now,
sure.
yeah.
But we have that wrapping up. I think we're going to go to BRB screen right now. We're going to be right back. I'm going to try to get a winner's interview. I got to go harass one of my players to get over here so I can talk to him, ask him some questions, maybe do a little bit of, not glazing, but maybe they could talk a little trash. I don't know. We'll see.
Whatever the players want to say, that's up to them.
We could get players in here. We'll have them chat, but we'll be right back. Stay tuned. And we're back. I'm joined here with the coach of NC State Valorant, Blaze Tap. How you feeling after that?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, kind of knew going into it what to expect. Like, I think we've put in a lot of work. We put in a lot of time, and I'm just kind of proud of the boys, the way they stuck it with it. We had some weird overtime games happen as I came in, so I'm glad they waited for the overtimes for me to come in first and watch them. But I think we got really good reps this tournament, so felt good.
Glad to hear. I mean, you guys are coming off your CVAL qualifier match?
Yeah, we're top 4. We made CVAL champs, thankfully, so that's pretty cool. Pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, great to hear. I mean, honestly, I'm glad we had, a solid team rep us at Triangle Takedown. I know in years past it's kind of been similar fashion, so I'm not, again, can't say I'm surprised. I'll be honest.
We kind of been running this event for a while, to be honest.
It's our, look, you hear Triangle Valorant and you think NC State. That's all I'm hearing. So,
we ran this event while I was playing and while I'm coaching.
Anything you're surprised about in terms of what came out of the other group? Like, did you expect High Point, or do you think it was like Wake Tech, or who are you looking at on the other group?
I didn't know too much about the other teams, to be honest, but I did watch the game before, like the High Point, the qualifier game. High Point looked pretty good. We kind of knew going into Fracture what their type of style was, just based off that VOD. They like to play very post-planny. They had a Killjoy that ops. That was interesting. But they were a really strong team. I think the maps that they're good at, like, they felt pretty practiced and pretty drilled, so they pushed us. But in the end,
all things fall kind of deal.
In the end,
it's just inevitable kind of deal. I mean, how are you thinking after split, right? 13-2 is. I mean, for starters, you had a 12-0 half.
Yeah.
Which, like, what? For starters, like, I mean, like, I'm not saying that I was surprised. I was like, this is the NC State, like, it's split. Like, this is just bread and butter for us.
I mean,
right?
when the boys get to warm up, really, as long as they did before the match, like, that was not too surprising.
Okay, that makes
like,
sense.
And they're pretty good on split, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I agree. You're glad you got pushed, I guess, on Fracture. It went the distance. I'm glad it wasn't 2 stomps, I'll be honest. I'm glad that there were some games today, at least for you guys. I understand the record overall 5-0.
Yeah.
But we had some pressure.
I think pressure, especially like in a LAN environment, is great. It's great practice.
Yeah.
Like, you're not in the comfort of your own setup, and so you might feel a little bit more nervous than you would when you regularly play. But I think playing through that and being able to create solutions on the fly is something that we're kind of learning and excelling at now. So
awesome. Yeah. I mean, great to hear. And again, congratulations. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming out. I mean, you got time.
We got time. We got time.
Man, you got time, but
it's nice to be here.
Yeah.
The event was pretty nicely set up. It's pretty cool to see just how much the program's grown and all that stuff. So
yeah, I mean, absolutely. And there's more to come in years following. I mean, I'll be gone as well, but in years following there'll be more, and
there's always more.
Hopefully there could be a bigger and better Triangle Takedown with more teams and more Valorant. It'll be awesome.
More Valorant, but I mean, let's be real about who's gonna be winning those future Triangle Takedowns.
But yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. Give me 1 second. In? Okay. I have one of the High Point players that we're gonna bring in, so we're gonna do a little switcheroo. Want to give maybe 5 seconds? We're gonna go. We're just gonna bring him in, I guess.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, come on in. That was again coach for NCSU, Blaze Tap. That's the guy, NC State alum. Now I'm joined by the Gaga.
Okay.
The very same KJ Opper that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
So, how you feeling?
We're feeling good. NC State's obviously a really good team. Our goal kind of coming into this LAN was to make finals. And we didn't embarrass ourselves. We put up a good showing, and we got a lot of stuff to VOD review now. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a good look, and especially the VODs. I think your guys' Fracture sucks. Not in a bad way. It sucks like I don't want to play against it ever.
It's miserable.
And we had this conversation earlier a bit. I don't...
Yeah, we were playing the EG, the Sova Breach.
Yeah.
And then we realized, wait a second, what if we just played Tejo and made this miserable? So yeah, we just kind of, I don't really get to play the game, so that's the map where I get to calm a lot. So it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun on our side.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, And you guys do such a good job of like layering the post plant utility too. I've noticed that as well. Like a lot of teams kind of struggle or there'll be a lot of overlap, but you guys are so good at that. Really drilled. Like, is that something you guys spend a lot of time in server doing? Or
I would say mostly we just kind of found out like what's the safest util. So like if we have KJ mollies, that obviously goes first because they can break those. And then you do Teho missiles because those are on cooldown. And my Teho player Brett, he's our goat. So we usually try and get him active. And then we have like there's that weird angle aftershock that's usually our win con, and then we got the lineup. So
okay, well yeah, well you guys have earned your share of the $500 Valorant prize pool. I think you guys are gonna get $100 for the team.
I think so.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, something
so
like that.
you get some money for dinner.
Yeah, we got money.
That could be
we made it worth it.
It's a free cookout meal or McDonald's meal or something. Get something done. We'll feed you for a night.
Yeah, and it was so much fun. We had a great time here. We were here all weekend. We watched all of our teams. It was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys could make it. I mean, it was a pleasure having you. And we got
thanks so much for hosting.
I appreciate it.
I know it was not easy. But
it was stressful at times, yes, but it's done. It's over, and I can finally just like.
Yeah,
but
we could feel all you stressing that we would go to map 3 and be on time issues.
Yeah, you were just like you were being courteous. You were just being,
of course.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But all right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming out.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We'll be right back. I think we might have map 3 of Siege. Okay. So we'll be right back, I guess. Peace out.
Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. ADS deployed and ready to go. Bomb bomb located by attackers.
Electroclaw is active.
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
Activate jammer.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Deploying barricade. Loading new mag. Drone up and running.
Time for a wake-up call.
IED active! If it runs on batteries, I'll see it! Spotted a bomb.
Deploying drone. Selma sequence activated.
Detected a bomb.
Changing mags.
Throwing drone.
Out of ammo. Reaching sequence activated. Reloading.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Loading mag.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Changing mag. EDD mounted. Let them come. That will slow them.
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Ambush set. Stay clear.
Reload!
Explosive
Hard
heavy.
breaching.
Loading new magazine.
Clear of the blast!
Finish deploying Volcan.
Swapping mags!
Swapping mags.
Selma!
Changing mag.
Reloading.
Make way for.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
AD is deployed and ready to go. Reloading! Cover me! Device set.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Doorway positioned.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Reload! Ambush set. Stay clear. Device primed. Keep an eye on door. Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone.
Reloading!
Auto breacher, go!
Reloading!
I'm on guard. Banshee is ready.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Auto breacher out. Boogie to go!
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Loading mag!
Bomb located by attackers. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Wall reinforced.
Vulcan ready. Vulcan out. Device activated. Deploying ADS.
All right.
All right, welcome back.
Well, welcome to A Stream. We have the grand finals of Rainbow Six for what we have NC State versus App State playing.
Yep.
Before we start, I'd like to take a quick second to thank our sponsors, Visit Raleigh, Rally Cry, and C3 Esports Leagues. Fantastic. They really helped us out with setting this whole thing up, and it really means a lot for their contribution. All right, so we have at the half NC State 4-2 up here on attack. Quickly, they have they've taken the game by storm, and they look to keep that momentum going. But on the other side is App State, who now are defending. Hopefully that can help some momentum shift in their favor.
Breathe some life into their team. App State is very good on their defenses on this map.
True.
This is one of the maps that they're most comfortable on, as I mentioned earlier today. This is their map pick, and they're very comfortable on these defenses. So this could easily swing in App State's favor. They only got 2 attacking rounds, but sometimes that's all you need on a map like Labs.
Exactly. We have very trap heavy, like we said, trap heavy rollout for the Mountaineers here.
Wow, we're getting an early engagement. The Blitz not able to take out front in storage.
Well, we have a good old standoff. The Blitz is
Wow.
progressing, is taken out by front. What an absolutely crazy kill.
And Glue getting another one on to reinforce, and this has quickly become a 5v2 with 1:30 left in the round. Hydro and Gavin having to
talk about momentum. Anyways, that is
as Gavin takes out Mesa, Hydro takes out Mesa, Bo takes out Gavin, making it a 1v4 for Hydro.
Yes. The flawless round has been taken away by Hydro by taking down Mesa, as well as the App State kill streak. We go to a 4v1 with a minute remaining on the clock. Flacco looking to do some damage up here. Is going to get into engagement with Hydro, quickly loses.
Well, doing a little bit of damage to Hydro, but
now this is exactly how you lose these. We need to stop. App State needs to prevent taking one-on-one engagements with Hydro.
Yes.
DMRs on lands are very strong, and
I believe Hydro,
doesn't clear his corner. Hydro is taken out by front.
I believe the Mountaineers had the bomb there in storage. Front took out that ace early, and Legion then rotated from Rafters, I believe, or maybe up Cargo, killed someone there, and then was just able to play the diffuser with Front in that storage room.
True. And we go 4-3 NC State, App State. Objective is going to be command center servers. Always a fun sight. Lots of chaos happens. Kind of like Chalet Bar, like we watched last time.
Yep.
I mean, unless you're, Roman, super frag heavy, we got a nice time on this site. Always watching it. I suppose, very very default. App State is gonna elect to take the Tuberau, which could help prevent their wall denial troubles.
Yep.
They've had a problem this series of just like keeping the wall closed, and that could always be helped with a bandit or a bandit trick or a Tuberau. So as long as they're wasting the attackers' times, I think it's always a job well done.
I agree. And Tuberau's been picked by both teams on this map. He's a very strong operator. And like you said, DMR's kind of nasty on land. And on top of that, you get the wall denial with Tuberau. So very strong op, especially on this site.
But I mean, if we take a look at IT Breach, wall denial doesn't really affect a Maverick.
Well, you can fill the storage, but not really going to do much.
I mean, you have to notice it. I think Thermite charges are a little bit louder than a Maverick torch. So.
Yep, so Mav going to open up, start to open up that wall,
does notice it. It is frozen, but he is still making progress. Does get half of that wall, and the ash shoulder goes out. IT Breach is now open.
Yep.
Great Maverick trick by NC State there. They are bringing the Flores here. Help clear some of that push denial. We know App State loves trap operators. I mean, are you thinking that Glue is wishing he maybe picked a zombie like he has been?
I think so, but I also... Ooh, that could have been very scary for Glue there. That floors drone almost took him out.
Very
But
nicely placed there.
he's able to escape it. But yeah, I think Glue is missing that Azami, especially since they were able to get wall anyway off of that Tubby. So maybe we'll see her next round, unless she's banned. I'm not quite too sure. 'Cause
Upstate
can't see bans.
backs off of Rafter control here. We have Bo on the mute playing a very nice spot, and we got the Fromunda C4 duality with a nice pick onto Glue. That is a very crucial pick because that guy is playing half of the. I mean, he's playing half the 4v3 now with the Gavin pick. Bo with a quick
evens
pick
it out
onto
though.
Reinforced 3v3 with 55 seconds left.
Flacco
3v2. This is still anyone's game.
Yep. NC State looking to try and get their way into IT here, get their way into site through IT, but the Mountaineers just playing kind of passive here.
App State 2 members in the command center site. We have Gavin and Cypher on the Raptors and IT side.
Ooh.
One player at Electrical. That's always hard to clear, especially when you're pushing through here. And that gives kind of like blue hallway vibes, I'd say. Bo not
wow.
looking.
Mesa team kill, but doesn't matter. Takes out the last 2 enemies as well as his own teammate.
Okay,
Triple kill there.
That didn't look very intentional, so we're going to let it slide.
Yeah.
But Mesa gets a double and a 2v. It was a 3v2.
It's a 3v2.
Right, well,
it was a 4v3, and then the Mountaineers managed to get it down into a man advantage situation. 3v2 late game, just played passive, played back, let NC State have to push into them.
You know, we've seen it a couple times. I mean, especially with the clutch by Reinforce earlier in the 3v1. If you're in Electrical and the defenders are having a late push through IT, and you know, it's very hard to push into that.
It is,
especially because you're pushing 2 people over and then 1 person. You know, that's just a
It's a very tough push, especially especially when you're in a 2v3. It's tough to clear that person. You need someone to go electric window, but you don't really have the man count in that situation or the time for that. But App State switching it up, going to their 3rd site, control room and storage, bringing out that castle. So looking to waste as much time of NCSU as possible with that castle. Probably going to be a heavy roam as well with this Valk. But we will see. Yep, looks like App State has 3 players upstairs right now, so going to be a heavy top floor presence this round.
Front out on the chase so far. He has 12 picks.
Yeah, wow. Front really wants this win. And a nade, 2 nades burnt on 1 castle. I'd call that a W. But as I say that, Hydro gets the initial pick onto Glue, and that's going to be your Valkyrie. So that's 1 C4 down. You still have the C4 on the mute. Can make something happen with those Valk cams. We'll see how the round plays out as NCSU is looking to take some more top floor presence. But Flacco
taken out by the castle there.
Yep.
They do have the IQ. Trying to find any of those Valkyrie cameras. Pretty solid upstairs defense. One is going to hop into the rafters. Let's see if and he does get identified there. Flacco with his second pick of the match, or the round, sorry, onto Cypher, the sledge, which is their main vertical, destructive force.
Hydro.
So far this round. Hydro with a sneaky.
Trying to maybe sneak through the basement, maybe get a cheeky pick.
Very sneaky down there. Gonna go up into vending.
Ooh.
Very close to the bomb site.
Well, NCSU in kind of a tough spot here. Not really much intel. You've got 1 teammate in the basement. You've got 4 enemies left to deal with, and you're quickly running out of time. NC State's got to make something happen. It looks like they've all grouped up on this games room side of the map. Mesa's still sitting in storage, though. Not going to give them this space for free.
Is front bottom water fountain?
I believe front.
No, he's okay.
Yep.
He is. No, he isn't. No,
he's top water, I believe.
He's top water. All right. Bo with a very nice,
might be able to
nice play here, especially with the man advantage. If he gets this pick on this IQ, which he does.
Wow. And wow, a flurry of kills at the end there as App State gets a triple kill within the last 10 seconds of the round. I mean,
Absolutely firing squad. The last 3 remaining members of the Wolfpack there.
great round
To
from
take
App State.
the lead.
The
with
lead for the
5-4.
first time this
5-4.
match.
5-4.
Well, they were 1-0, so I guess the second time this match. But
Well,
taking the lead since the first round for App State. So great round there from the Mountaineers.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
all right.
defused
Well,
by
we are
attackers.
moving to basement once again. We have very normal, no Cade and no Tuber.
Ooh, we're seeing the Glaz come out. Are we gonna see the Mav Glaz?
I'm sure someone picks Maverick here. Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, I believe if no Maverick comes out, they're gonna use that Glaz for post plant, which
Yep.
I mean, there's a very big wall. On this map.
Yeah. With this lineup, it looks like NC State is just gonna try and force their way in through the main breach with that thermite. They're bringing 2 sets of smokes. Oh, and there comes the Maverick from Gavin. So maybe they will elect to do the Mav Glaz trick. We'll see. If not, they still have 3 sets of smokes now for that Glaz to work with.
Always
So
hard to defend against.
it is.
I mean, can't see your enemy.
Nope.
so-
But App State, I mean, they should be aware of this. They also tend to do this push sometimes. So hopefully they'll hear that Maverick, not peek him too much. But we'll see how it plays out here as they work on getting this wall open.
The pack set up to start the push here.
Ooh, and as they also are doing the map trick, they're getting the wall open as well. And I think you were right. This Glaz is being brought out for the post plant, and they might just try and run in here. We'll see. They're droning it, making sure it's clear.
Oil canister does go out, preventing the rush.
And
Couple
now
shots
the
go out
Glaz
by
is spotted out.
Just-
Wow.
This is Glue
A
taking out
great pick from Glue.
Thermite from a nasty angle.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dirty angle, and that's your thermite. That's 2 more smokes gone. So that Glaz may be a little less effective now, but you still got 3 smoke grenades in your pocket, so we'll see what he can do with that. But App State in a good position here. They've got Bo tuck on this Animus Breach, but it looks like the Maverick spots him out. Ooh.
Do you know where he is? Glue is still laying down some fire from that. Might get his head taken off there. Gavin reinforces down.
Wow.
Gavin low on health. 3v4.
Oh, and Mesa
2v4.
takes out Hydro.
Mesa takes out the
And a
Glaz
question
there.
mark coming out in chat from Mesa.
Wow. And Cypher, the sole remaining full health player for NC State,
Yep.
is trying to coordinate a push with his teammate Gavin. Both very capable players. I mean, if anyone's going to pull it out, could be these two.
I agree. They're going to take their time here. They know they've still got a minute. They know likely where the enemies are, so they're just going to...
Flacco playing a little bit too aggressively there. Takes some damage from Cypher there. Gavin swinging the breach, just walks in. No one to contest.
And then walks back out
Gavin
and gets
down. Cypher
Gonna
does get a refrag.
And now Gavin going to get actually a little bit of a health boost, I believe, from that res.
2 there for App State. 2 off site. One does drop that Animus hatch. 30 seconds left. Looks like this round has lasted forever.
Yeah. Long round coming down to the wire here, but App State in the advantage. 3v2 situation. Just got to not give them
Looks like
those
Cypher's
1v1s.
gonna be walking in Animus here. Tries to
Ooh.
pre-fire, does get taken out by front, and Gavin finally eliminated by Glue. App State takes the round, and this pushes them to 6-4. Match point.
And like I said, App State got that 2-4 split. Their defenses are very strong on this map. They wanted to start attack this map, get them out of the way so they can move into their stronger half on this defense. And we're seeing it happen right now. App State is just looking absolutely dominant on these defensive rounds right now.
And everything comes home. We go back to the second floor. Looking to
Attackers need to locate and
immediately.
defuse bombs.
I mean, App State wants to put this away, I'm sure.
Yep.
They're running the Tuberau once again. Now, Thorn is a new pick, I believe. I believe they elected for the Legion last
They
time.
did.
But, I mean, front has 15. He can go,
I believe... No, that's not a new pick because they are bringing Thorn for that shield
They
on
bring
Rafters.
Thorn on Chalet.
Well, they had it for the shield here. that first round. Yeah, but I don't know if he was on Thorn. He might have been on a different shield op, like Warden or something. But
Well, anyways, like I said earlier, Thorn is a great pick for Intel.
Yep.
Very loud and very obnoxious to play against.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
yeah, yeah. Thorn's definitely a nuisance to deal with. But we'll see how it works for Front here, who is having a legacy game, 15-6 right now.
Game facing elimination from grand finals.
Yep. Front really wants this clearly. Not gonna putting the team on his back. Not gonna let App State go out easily. And NC State bringing out this Maverick again for the main wall. Flacco lurking. He tends to lurk here a lot. This seems to be
Duality early pick on to Bo from electrical window.
Wow, and Bo just looked
That's
maybe getting a bit aggressive.
That is an awful person to have go down.
Yep.
Bo is their main person holding people from walking into or just hopping in electrical and walking in garden. Bo with a nasty, very nasty okay, a little bit of trash talk goes out in
bit of
chat.
chirping coming out in all chat.
Yeah, we love to see it.
Getting competitive.
5-4.
And NC State finally getting this connector wall open. I believe they have IT open as well. Sending this Maverick.
Reinforced with a kill on the glue in the tubular. 5v3. NC State is in the driver's seat for this round.
It looks like it, but anything can happen. This is one of those sites. You have two players still up on the Raptors side.
Okay,
and
Gavin getting taken down by Mel.
But
looks like Front's gonna try and take a 1v1 here with that
Ash walking into sight. Does Flacco know? He does.
Flacco takes down Hydro.
And just like that, we've evened up the man count. It's a 3v3 for App State.
That's how quickly these rounds can change.
Wow.
Flacco with a kill onto Duality.
Getting
3v2
aggressive.
Situation, match point. 3v1.
Wow. Front with a beautiful kill on the reinforce there.
This from a 5v3 to a 3v1. How impressive by the Mountaineers.
Very impressive.
Cypher on Gridlock. Gonna look to get in here. Malusi trap close. Does take
out
Front.
one. Wow.
Activates it, steps back out. 37 seconds remaining for Cypher here.
Cypher, the captain of this team, attempting to save this round for his team. 1v2 situation. It's not lost yet. Cypher still has time, 24 seconds. He knows where one is. He's not sure about the other. He could get in
Very
through.
patient by that pillar player, might I add.
Oh, yes. Not giving up any
Still
intel.
hiding.
Mel's going off, still not even swinging. But now Cypher knows, and
Finally
it doesn't matter.
taken down by Flacco.
Wow.
And the App State Mountaineers take Nighthaven Labs. We are going to a third
We
map.
are going to a third map, which I believe is Clubhouse.
It is
so,
Clubhouse. We are going to Clubhouse.
And let's just take a second to talk about that win for App State. They had a 2-4 defense or 2-4 attack split, and then they give up nothing on defense.
Very sloppy originally, but I mean, I'm sure they really want Chalet back.
Yeah.
And they came out, did their thing and walk away with the win on Nighthaven.
Yep. I mean, Chalet was a close map. Nighthaven, kind of a similar score, but win App State's favor this time, and it kind of seemed like on that defensive half, App State they were in total control. I mean, that last round was a little bit sloppy, but they were still able to easily clean it up just playing their positions. And, I mean, they didn't give up a single round on defense on Labs. I mean, like I said, that's one of their stronger sites, and it really showed there.
Yep. I mean, experience is everything sometimes,
Yep.
Practice something over and over again, maybe you'll perfect it.
All right.
Yeah.